cap matches his pants, and his socks match both each other and his shirt, suggesting an extremely nerdy costume that's been chosen and coordinated with care, a suggestion that, with Lynch, seems somehow endearing rather than pathetic. The sunglasses he wears on the camera truck are the cheap, bulgy, wraparound kind that villains in old Japanese monster movies used to wear. The overstiff quality of his posture suggests either an ultra-disciplinarian upbringing or a back brace. The general impression is that of a sort of geeky person who doesn't especially care whether people think he's geeky or not, an impression which equals a certain kind of physical dignity. Lynch's face is the best thing about him, and I spend a lot of time staring at it from a variety of perspectives as he works the set. In photos of Lynch as a young man, he looks rather uncannily like James Spader, but he doesn't look like James Spader anymore. His face is now full in the sort of way that makes certain people's faces square, and it's pale and soft-looking. The cheeks, you can tell, are close-shaved daily and then moisturized afterward. And his eyes, which never once do that grotesque, looking in opposite directions at once thing they were doing on the 1990 Time cover, are large and mild and kind. In case you're one of the people who figure that Lynch must be as sick as his films, know that he doesn't have the beady or glassy look one associates with degeneracy-grade mental trouble. His eyes are good eyes. He looks at his set with very intense interest, but it's a warm and full-hearted interest, sort of the way you look when you're watching somebody you love doing something you also love. He doesn't fret or intrude on any of the technicians, though he will come over and confer when somebody needs to know what exactly he wants for the next setup. He's the sort who manages to appear restful, even in activity. That is, he looks both very alert and very calm. There might be something about his calm that's a little creepy. One tends to think of really high-end maniacs being oddly calm. For example, the way Hannibal Lecter's pulse rate stays under 80 as he bites somebody's tongue out. 13. What several different members of the crew and production staff, some of whom have been to film school, have to say about Lost Highway. David's idea is to do this, dystopic vision of L.A. You could do a dystopic vision of New York, but who'd care? New York's been done before. It's about deformity. Remember Eraserhead? This guy's going to be the ultimate penis head. This is a movie that explores psychosis subjectively. I'm sure not going to go see it. I know that. It's a reflection on society as he sees it. This is a sort of middle ground between an art film and a major studio release. This is a hard niche to work in. It's an economically fragile niche, you could say. This is his territory. This is taking us deeper into a space he's already carved out in previous work already. Subjectivity and psychosis. He's doing a Deanne Arbus number on L.A., showing the slimy undersection of a dream city. Chinatown did it, but it did it in a historical way, as a type of noir history. David's film's about madness. It's subjective, not historical. It's like, if you're a doctor or a nurse, are you going to go buy tickets to go see an operation for fun in your spare time when you're done working? This film represents schizophrenia performatively, not just representationally. This is done in terms of loosening of identity, ontology, and continuity in time. Let me just say I have utmost respect for David, for the industry, for what David means to this industry. Let me say for the record, I'm excited, that I'm thrilled, and have the utmost respect. It's a specialty film, like The Piano, say, I mean, it's not going to open in 1,000 theaters. Utmost is one word. There is no hyphen in utmost. It's about LA as hell. This is not unrealistic, if you want my opinion. It's a product like any other in a business like any other. It's a negative pickup. Fine Line, New Line, Miramax, they're all interested. David is the id of the now. If you quote me, say I quipped it. Say, David is the id of the now, quipped blank, who is the film's blank. David, as an artist, makes his own choices about what he wants. He makes a film when he feels he has something to say. The people who are interested in his films, some of his films are better than others. Some are perceived as better than others. David does not look at this as his area of concern. He's a genius. You have to understand this. In these areas, he's not like you and me. The head changings are being done with makeup and lights. No CGIs. Computer-generated images, as in Jumanji. Read City of Quartz. That's what this film's about right there in a nutshell. Some of the producers were talking about Hegel, whatever the hell that has to do with it. Let me just say, I hope you're not planning to compromise him, or us, or the film in any way. Trivia tidbit. Laura Dern's soft blonde hairstyle as Sandy in Blue Velvet is identical to Charlotte Stewart's soft blonde hairstyle as Mary in Eraserhead. 14. A section that's a mix of extrapolations from other sections and is impossible to come up with a unified heading for. The word postmodern is admittedly overused, but the incongruity between the peaceful health of his mien and the creepy ambition of his films is something about David Lynch that is resoundingly postmodern. Other postmodern things about him are his speaking voice, which can be described only as sounding like Jimmy Stewart on acid, and the fact that it's literally impossible to know how seriously to take what he says. This is a genius auteur whose vocabulary in person consists of things like okie dokie and marvy and terriff and gee. After the last car filming run and then the return to base camp, as people are dismantling cameras and bounces, and the unbelievably alluring Chesney is putting the afternoon's unused film under a reflective NASA blanket, Lynch 3 times in 5 minutes says, "Golly." Not one of these times does he utter "golly" with any evident irony or disingenuity or even the flattened affect of somebody who's parodying himself. Let's also remember that this is a man with every button on his shirt buttoned and high-water pants. It's like the only thing missing is a pocket protector. During this same try-golly interval, though, about 50 yards down the little hypotenuse road, the catering trailer's on Mr. Bill Pullman, who's sitting in a big canvas director's chair getting interviewed for his EPK, is leaning forward earnestly and saying of David Lynch both, "He's so truthful." That's what you build your trust on as an actor with the director, and he's got this kind of modality to him, the way he speaks, that lets him be very open and honest, and at the same time very sly. There's an irony about the way he speaks. That is electronic press kit. A bite-intensive interview that Lost Highways publicists can then send off to Entertainment Tonight, local TV stations that want Pullman bites, etc. If the movie's a huge hit, the EPKs can then apparently be woven together into one of those behind-the-scenes at the making of thus and such documentaries that HBO seems to be so fond of. Apparently, all name stars have to do an EPK for every movie they make. It's in their contract or something. I watched everybody's EPK except Balthazar Getty's. Whether Lost Highway is a smash hit or not, its atmosphere of tranced menace is going to be really good for Bill Pullman's career. From movies like Sleepless in Seattle and While You Were Sleeping and Casper, I formed this view of Pullman the actor as a kind of good and decent but basically ineffectual guy, an edgeless guy. I always thought of him as kind of a watered-down version of the already pretty watery Jeff Daniels. Pullman's turn as the jilted con man in The Last Seduction had some edge to it, but Pullman seems to have done such a good acting job in that one that few people realized it was him. Lost Highway, for which Pullman has either lost weight or done Nautilus or both, he has at any rate somehow grown a set of cheekbones, and in which he's creepy and tormented and plays jagged, haunting jazz saxophone under a supersaturated red and blue spot, and in which his face contorts in agony over the mutilated corpse of Patricia Arquette and then changes more than once into somebody else's face, is going to reveal edges and depths in Pullman that I believe will make him a true star. For the EPK, he's in a tight all-black jazz musician's costume, and his makeup, already applied for a night scene in a couple hours, gives his face a creepily Reagan-esque ruddiness, and while various kinds of crepuscular bugs plague the EPK interviewer and cameraman and sound guy, these bugs don't seem to come anywhere near Pullman, as if he's already got the aura of genuine stardom around him, the kind you can't quite define, but that even insects can sense. It's like he's not even quite there in his tall chair, or else simultaneously there and somewhere primally else. Miss Patricia Arquette has been bad in everything since True Romance, without this fact seeming to have hurt her career any. It's hard to predict how audiences will react to her in Lost Highway. This is a totally new role or roles for her, as far as I can see. Her most credible performances to date have been as ingenues, plucky characters somehow in over their head, whereas in Lost Highway, she herself is a part of the over-the-head stuff Bill Pullman and Balthazar Getty get plunged into. Lost Highway's female lead is the kind of languid, smoky, narrow-eyed, incredibly sexy but dangerous woman with mind-blowing secrets, noir-type role that in recent years only Body Heat's Kathleen Turner and Miller's Crossing's Marcia Gay Harden have pulled off without falling into parody or camp. From the footage I saw, Arquette is okay, but not great in Lost Highway. She vamps a lot, which is apparently the closest she can come to sexy but dangerous. The big problem is that her eyes are too opaque, and her face too set and rigid to allow her to communicate effectively without dialogue, and so a lot of the long, smoky silences Lynch requires of her come off stiff and uncomfortable, as if Arquette's forgotten her lines and is worrying about it. Even so, the truth is that Patricia Arquette is so outlandishly pretty in the film's rough-cut footage that at the time I didn't notice a whole lot aside from how she looked, which, seeing as how her Deuce-alike character basically functions as an object in the film, seems okay, though I'm still a little uncomfortable saying it. Premiere Magazine's Industrial Juice or No, I wasn't allowed to watch footage of the porn videos both her characters frolic in, so I can't evaluate the harder core parts of her performance in Lost Highway. It'll be interesting to see how much of the porn videos survives the final cut and the MPAA's humorless review. If much of what the videos are rumored to contain appears in the final Lost Highway, Arquette may win a whole new kind of following. Lost Highway will also, I predict, do huge things for the career of Mr. Robert Blake, who's been cast seemingly out of nowhere here as the mystery man. Robert Blake, born 1933 as Michael James Gubitosi in Nutley, New Jersey, was one of the child stars of Our Gang, was unforgettable as one of the killers in Cold Blood, etc. The choice of Blake shows in Lynch the same sort of genius for spotting villain potential that led to his casting Hopper as Frank Booth in Blue Velvet and Willem Dafoe as Bobby Peru in Wild at Heart, an ability to detect and resurrect menacing depths in actors who seemed long ago to have lost any depths they'd ever had. Dennis Hopper's last powerful role before Blue Velvet had been the 1977 Apocalypse Now, and he'd become a kind of Hollywood embarrassment. Dafoe had been sort of typecast as Christ after Platoon and Last Temptation, though it's true that his sensualist's lips had whispered menace even on the cross. Gone in Lost Highway is the sensitive tough guy of Baretta, and the excruciating self-parody of Blake's stoned appearances on The Tonight Show. It's like Lynch has somehow reawakened the venomous charisma that made Blake's 1967 performance in Cold Blood such a sphincter loosener. Blake's Mystery Man is less over-the-top than was Frank Booth. The Mystery Man is himself velvety, almost effete, more reminiscent of Dean Stockwell's horrific cameo than of Hopper's tour de force. Blake is also here virtually unrecognizable as the steroidic cop who said things like, "That's the name of dat tune," on 70s TV. Lynch has him many pounds lighter, hair shorn, creamed and powdered to a scotophilic pallor that makes him look both ravaged and satanic. Blake here looks like a cross between the Klaus Kinski of Nosferatu and Ray Walston on some monstrous dose of PCP. The most controversial bit of casting in Lost Highway is going to be Richard Pryor as Balthazar Getty's boss at the auto shop. Meaning Richard Pryor as in the Richard Pryor who's got the multiple sclerosis that stripped him of 75 pounds and affects his speech and causes his eyes to bulge and makes him seem like a cruel child's parody of a damaged person. In Lost Highway, Richard Pryor's infirmity is meant to be grotesque and to jar against all our old memories of the real Pryor. Pryor's scenes are the parts of Lost Highway where I like David Lynch least. Pryor's painful to watch, and not painful in a good way or a way that has anything to do with the business of the movie. And I can't help thinking that Lynch is exploiting Pryor the same way John Waters likes to exploit Patricia Hearst. That is, letting the actor think he's been hired to act when he's really been hired to be a spectacle, an arch joke for the audience to congratulate themselves on getting. And yet, at the same time, Pryor's symbolically perfect in this movie, in a way. The dissonance between the palsied husk on screen and the vibrant man in our memory means that what we see in Lost Highway both is and is not the real Richard Pryor. His casting is thematically intriguing then, but coldly, meanly so, and watching his scenes, I again felt that I admired Lynch as an artist and from a distance, but would have no wish to hang out in his trailer or be his friend. 15. Addendum to 14. Re-Lynch and Race. Except now for Richard Pryor, has there ever been even like one black person in a David Lynch movie? And Richard Pryor's in the movie as Richard Pryor, the celebrity who's now neurologically damaged, not as a black person. There have been plenty of dwarves and amputees and spastics and psychotics, but have there been any other, more, shall we say, culturally significant minorities? Latins? Hasidim? Gay people? Dean Stockwell's Ben in Blue Velvet was probably technically gay, but what was relevant about Ben was his creepy effeminacy, which Frank called Ben's suaveness. The only homoerotic subcurrent in Blue Velvet is between Jeffrey and Frank, and neither of them are what you'd call gay. Asian Americans? There was that sultry Oriental sawmill owner in Twin Peaks, but her ethnicity was, to say the least, overshadowed by her sultriness. There were also, come to think of it, those two black hardware store employees, both named Ed in Blue Velvet, but, again, their blackness was incidental to the comic symbolic issue of one Ed's blindness and the other Ed's dependence on the blind Ed's perfect memory for hardware prices. I'm talking about characters who are, like, centrally minority-ish in Lynch's movies. That is, why are Lynch's movies all so white? The likely answer involves the fact that Lynch's movies are essentially apolitical. Let's face it. Get white people and black people together on the screen and there's going to be an automatic political voltage, ethnic and cultural and political tensions. And Lynch's films are in no way about ethnic or cultural or political tensions. The films are all about tensions, but these tensions are always in and between individuals. There are, in Lynch's movies, no real groups or associations. There are sometimes alliances, but these are alliances based on shared obsessions. Lynch's characters are essentially alone. Alone. They're alienated from pretty much everything except the particular obsessions they've developed to help ease their alienation. Or is their alienation, in fact, a consequence of their obsessions? And does Lynch really hold an obsession or fantasy or fetish to be any kind of true anodyne for human alienation? Does the average fetishist have any kind of actual relationship with the fetish? Anyway, this kind of stuff is Lynch's movies' only real politics, namely, the primal politics of self/exterior and id/object. It's a politics all about religions, darkness. But for Lynch, these have nothing to do with testaments or skin. Interconnected trivia tidbits. What kind of car Patricia Arquette has, whom she's married to, etc. Patricia Arquette owns a brand new maroon Porsche, which Porsche must be very special to her because she seems to be in the freaking thing all the time, even driving it the 200 feet between her trailer and the set in Griffith Park, so that the crew always has to move carts full of equipment out of the way to let her pass, yelling at one another to be careful of Patricia Arquette's beautiful car's paint job. Plus, Arquette always has her stand-in with her in the car. They're apparently close friends, and go every place together in the maroon Porsche, from a distance looking eerily identical. Patricia Arquette's husband is Mr. Nicolas Cage, who worked with Lynch on both Wild at Heart and the video of Industrial Symphony No. 1. 16. Patricia Arquette's description of the central challenge for Bill Pullman and Balthazar Getty, with respect to the motivation of Lost Highway's metamorphosing protagonist, whose name, when he's Bill Pullman, is Fred, and when he's Balthazar Getty is Pete. The question for Bill and Balthazar is, what kind of woman-hater is Fred-Pete? Is he the kind of woman-hater who goes out with a woman and fucks her and then never calls her again? Or is he the kind who goes out with a woman and fucks her and then kills her? And the real question to explore is, how different are these kinds? 11a. Why what David Lynch wants from you might be a good thing. If you will keep in mind the outrageous kinds of moral manipulation we suffer at the hands of most contemporary directors, it will be easier to convince you that something in Lynch's own clinically detached filmmaking is not only refreshing, but redemptive. Wholly random examples. Think of the way Parker's Mississippi Burning fumbled at our consciences like a freshman at a co-ed's brassiere, or of Dances with Wolves' crude, smug reversal of old westerns white equals good and Indian equals bad equation. Or think of movies like Fatal Attraction and Unlawful Entry and Die Hard 1 through 3 and Copycat, etc., where we're so relentlessly set up to approve the villain's bloody punishment in the climax that we might as well be wearing togas. The formulaic inexorability of these villains' defeat does give the climaxes an oddly soothing, ritualistic quality, and it makes the villains martyrs in a way, sacrifices to our desire for black and white morality and comfortable judgment. I think it was during the original Die Hard that I first rooted consciously for the villain. It's not that Lynch is somehow above being manipulative. It's more like he's just not interested. Lynch's movies are about images and stories in his head that he wants to see made external and complexly real. His most illuminating statement about the making of Eraserhead involves the exhilaration he felt standing in the set of Mr. and Mrs. X's apartment and realizing that what he had pictured in his mind had been exactly recreated. It's already been observed that Lynch brings to his art the sensibility of a very bright child, immersed in the minutiae of his own fantasies. This kind of approach has disadvantages. His films are not especially sophisticated or intelligent. There is little critical judgment or quality control type checks on ideas that do not work. Things tend to be hit or miss. Plus, the films are, like a fantasy-prone little kid, self-involved to an extent that's pretty much solipsistic, hence their coldness. Solipsism being not exactly the cheery, crackling hearth of psycho-philosophical orientations. But part of the involution and coldness derives from the fact that David Lynch seems truly to possess the capacity for detachment from response that most artists only pay lip service to. He does pretty much what he wants, and appears not to give much of a shit whether you like it or even get it. His loyalties are fierce and passionate, and almost entirely to himself. I don't mean to make it sound like this kind of thing is wholly good, or that Lynch is some kind of paragon of integrity. His passionate inwardness is refreshingly childlike, but I notice that very few of us choose to make small children our friends. And as for Lynch's serene detachment from people's response, I've noticed that while I can't help but respect and sort of envy the moral nerve of people who truly do not care what others think of them, people like this also make me nervous, and I tend to do my admiring from a safe distance. On, again, the other hand, though, we need to acknowledge that in this age of Hollywood message films and focus group screenings and pernicious Nielsenism, cinema by referendum, where we vote with our entertainment dollar either for spectacular effects to make us feel something or for relations of moral cliches that let us remain comfortable in our numbness. Lynch's rather sociopathic lack of interest in our approval seems refreshing, redemptive, if also creepy. 17. The only part of this article that's really in any way behind the scenes. Asymmetrical Productions headquarters is, as mentioned, the house next door to Lynch's house. It really is a house. In the yard outside the door, there are a department store swing set and a big wheel on its side. I don't think anybody really lives there. I think it gets treated as an annex to Lynch's own house, and that Lynch's children's play spills over. You enter Asymmetrical Productions headquarters through a sliding glass door into what is the house's kitchen, with a Mannington tile floor, and a dishwasher and a fridge with witty magnets on it. Plus there's a kitchen table where a college-age kid is sitting working diligently at a laptop, and at first it all looks like some domestic scene of a college kid home at his folks' house for the weekend or something. Except when you come closer, you start to notice that the kid's got a scary haircut and a serious facial tic, and what he's doing on the laptop is cueing a still-frame shot of the brunette Patricia Arquette's mutilated corpse against some set of coded specs on a clipboard that's propped against his Boynton mug of coffee. It's unclear who the kid is, or just what he's doing, or whether he even gets paid to do it. For somebody whose productions are supposed to be top secret, Lynch and Asymmetrical seem awfully tolerant about having functionless interns and weird silent young people hanging around the Lost Highway set. Isabella Rossellini's cousin is here, Alessandro, a 25-ish guy ostensibly taking photos of the production for an Italian magazine, but, in fact, mostly just walking around with his girlfriend in a leather miniskirt, the girlfriend, and grooming his crew cut and smoking nowhere near the butt can. Plus, there's also Roland, pronounced as an iamb, Roland. My one interchange with Roland consisted mostly of Roland emphasizing this point. Roland is an incredibly creepy French kid with a forehead about 3 feet high who somehow charmed Lynch into taking him on as an intern and lurks on the set constantly and does nothing but stand around with a little spiral notebook taking notes in a dense, crabbed, psychotically neat hand. Pretty much the whole crew and staff agrees that Roland's creepy and unpleasant to be around, and that God only knows what the tiny, precise notes really concern, but Lynch apparently actually likes the kid, and claps him avuncularly on the shoulder whenever the kid's within reach, at which the kid smiles very widely, and then afterward walks away rubbing his shoulder and muttering darkly. As in much of the Hollywood Hills, Asymmetrical Street is more like a canyon, and people's yards are 80-degree slopes with ice plant lawns, and the HQ's entry/kitchen is actually on the house's top level, so that if you want access to the rest of the house, you have to go down a vertiginous spiral staircase. This and various other stuff satisfies reasonable expectations of Lynchianism with respect to the director's working environment. The HQ's bathroom's cold knob doesn't work, and the toilet seat won't stay up. But on the wall next to the toilet is an incredibly advanced and expensive Panasonic XDP phone, with what looks like a fax device attached. Asymmetrical's receptionist, Jennifer, a statutorily young female who'd be gorgeous if she didn't have Nosferatic eyeshadow and cadet blue nail polish on, blinks so slowly you have to think she's putting you on, and she declines to say, for the record, what music she's listening to on her headphones. And on her desk next to the computer and phones is one copy of Deleuze and Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, and one copy each of Us and Wrestling World. Lynch's own office, way below ground so that its windows must look out on solid earth, has a big solid gray door that's closed and looks not only locked but somehow armed, such that only a fool would try the knob. But attached to the wall right outside the office door are 2 steel boxes labeled Out and In. The out box is empty, and the in contains, in descending order, a 5,000-count box of Swingline brand staples, a large promotional envelope with Dick Clark's and Ed McMahon's pointillist faces on it, from the Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes, addressed directly to Lynch at Asymmetrical's address, and a fresh shrink-wrapped copy of Jack Nicklaus's instructional video, Golf My Way. Your guess here is as good as mine. Premier's industry juice plus the niceness of Mary Sweeney means that I am allowed to view a lot of Lost Highway's rough-cut footage in the actual Asymmetrical Productions editing room, where the movie itself is going to be edited. The editing room is off the kitchen and living room on the house's top level, and it clearly used to be either the master bedroom, or a really ambitious study. It has gray steel shelves filled with complexly coded canisters of Lost Highway's exposed film. One wall is covered with rows of index cards listing each scene of Lost Highway and detailing technical stuff about it. There are also 2 separate Chem brand flatbed viewing and editing machines, each with its own monitor, and twin reel-to-reel devices for queuing up both film and sound. I am actually allowed to pull up a padded desk chair and sit there right in front of one of the Chems's monitor while an assistant editor loads various bits of footage. The chair is old and much used, its padded seat beaten over what has clearly been thousands of hours into the form-fitting mold of a bottom quite a lot larger than mine. The bottom, in fact, of a combination workaholic and inveterate milkshake drinker. And for an epiphanic moment, I'm convinced I'm sitting in Mr. David Lynch's own personal film editing chair. The editing room is dark, understandably, its windows first blacked out and then covered with large abstract expressionist paintings. These paintings, in which the color black predominates, are by David Lynch, and with all due respect, are not very interesting, somehow both derivative-seeming and amateurish, like stuff you could imagine Francis Bacon doing in junior high. Lynch's best-known painting, entitled "Ow, God, Mom, the Dog, He Bited Me," is described by Lynch in his Time cover story this way. There's a clump of Band-Aids in the bottom corner, a dark background, a stick figure whose head is a blur of blood. Then a very small dog made out of glue. There is a house, a little black bump. It's pretty crude, pretty primitive and minimal. I like it. The painting itself, which is oddly absent from the book Images, but has been published as a postcard, looks like the sort of diagnostic house tree person drawing that gets a patient institutionalized in a hurry. Far more interesting are some paintings by David Lynch's ex-wife that are stacked canted against the wall of Mary Sweeney's office downstairs. It's unclear whether Lynch owns them or has borrowed them from his ex-wife or what, but in Lost Highway's first act, 3 of these paintings are on the wall above the couch where Bill Pullman and Patricia Arquette sit watching creepy, invasive videos of themselves asleep. This is just one of David Lynch's little personal flourishes in the movie. The most interesting of the paintings, done in bright primaries, with a blunt, blocky style that's oddly affecting, is of a lady in a tank top sitting at a table reading a note from her child. Superimposed above this scene in the painting is the text of the note, on what is rendered as wide rule notebook paper, and in a small child's hand, with reversed E's and so on. Dear Mom, I keep having my fish dream. They bite my face. Tell Dad I don't take naps. The fishes are skinny and mad I miss you. His wife makes me eat trouts and anchovies. The fishes make noises, they blow bubbles. How are you? Unreadable. You fine? Don't forget to lock the doors. The fishes, unreadable. Me, they hate me. Love from Dana. In the painting, what's moving is that the text of the note is superimposed such that parts of the mother's head obscure the words. Those are the unreadable parts. I don't know whether Lynch has a child named Dana, but considering who the artist is, plus the painting's child's evident situation and pain, it seems both deeply moving and sort of sick that Lynch would display this piece on a wall in his movie. Anyway, now you know the text of one of Bill Pullman's objets, and you can get the same kind of chill I got if you squint hard enough in the movie's early interior scenes to make the picture out. And you'll be even more chilled in a later interior scene in Bill Pullman and Patricia Arquette's house, a post-murder scene, in which the same 3 paintings hang above the sofa but are now, without any discernible reason or explanation, upside down. The whole thing's not just creepy, but personally creepy. Trivia tidbit. When Eraserhead was a surprise hit at festivals and got a distributor, David Lynch rewrote the cast and crew's contracts so they would all get a share of the money, which they still do, every fiscal quarter, in perpetuity. Lynch's AD and PA and everything else on Eraserhead was Catherine Coulson, who was later the log lady on Twin Peaks. Plus, Coulson's son Thomas played the little boy who brings Henry's ablated head into the pencil factory. Lynch's loyalty to actors and his homemade co-op-style productions make his oeuvre a veritable Pomo anthill of interfilm connections. Trivia tidbit. It is very hard for a hot director to avoid what Hollywood mental health specialists term Tarantino's disorder, which involves the sustained delusion that being a good movie director entails that you will also be a good movie actor. In 1988, Lynch actually starred with Miss Isabella Rossellini in Tina Rathbone's Zelly and Me, which, if you've never heard of it, you can probably figure out why. 9a. The cinematic tradition it's curious that nobody seems to have observed Lynch comes right out of, with an epigraph. It has been said that the admirers of The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari are usually painters, or people who think and remember graphically. This is a mistaken conception. Paul Rota, the German film. Since Lynch was originally trained as a painter, an abstract expressionist painter at that, it seems curious that no film critics or scholars have ever treated of his movies' clear relation to the classical expressionist cinema tradition of Vina, Kobe, early Lang, etc. Not even the Lynch-crazy French film pundits who've made his movies the subject of more than 24 essays in Cahiers du Cinéma. The French apparently regard Lynch as God, though the fact that they also regard Jerry Lewis as God might salt the compliment a bit. And I am talking here about the very simplest and most straightforward sort of definition of expressionist, viz., using objects and characters not as representations, but as transmitters for the director's own internal impressions and moods. Certainly plenty of critics have observed, with Cale, that in Lynch's movies there's very little art between you and the filmmaker's psyche, because there's less than the usual amount of inhibition. They've noted the preponderance of fetishes and fixations in Lynch's work, his character's lack of conventional introspection, an introspection which in film equals subjectivity, his sexualization of everything from an amputated limb to a bathrobe sash, from a skull to a heart plug, which see Baron Harkonnen's cardiac rape of the servant boy in Dune's first act. They've noted the elaboration of Freudian motifs that tremble on the edge of parodic cliché, the way Marietta's invitation to Sailor to fuck mommy takes place in a bathroom and produces a rage that's then displaced onto Bob Ray Lemon. The way Merrick's opening dream fantasy of his mother supine before a rampaging elephant has her face working in what's interpretable as either terror or orgasm. The way Lynch structures Dune's labyrinthian plot to highlight Paul Atreides' escape with his witch mother after Paul's father's death by betrayal. They have noted with particular emphasis what's pretty much Lynch's most famous scene, Blue Velvet's Jeffrey Beaumont peering through a closet's slats as Frank Booth rapes Dorothy, while referring to himself as Daddy and to her as Mommy, and promising dire punishments for looking at me and breathing through an unexplained gas mask that's overtly similar to the O2 mask we'd just seen Jeffrey's own dying dad breathing through. They've noted all this, critics have, and they've noted how, despite its heaviness, the Freudian stuff tends to give Lynch's movies an enormous psychological power. And yet, they don't seem to make the obvious point that these very heavy Freudian riffs are powerful instead of ridiculous because they're deployed expressionistically, which, among other things, means they're deployed in an old-fashioned pre-postmodern way, that is, nakedly, sincerely, without postmodernism's abstraction or irony. Jeffrey Beaumont's interslat voyeurism may be a sick parody of the primal scene, but neither he, a college boy, nor anybody else in the movie ever shows any inclination to say anything like, "Gee, this is sort of like a sick parody of the good old primal scene," or even betrays any awareness that a lot of what's going on is, both symbolically and psychoanalytically, heavy as hell. Lynch's movies, for all their unsubtle archetypes and symbols and intertextual references, etc., have about them the remarkable unself-consciousness that's kind of the hallmark of expressionist art. Nobody in Lynch's movies analyzes, or metacriticizes, or hermeneuticizes, or anything, including Lynch himself. Here's one reason why Lynch's characters have this weird opacity about them, a narcotized over-earnestness that's reminiscent of lead-poisoned kids in Midwestern trailer parks. The truth is that Lynch needs his characters stolid to the point of retardation. Otherwise, they'd be doing all this ironic eyebrow-raising and finger-steepling about the overt symbolism of what's going on, which is the very last thing he wants his characters doing. This set of restrictions makes Lynch's movies fundamentally unironic. And I submit that Lynch's lack of irony is the real reason some cineasts, in this age when ironic self-consciousness is the one and only universally recognized badge of sophistication, see him as a naif or a buffoon. In fact, Lynch is neither, though nor is he any kind of genius of visual coding or tertiary symbolism or anything. What he is a weird hybrid blend of classical expressionist and contemporary postmodernist, an artist whose own internal impressions and moods are, like ours, an alla podrida of neurogenic predisposition and phylogenic myth and psychoanalytic schema and pop-cultural iconography. In other words, Lynch is sort of G.W. Pabst with an Elvis ducktail. This kind of contemporary expressionist art, in order to be any good, seems like it needs to avoid two pitfalls. The first is a self-consciousness of form, where everything gets very mannered and refers cutely to itself. Lynch did a 1.5 gainer into this pitfall in Wild at Heart, which is one reason the movie comes off so pomo-cute, another being the ironic intertextual self-consciousness, which see Wizard of Oz, Fugitive Kind, that Lynch's better expressionist movies have mostly avoided. The second pitfall, more complicated, might be called terminal idiosyncrasy, or anti-empathetic solipsism, or something. Here the artist's own perceptions and moods and impressions and obsessions come off as just too particular to him alone. Art, after all, is supposed to be a kind of communication, and personal expression is cinematically interesting only to the extent that what's expressed finds and strikes chords within the viewer. The difference between experiencing art that succeeds as communication and art that doesn't is rather like the difference between being sexually intimate with a person and watching that person masturbate. In terms of literature, richly communicative expressionism is epitomized by Kafka, bad and onanistic expressionism by the average graduate writing program avant-garde story. It's the second pitfall that's especially bottomless and dreadful, and Lynch's best movie, Blue Velvet, avoided it so spectacularly that seeing the movie when it first came out was a kind of revelation for me. It was such a big deal that 10 years later I remember the date, 30 March 1986, a Wednesday night. And what the whole group of us MFA program students did after we left the theater, which was to go to a coffee house and talk about how the movie was a revelation. MFA equals Master of Fine Arts program, which is usually a 2-year thing for graduate students who want to write fiction or poetry professionally. Our graduate MFA program had been pretty much of a downer so far. Most of us wanted to see ourselves as avant-garde writers, and our professors were all traditional commercial realists of the New Yorker school. And while we loathed these teachers and resented the chilly reception our experimental writing received from them, we were also starting to recognize that most of our own avant-garde stuff really was solipsistic and pretentious and self-conscious and masturbatory and bad. And so that year, we went around hating ourselves and everyone else, and with no clue about how to get experimentally better without caving in to loathsome commercial realistic pressure, etc. This was the context in which Blue Velvet made such an impression on us. The movie's obvious themes, the evil flip side to picket fence respectability, the conjunctions of sadism and sexuality and parental authority and voyeurism and cheesy 50s pop and coming of age, etc., were for us less revelatory than the way the movie's surrealism and dream logic felt. They felt true, real. And the couple things just slightly but marvelously off in every shot, the yellow man literally dead on his feet, Frank's unexplained gas mask, the eerie industrial thrum on the stairway outside Dorothy's apartment, the weird dentate vagina sculpture hanging on an otherwise bare wall over Jeffrey's bed at home, the dog drinking from the hose in the stricken dad's hand. It wasn't just that these touches seemed eccentrically cool or experimental or arty. I'm hoping now, in retrospect, this wasn't something Lynch's ex-wife did, but that they communicated things that felt true. Blue Velvet captured something crucial about the way the U.S. present acted on our nerve endings, something crucial that couldn't be analyzed or reduced to a system of codes or aesthetic principles or workshop techniques. This was what was epiphanic for us about Blue Velvet in grad school, when we saw it. The movie helped us realize that first-rate experimentalism was a way not to transcend or rebel against the truth, but actually to honor it. It brought home to us, via images, the medium we were suckled on and most credulous of, that the very most important artistic communications took place at a level that not only wasn't intellectual, but wasn't even fully conscious, that the unconscious's true medium wasn't verbal, but imagistic, and that whether the images were realistic or postmodern or expressionistic or surreal or what the hell ever was less important than whether they felt true, whether they rang psychic cherries in the communicatee. I don't know whether any of this makes sense, but it's basically why David Lynch, the filmmaker, is important to me. I felt like he showed me something genuine and important on 3/30/86. And he couldn't have done it if he hadn't been thoroughly, nakedly, unpretentiously, unsophisticatedly himself. A self that communicates primarily itself, an expressionist. Whether he is an expressionist naively or pathologically or ultra-pomo-sophisticatedly is of little importance to me. What is important is that Blue Velvet rang cherries, and it remains for me an example of contemporary artistic heroism. 10A, with an epigraph. All of Lynch's work can be described as emotionally infantile. Lynch likes to ride his camera into orifices, a burlap hood's eyehole or a severed ear, to plumb the blackness beyond. There, id deep, he fans out his deck of dirty pictures. Kathleen Murphy of Film Comment. One reason it's sort of heroic to be a contemporary expressionist is that it all but invites people who don't like your art to make an ad hominem move from the art to the artist. A fair number of critics, for example, Kathleen Murphy, Tom Carson, Steve Erickson, Laurent Vachaud, object to David Lynch's movies on the grounds that they are sick or dirty or infantile, then proceed to claim that the movies are themselves revelatory of various deficiencies in Lynch's own character. Troubles that range from developmental arrest to misogyny to sadism. This critical two-step, a blend of new criticism and pop psychology, might be termed the unintentional fallacy. It's not just the fact that twisted people do hideous things to one another in Lynch's films, these critics will argue, but rather the moral attitude implied by the way Lynch's camera records hideous behavior. In a way, his detractors have a point. Moral atrocities in Lynch movies are never staged to elicit outrage or even disapproval. The directorial attitude when hideousness occurs seems to range between clinical neutrality and an almost voyeuristic ogling. It's not an accident that Frank Booth, Bobby Peru, and Leland/Bob steal the show in Lynch's last 3 films, that there is almost a tropism about our pull toward these characters because Lynch's camera is obsessed with them, loves them. They are his movie's heart. Some of the ad hominem criticism is harmless, and the director himself has, to a certain extent, dined out on his master of weird, czar of bizarre image. See, for example, Lynch making his eyes go in 2 different directions for the cover of Time. The claim, though, that because Lynch's movies pass no overt judgment on hideousness, evil, sickness, and in fact make the stuff riveting to watch, the movies are themselves or immoral, even evil. This is bullshit of the rankest vintage, and not just because it's sloppy logic, but because it's symptomatic of the impoverished moral assumptions we seem now to bring to the movies we watch. I'm going to claim that evil is what David Lynch's movies are essentially about, and that Lynch's explorations of human beings' various relationships to evil are, if idiosyncratic and expressionistic, nevertheless sensitive and insightful and true. I'm going to submit that the real moral problem a lot of us cineasts have with Lynch is that we find his truths morally uncomfortable, and that we do not like, when watching movies, to be made uncomfortable. Unless, of course, our discomfort is used to set up some kind of commercial catharsis, the retribution, the bloodbath, the romantic victory of the misunderstood heroine, etc. That is, unless the discomfort serves a conclusion that flatters the same comfortable moral certainties we came into the theater with. The fact is that David Lynch treats the subject of evil better than just about anybody else making movies today, better and also differently. His movies aren't anti-moral, but they are definitely anti-formulaic. Evil-ridden though his filmic world is, please notice that responsibility for evil never in his films devolves easily onto greedy corporations or corrupt politicians or faceless serial kooks. Lynch is not interested in the devolution of responsibility, and he's not interested in moral judgments of characters. Rather, he's interested in the psychic spaces in which people are capable of evil. He is interested in darkness, and darkness in David Lynch's movies always wears more than one face. Recall, for example, how Blue Velvet's Frank Booth is both Frank Booth and the well-dressed man. How Eraserhead's whole post-apocalyptic world of demonic conceptions and terratoid offspring and summary decapitations is evil, yet how its poor Henry Spencer who ends up a baby killer. How in both TV's Twin Peaks and cinema's Fire Walk With Me, Bob is also Leland Palmer. How they are, spiritually, both two and one. The Elephant Man's Sideshow Barker is evil in his exploitation of Merrick, but so too is good old kindly Dr. Treves, and Lynch very carefully has Treves admit this aloud. And if Wild at Heart's coherence suffered because its myriad villains seemed fuzzy and interchangeable, it was because they were all basically the same thing. That is, they were all in the service of the same force or spirit. Characters are not themselves evil in Lynch movies. Evil wears them. This point is worth emphasizing. Lynch's movies are not about monsters, that is, people whose intrinsic natures are evil, but about hauntings, about evil as environment, possibility, force. This helps explain Lynch's constant deployment of noirish lighting and eerie sound carpets and grotesque figurants. In his movie's world, a kind of ambient spiritual antimatter hangs just overhead. It also explains why Lynch's villains seem not merely wicked or sick, but ecstatic, transported. They are literally possessed. Think here of Dennis Hopper's exultant, "I'll fuck anything that moves" in Blue Velvet, or of the incredible scene in Wild at Heart when Diane Ladd smears her face with lipstick until it's devil red and then screams at herself in the mirror, or of Bob's look of total demonic ebullience in Fire Walk With Me when Laura discovers him at her dresser going through her diary and just about dies of fright. The bad guys in Lynch movies are always exultant, orgasmic, most fully present at their evilest moments, and this, in turn, is because they are not only actuated by evil, but literally inspired. That is, inspired equals affected, guided, aroused by divine influence, from the Latin inspirare, breathed into. They have yielded themselves up to a darkness way bigger than any one person. And if these villains are, at their worst moments, riveting for both the camera and the audience, it's not because Lynch is endorsing or romanticizing evil, but because he's diagnosing it. Diagnosing it without the comfortable carapace of disapproval, and with an open acknowledgement of the fact that one reason why evil is so powerful is that it's hideously vital and robust and usually impossible to look away from. Lynch's idea that evil is a force has unsettling implications. People can be good or bad, but forces simply are, and forces are, at least potentially, everywhere. Evil for Lynch thus moves and shifts, pervades. Darkness is in everything, all the time, not lurking below or lying in wait or hovering on the horizon. It's possible to decode Lynch's fetish for floating/flying entities, witches on broomsticks, sprites and fairies and good witches, angels dangling overhead, along these lines. Likewise, his use of robins equal light in Blue Velvet, and owl equals darkness in Twin Peaks. The whole point of these animals is that they're mobile. Evil is here, right now. And so are light, love, redemption, since these phenomena are also in Lynch's work, forces and spirits, etc. In fact, in a Lynchian moral scheme, it doesn't make much sense to talk about either darkness or about light in isolation from its opposite. It's not just that evil is implied by good or darkness by light or whatever, but that the evil stuff is contained within the good stuff, encoded in it. You could call this idea of evil Gnostic or Taoist or Neo-Hegelian, but it's also Lynchian, because what Lynch's movies are all about is creating a narrative space where this idea can be worked out in its fullest detail, and to its most uncomfortable consequences. With the exception of Dune, in which the good and bad guys practically wear color-coded hats, but Dune wasn't really Lynch's film anyway. And Lynch pays a heavy price, both critically and financially, for trying to explore worlds like this. Because we Americans like our art's moral world to be cleanly limbed and clearly demarcated, neat and tidy. In many respects, it seems we need our art to be morally comfortable, and the intellectual gymnastics we'll go through to extract a black and white ethics from a piece of art we like are shocking if you stop and look closely at them. For example, the supposed ethical structure Lynch is most applauded for is the seamy underside structure, the idea that dark forces roil and passions seethe beneath the green lawns and PTA potlucks of Anytown, USA. This sort of interpretation informed most of the positive reviews of both Blue Velvet and Twin Peaks. American critics who like Lynch applaud his genius for penetrating the civilized surface of everyday life to discover the strange, perverse passions beneath, and his movies for providing the password to an inner sanctum of horror and desire, and evocations of the malevolent forces at work beneath nostalgic constructs. It's little wonder that Lynch gets accused of voyeurism. Critics have to make Lynch a voyeur in order to approve something like Blue Velvet from within a conventional moral framework that has good on top/outside and evil below/within. The fact is that critics grotesquely misread Lynch when they see this idea of perversity beneath and horror hidden as central to his movie's moral structure. Interpreting Blue Velvet, for example, as a film centrally concerned with a boy discovering corruption in the heart of a town, which most admiring critics did. The quotation is from a 190 piece on Lynch in the New York Times Magazine. It's about as obtuse as looking at the robin perched on the Beaumont's window sill at the movie's end and ignoring the writhing beetle the robin's got in its beak. Not to mention ignoring the fact that Frances Bay as Jeffrey's Aunt Barbara, standing right next to Jeffrey and Sandy at the window and making an icky face at the robin and saying, "Who could eat a bug?" Then, as far as I can tell, and I've seen the movie like 8 times, proceeds to put a bug in her mouth. Or at least if it's not a bug she puts in her mouth, it's a tidbit sufficiently buggy-looking to let you be sure Lynch means something by having her do it right after she's criticized the robin for its diet. Friends I've surveyed are evenly split on whether Aunt Barbara eats a bug in this scene. Have a look for yourself. The fact is that Blue Velvet is basically a coming-of-age movie, and while the brutal rape Jeffrey watches from Dorothy's closet might be the movie's most horrifying scene, the real horror in the movie surrounds discoveries that Jeffrey makes about himself. For example, the discovery that a part of him is excited by what he sees Frank Booth do to Dorothy Valens. As, to be honest, is a part of us, the audience. Excited, I mean. And Lynch clearly sets the rape scene up to be both horrifying and exciting. This is why the colors are so lush, and the mise-en-scène so detailed and sensual, why the camera lingers on the rape, fetishizes it. Not because Lynch is sickly or naively excited by the scene, but because he, like us, is humanly, complexly excited by the scene. The camera's ogling is designed to implicate Frank and Jeffrey and the director and the audience all at the same time. Frank's use, during the rape, of the words "mommy" and "daddy," the similarity between the gas mask Frank breathes through in Extremis and the oxygen mask we've just seen Jeffrey's dad wearing in the hospital, this kind of stuff isn't there just to reinforce the primal scene aspect of the rape. The stuff's also there clearly to suggest that Frank Booth is, in a certain deep way, Jeffrey's father, that the darkness inside Frank is also encoded in Jeffrey. Gee whiz, Jeffrey's discovery not of dark Frank, but of his own dark affinities with Frank is the engine of the movie's anxiety. Note, for example, that the long and somewhat heavy angst dream Jeffrey suffers in the film's second act occurs not after he has watched Frank brutalize Dorothy, but after he, Jeffrey, has consented to hit Dorothy during sex. There are enough heavy clues like this to set up for any marginally attentive viewer what is Blue Velvet's real climax and its point. The climax comes unusually early, prematurely, near the end of the film's second act. It's the moment when Frank turns around to look at Jeffrey in the back seat of the car and says, "You're like me." This moment is shot from Jeffrey's visual perspective, so that when Frank turns around in the seat, he speaks both to Jeffrey and to us. And here Jeffrey, who's whacked Dorothy and liked it, is made exceedingly uncomfortable indeed, and so, if we recall that we too peeked through those closet vents at Frank's feast of sexual fascism and regarded with critics this scene as the film's most riveting, are we? When Frank says, "You're like me," Jeffrey's response is to lunge wildly forward in the back seat and punch Frank in the nose, a brutally primal response that seems rather more typical of Frank than of Jeffrey, notice. In the film's audience, I, to whom Frank has also just claimed kinship, have no such luxury of violent release. I pretty much just have to sit there and be uncomfortable. I don't think it's an accident that, of the grad school friends I first saw Blue Velvet with in 1986, the two who were most disturbed by the movie, the two who said they felt like either the movie was really sick, or they were really sick, or both they and the movie were really sick, the two who acknowledged the movie's artistic power but declared that as God was their witness, you'd never catch them sitting through that particular sickness fest again, were both male. Nor that both singled out Frank's smiling slowly while pinching Dorothy's nipple and looking out past wall 4 and saying, "You're like me," as possibly the creepiest and least pleasant moment in their personal movie-going history. And I emphatically do not like to be made uncomfortable when I go to see a movie. I like my heroes virtuous, and my victims pathetic, and my villains' villainy clearly established and primly disapproved by both plot and camera. When I go to movies that have various kinds of hideousness in them, I like to have my own fundamental difference from sadists and fascists and voyeurs and psychos and bad people unambiguously confirmed and assured by those movies. I like to judge. I like to be allowed to root for justice to be done without the slight squirmy suspicion, so prevalent and depressing in real moral life, that justice probably wouldn't be all that keen on certain parts of my character either. I don't know whether you are like me in these regards or not, though from the characterizations and moral structures in the U.S. movies that do well at the box office, I deduce that there must be rather a lot of Americans who are exactly like me. I submit that we also, as an audience, really like the idea of secret and scandalous immoralities unearthed and dragged into the light and exposed. We like this stuff because secrets exposure in a movie creates in us impressions of epistemological privilege, of penetrating the civilized surface of everyday life to discover the strange, perverse passions beneath. This isn't surprising. Knowledge is power, and I anyway, like to feel powerful. But we also like the idea of secrets, of malevolent forces at work beneath. So much because we like to see confirmed our fervent hope that most bad and seamy stuff really is secret, locked away or under the surface. We hope fervently that This is so because we need to be able to believe that our own hideousnesses and darknesses are secret. Otherwise, we get uncomfortable. And as part of an audience, if a movie is structured in such a way that the distinction between surface/light/good and secret/dark/evil is messed with, in other words, not a structure whereby dark secrets are winched ex machina up to the lit surface to be purified by my judgment, but rather a structure in which respectable surfaces and seamy undersides are mingled, integrated, literally mixed up, I am going to be made acutely uncomfortable. And in response to my discomfort, I'm going to do one of two things. I'm either going to find some way to punish the movie for making me uncomfortable, or I'm going to find a way to interpret the movie that eliminates as much of the discomfort as possible. From my survey of published work on Lynch's films, I can assure you that just about every established professional reviewer and critic has chosen one or the other of these responses. I know this all looks kind of abstract and general. Consider the specific example of Twin Peaks' career. Its basic structure was the good old murder whose investigation opens a can of worms formula that's right out of Noir 101. The search for Laura Palmer's killer yields post-mortem revelations of a double life. Laura Palmer equals homecoming queen by day, and Laura Palmer equals tormented coke whore by night, that mirrored a whole town's moral schizophrenia. The show's first season, in which the plot movement consisted mostly of more and more subsurface hideousnesses being uncovered and exposed, was a huge smash. By the second season, though, the mystery and investigation structure's own logic began to compel the show to start getting more focused and explicit about who or what was actually responsible for Laura's murder. And the more explicit Twin Peaks tried to get, the less popular the series became. The mystery's final resolution in particular was felt by critics and audiences alike to be deeply unsatisfying, and it was. The Bob/Leland/evil owl stuff was fuzzy and not very well rendered. Worse, actually, like most storytellers who use mystery as a structural device and not a thematic device, Lynch is way better at deepening and complicating mysteries than he is at wrapping them up. And the series' second season showed that he was aware of this and that it was making him really nervous. By its 30th episode, the show had degenerated into tics and shticks and mannerisms and red herrings, and part of the explanation for this was that Lynch was trying to divert our attention from the fact that he really had no idea how to wrap the central murder case up. Part of the reason I actually preferred Twin Peaks' second season to its first was the fascinating spectacle of watching a narrative structure disintegrate and a narrative artist freeze up and try to shuck and jive when the plot reached a point where his own weaknesses as an artist were going to be exposed. Just imagine the fear. This disintegration was happening on national TV. But the really deep dissatisfaction, the one that made audiences feel screwed and betrayed and fueled the critical backlash against the idea of Lynch as genius auteur, was, I submit, a moral one. I submit that Laura Palmer's exhaustively revealed sins required by the moral logic of American mass entertainment, that the circumstances of her death turn out to be causally related to those sins. We as an audience have certain core certainties about sowing and reaping, and these certainties need to be affirmed and massaged. This is inarguable, axiomatic. In fact, what's striking about most U.S. mystery and suspense and crime and horror films isn't these films' escalating violence, but their enduring and fanatical allegiance to moral verities that come right out of the nursery. The virtuous heroine will not be serial killed. The honest cop, who will not know his partner is corrupt until it's too late to keep the partner from getting the drop on him, will nevertheless somehow turn the tables and kill the partner in a wrenching confrontation. The predator stalking the hero/hero's family will, no matter how rational and ingenious he's been in his stalking tactics throughout the film, nevertheless turn into a raging lunatic at the end and will mount a suicidal frontal assault, etc., 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 etc. The truth is that a major component of the felt suspense in contemporary U.S. suspense movies concerns how the filmmaker is going to manipulate various plot and character elements in order to engineer the required massage of our moral certainties. This is why the discomfort we feel at suspense movies is perceived as a pleasant discomfort. And this is why, when a filmmaker fails to wrap his product up in the appropriate verity-confirming fashion, we feel not confusion or even offense, but anger, a sense of betrayal. We feel that an unspoken but very important covenant has been violated. When they were not, and as it became increasingly clear that they were not going to be, Twin Peaks' ratings fell off the shelf, and critics began to bemoan this once daring and imaginative series' decline into self-reference and mannered incoherence. And then Twin Peaks: Fire Walk with Me, Lynch's theatrical prequel to the TV series, and his biggest box office bomb since Dune, committed a much worse offense. It sought to transform Laura Palmer from dramatic object to dramatic subject. As a dead person, Laura's existence on the television show had been entirely verbal, and it was fairly easy to conceive her as a schizoid black/white construct, good by day, naughty by night, etc. But the movie in which Miss Cheryl Lee as Laura is on screen more or less constantly attempts to present this multivalent system of objectified personas, plaid-skirted co-ed/bare-breasted roadhouse slut/tormented exorcism candidate/molested daughter, as an integrated and living whole. These different identities were all, the movie tried to claim, the same person. In Fire Walk with Me, Laura was no longer an enigma, or the password to an inner sanctum of horror. She now embodied, in full view, all the dark secrets that on the series had been the stuff of significant glances and delicious whispers. This transformation of Laura from object/occasion to subject/person was actually the most morally ambitious thing a Lynch movie has ever tried to do. Maybe an impossible thing, given the psychological context of the series and the fact that you had to be familiar with the series to make even marginal sense of the movie, and it required complex and contradictory and probably impossible things from Miss Lee, who in my opinion deserved an Oscar nomination just for showing up and trying. The novelist Steve Erickson, in a 1992 review of Fire Walk with Me, is one of the few critics who gave any indication of even trying to understand what the movie was trying to do. We always knew Laura was a wild girl, the homecoming femme fatale, who was crazy for cocaine and fucked roadhouse drunks less for the money than the sheer depravity of it, but the movie is finally not so much interested in the titillation of that depravity as in her torment, depicted in a performance by Cheryl Lee so vixenish and demonic it's hard to know whether it's terrible or a tour de force, but not trying too terribly hard, because now watch. Her fit of the giggles over the body of a man whose head has just been blown off might be an act of innocence or damnation. Get ready. Or both. Or both? Of course, both. This is what Lynch is about in this movie. Both innocence and damnation. both sinned against and sinning. Laura Palmer in Fire Walk With Me is both good and bad, and yet also neither. She's complex, contradictory, real. And we hate this possibility in movies. We hate this both shit. Both comes off as sloppy characterization, muddy filmmaking, lack of focus. At any rate, that's what we criticized Fire Walk With Me's Laura for. Not to mention for being, from various reviews, overwrought, incoherent, too much. But I submit that the real reason we criticized and disliked Lynch's Laura's muddy bothness is that it required of us an empathetic confrontation with the exact same muddy bothness in ourselves and our intimates that makes the real world of moral selves so tense and uncomfortable, a bothness we go to the movies to get a couple hours fucking relief from. A movie that requires that these features of ourselves and the world not be dreamed away or judged away or massaged away, but acknowledged, and not just acknowledged, but drawn upon in our emotional relationship to the heroine herself. This movie is going to make us feel uncomfortable, pissed off. We're going to feel, in Premiere Magazine's own head editor's word, betrayed. I am not suggesting that Lynch entirely succeeded at the project he set for himself in Fire Walk With Me. He didn't. What I am suggesting is that the withering critical reception the movie received, this movie whose director's previous film had won the Palme d'Or, was booed at the 1992 Cannes Film Festival, had less to do with its failing in the project than with its attempting it at all. And I am suggesting that if Lost Highway gets similarly savaged, or worse, ignored by the American art assessment machine, of which Premiere Magazine is a wonderful working part, you might want to keep all this in mind. 1995. Tennis player Michael Joyce's professional artistry as a paradigm of certain stuff about choice, freedom, limitation, joy, grotesquerie, and human completeness. When Michael Joyce of Los Angeles serves, when he tosses the ball and his face rises to track it, it looks like he's smiling, but he's not really smiling. His face's circumoral muscles are straining with the rest of his body to reach the ball at the top of the toss's rise. He wants to hit it fully extended and slightly out in front of him. He wants to be able to hit emphatically down on the ball, to generate enough pace to avoid an ambitious return from his opponent. Right now it's 1 o'clock Saturday, 22 July 1995, on the stadium court of the Stade Jarry Tennis Complex in Montreal. It's the first of the qualifying rounds for the Canadian Open, one of the major stops on the ATP's hard court circuit, which starts right after Wimbledon and climaxes at New York City's U.S. Open. Comprising Washington, Montreal, LA, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, New Haven, and Long Island. This is possibly the most grueling part of the Association of Tennis Professionals' yearly tour, with 3-digit temperatures and the cement courts shimmering like Moroccan horizons, and everyone wearing a hat, and even the spectators carrying sweat towels. The tossed ball rises, and seems for a second to hang, waiting, cooperating, as balls always seem to do for great players. The opponent, a Canadian college star named Dan Brackus, is a very good tennis player. Michael Joyce, on the other hand, is a world-class tennis player. In 1991, he was the top-ranked junior in the United States and a finalist at Junior Wimbledon, is now in his 4th year on the ATP Tour, and is, as of this day, the 79th best tennis player on planet Earth. Joyce lost that final to Thomas Ianquist, now ranked in the ATP's top 20 and a potential superstar, and in high-profile attendance here at Montreal. A tacit rhetorical assumption here is that you have very probably never heard of Michael Joyce of Brentwood, L.A., nor of Florida's Tommy Ho, nor of Vince Spadea, nor of Jonathan Stark, or Robbie Weiss, or Steve Bryan. All American men in their 20s, all ranked in the world's top 100 at one point in 1995. Nor of Jeff Tarango, 68th in the world, unless you remember his unfortunate psychotic break in full public view during last year's Wimbledon. Tarango, 27, who completed 3 years at Stanford, is regarded as something of a scholar by Joyce and the other young Americans on tour. His little bio in the 1995 ATP Player Guide lists his interests as including philosophy, creative writing, and bridge, and his slight build and receding hairline do in fact make him look more like an academic or a tax attorney than a world-class tennis player. Also a native Californian, Tarango's a friend, and something of a mentor to Michael Joyce, whom he practices with regularly and addresses as Grasshopper. Joyce, who seems to like pretty much everybody, likes Jeff Tarango, and won't comment on his on-court explosion at Wimbledon except to say that Tarango is a very intense guy, very intellectual, that gets kind of paranoid sometimes. You are invited to try to imagine what it would be like to be among the 100 best in the world at something, at anything. I have tried to imagine. It's hard. Stade Jarry's stadium court facility can hold slightly over 10,000 souls. Right now, for Michael Joyce's qualifying match, there are 93 people in the crowd, 91 of whom appear to be friends and relatives of Dan Brackus. Michael Joyce doesn't seem to notice whether there's a crowd or not. He has a way of staring intently at the air in front of his face between points. During points, he looks only at the ball. The acoustics in the near-empty stadium are amazing. You can hear every breath, every sneaker's squeak, the authoritative pang of the ball against very tight strings. Professional tennis tournaments, like professional sports teams, have distinctive traditional colors. Wimbledon's is green. The Volvo International's is light blue. The Canadian Open's is emphatically red. The tournament's title sponsor, Du Maurier Cigarettes, has ads and logos all over the place in red and black. Title sponsors are as important to ATP tournaments as they are to collegiate bowl games. This year, the Canadian Open is officially called the Du Maurier Omnium Limité, but everybody still refers to it as the Canadian Open. There are all types and levels of sponsors for big tennis tournaments. The levels of giving and of commensurate reward are somewhat similar to PBS fundraising telethons. Names of sponsors are all over the Canadian Open site, with variations in size and placement corresponding to levels of fiscal importance to the tournament. From the big FedEx signs over the practice courts to the Rotto trademark on the ServSpeed radar display on the show courts. On the scarlet tarp and the box seats all around the stadium and grandstand courts are the names of other corporate sponsors: Tandem Computers, APG Inc., Bell Sigma, Banca Laurentienne, Emasco Limité, Evans Technologies Inc., Mobilia, Bell Canada, Argo Steel, etc. The stadium court is surrounded by a red tarp, festooned with corporate names in black capitals, and the tarp composes the base of a grandstand that is itself decked out in red and black bunting, so that from any kind of distance the place looks like either a Kremlin funeral or a really elaborate brothel. The match's umpire and linesmen and ball boys all wear black shorts and red shirts emblazoned with the name of a Quebec clothing company. The big beach umbrella that's spread and held over each seated player at end change breaks has a lush red head and a black stem that looks hot to hold. Another way to be a sponsor: supply free stuff to the tournament and put your name on it in really big letters. All the court's tall umpire chairs have a sign that says they're supplied by Tropicana. All the bins for fresh and unfresh towels say Wamsutta. The drink coolers at courtside, the size of trash barrels with clear plastic lids, say Tropicana and Avion. The players who don't individually endorse a certain brand of drink tend as a rule to drink Avion, orange juice being a bit heavy for on-court rehydration. Stade Géry's stadium court is adjoined on the north by the grandstand court, a slightly smaller venue with seats on only one side and a capacity of 4,800. A 5-story scoreboard lies just west of the grandstand, and by late afternoon both courts are rectangularly shadowed. There are also 8 non-stadium courts in canvas-fenced enclosures scattered across the grounds. Professional matches are underway on all 10 Stade Géry courts today, but they are not exactly Canadian Open matches, and for the most part they are unwatched. The Stade Géry grounds are all spruced up, and vendors' tents are up, and security is in place at all designated points. Big TV trailers line the walkway outside the stadium, and burly men keep pulling complicated nests of cable out of ports in the trailer's sides. There are very few paying customers on the grounds on Saturday, but there are close to 100 world-class players. Big, spidery French guys with gelled hair, American kids with peeling noses and Pac-10 sweats, lugubrious Germans, bored-looking Italians. There are blank-eyed Swedes and pockmarked Colombians and cyberpunkish Brits. There are malevolent Slavs with scary haircuts. There are Mexican players who spend their spare time playing 2-on-2 soccer in the gravel outside the players' tent. With few exceptions, all the players have similar builds: big muscular legs, shallow chests, skinny necks, and one normal-sized arm and one monstrously huge and hypertrophic arm. They tend to congregate in the players' tent or outside the transportation trailer, awaiting rides in promotional BMWs back to the Radisson de Gouverneur, the tournament's designated hotel. Many of these players in the qualies, or qualifying rounds, have girlfriends in tow. Sloppily beautiful European girls with sandals and patched jeans and leather backpacks, girlfriends who set up cloth lawn chairs and sun themselves next to their players' practice courts. Most of the girlfriends have something indefinable about them that suggests extremely wealthy parents whom the girls are trying to piss off by hooking up with an obscure professional tennis player. At the Radisson de Gouverneur, the players tend to congregate in the lobby, where there's a draw sheet for the qualies up on a cork bulletin board and a multilingual tournament official behind a long desk, and the players stand around in the air conditioning in wet hair and sandals and employ about 40 languages and wait for results of matches to go up on the board and for their own next matches' schedules to get posted. Some of the players listen to personal stereos. None seem to read. They all have the unhappy, self-enclosed look of people who spend huge amounts of time on planes and waiting around in hotel lobbies. The look of people who have to create an envelope of privacy around them, with just their expressions. Most of these players seem either extremely young, new guys trying to break onto the tour, or conspicuously older, like over 30, with tans that look permanent and faces lined from years in the trenches of tennis's minor leagues. The Canadian Open, one of the ATP Tour's Super 9 tournaments that weigh most heavily in the calculation of world ranking, officially starts on Monday, 24 July. What's going on for the 2 days right before it is the qualies. This is essentially a competition to determine who will occupy the 8 slots in the Canadian Open's main draw designated for qualifiers. It is a pre-tournament tournament. A qualifying tourney precedes just about every big money ATP event, and money and prestige and lucrative careers are often at stake in quali rounds, and often they feature the best matches of the whole tournament, and it's a good bet you haven't heard of qualies. The realities of the men's professional tennis tour bear about as much resemblance to the lush finals you see on TV as a slaughterhouse does to a well-presented cut of restaurant sirloin. For every Sampras Agassi final we watch, there's been a week-long tournament, a pyramidical single-elimination battle among 32, 64, or 128 players, of whom the finalists are the last men standing. You probably know that already. But a player has to be eligible to enter that tournament in the first place. Eligibility is determined by ATP computer ranking. Each tournament has a cutoff, a minimum ranking required to get entered in the main draw. Players below that ranking who want to get in have to compete in a kind of pre-tournament. That's the easiest way to explain what qualies are. In actual practice, the whole thing's quite a bit messier, and I'll try to describe the logistics of the Canadian Open's qualies in just enough detail to suggest their complexity without boring you mindless. The Du Maurier Omnium Limité has a draw of 64. The 16 entrants with the highest ATP rankings get seeded, which means their names are strategically dispersed in the draw so that, barring upsets, they won't have to meet each other until the latter rounds. The term seeding comes from British horticulture and is pretty straightforward. A player seeded first is expected statistically to win, second to reach the finals, third and fourth the semis, etc. A player who reaches the round his seed designates is said to have justified his seed, a term that seems far more rich in implications and entendres. Serious tennis is full of these multisemiotic terms: love, hold, and break, fault, let as a noun, heat, moon, spank, coming in, playing unconscious, and so on. Of the seeds, the top 8, here Agassi, Sampras, Chang, the Russian Yevgeny Kafelnikov, Croatia's Goran Ivanisevic, South Africa's Wayne Ferreira, Germany's Michael Stich, and Switzerland's Marc Rosset, respectively, get byes, or automatic passes into the tournament's second round. This means that there is actually room for 56 players in the main draw. The cutoff for the 1995 Canadian Open isn't 56, however, because not all of the top 56 players in the world are here. Except for the 4 Grand Slams, no tournament draws all the top players, although every tournament would obviously like to, since the more top players are entered, the better the paid attendance, and the more media exposure the tournament gets for itself and its sponsors. Players ranked in the world's top 20 or so, though, tend to play a comparatively light schedule of tournaments, taking time off not only for rest and training, but to compete in wildly lucrative exhibitions that don't affect ATP ranking. We're talking wildly lucrative, like millions of dollars per annum for the top stars. Given the sharp divergence of interests between tournaments and players, it's not surprising that there are Kafkanly complex rules for how many ATP tournaments a player must enter each year to avoid financial or ranking-related penalties, and commensurately complex and crafty ways players have for getting around these rules and doing pretty much what they want. These will be passed over. The thing to realize is that players of Michael Joyce's station tend to take way less time off. They try to play just about every tournament they can squeeze in unless they're forced by injury or exhaustion to sit out a couple weeks. They play so much because they need to, not just financially, but because the ATP's very complex set of algorithms for determining ranking tends to reward players for entering as many tournaments as they can. And so, even though several of the North American hardcourt circuit's tournaments are Super 9s, A fair number of top players skip them, especially European clay court players who hate deco turf and tend to stick to their own summer clay court circuit, which is European and comprises smaller and less lucrative tournaments, like the Dutch Open, which is concurrent with the Canadian and has 4 of the world's top 20 entered this year. The clay courters tend to pay the price for this at the U.S. Open, which is played on hard, sizzling deco turf courts. Here, the cutoff is 85. You'd think that this meant anybody with an ATP ranking of 86 or lower would have to play the qualies, but here, too, there are exceptions. The Du Maurier Omnium Limité, like most other big tournaments, has 5 wildcard entries into the main draw. These are special places given either to high-ranked players who entered after the required 6-week deadline, but are desirable to have in the tournament because they're big stars, like Ivanisevic, number 6 in the world but a notorious flakeroo who forgot to enter till a week ago and got a last-minute wild card. Or to players ranked lower than 85, whom the tournament wants because they are judged uniquely deserving. Read Canadian. The other 4 players who get wildcards here are all Canadian. And 2 are Québécois. By the way, if you're interested, the ATP Tour updates and publishes its world rankings weekly, and the rankings constitute a nomological orgy that makes for truly first-rate bathroom reading. As of this writing, Mahesh Bhupathi is 284. Luis Lobo, 411. There's Martin Zinner, spelled Sinner, and Guy Forget, spelled Guy Forget. There's Adolphe Musil and Jonathan Venison, and Javier Frana and Leander Pace. There's, no kidding, Cyril Suck. Rodolfo Ramos Paganini is 337. Alex Lopez Moron, 174. Gilad Blum is 228, and Zoltan Nagy is 414. Names out of some postmodern Dickens. Udo Riglewski, and Louis Gloria, and Francisco Roig, and Alexander Morantz. The 29th best player in the world is named Slava Dojadel. There's Claude Engoran and Han Xin, 276 but falling fast, and Horacio de la Peña, and Marcus Barbosa, and Amos Mansdorf, and Mariano Hood. Andre Zingman is currently ranked 2 places above Sander Hrun. Horst Skoff and Chris Goossens and Thomas Hagstedt are all ranked higher than Martin Zumpt. One more reason the tournament industry sort of hates upsets is that the ATP press liaisons have to go around teaching journalists how to spell and pronounce new names. So, skipping a whole lot more complication, the point is that 8 slots in the Canadian Open's main draw are reserved for qualifiers, and the qualies is the tournament held to determine who will get those 8 slots. The qualies itself has a draw of 64 world-class players. The cutoff for qualifying for the qualies is an ATP ranking of 350. There is here no qualifying tournament for the qualies itself, though some particularly huge tournaments have meta-qualies. The qualies also have tons of wild-card berths, most of whom here are given to Canadian players. For example, the collegian that Michael Joyce is beating up on right now in the first round. The qualies won't go all the way through to the finals, only to the quarters. The 8 quarter-finalists of the qualies will receive first-round slots in the Canadian Open. These slots are usually placed right near the top seeds, which is the reason why in the televised first rounds of major tournaments, you often see Agassi or Sampras smearing some totally obscure guy. That guy's usually a qualifier. It's also part of why it's so hard for somebody low-ranked enough to have to play the qualies of tournaments to move up in the rankings enough so that he doesn't have to play qualies anymore. He usually meets a high-ranked player in the very first round and gets smeared. This means that a player in the qualies will need to win 3 rounds: round of 64, round of 32, round of 16, in 2 days to get into the first round of the main draw. Which is another reason why qualifiers usually get smeared by the top players they face in the early rounds. The qualifier is playing his 4th or 5th match in 3 days, while the top players usually have had a couple days with their masseur and creative visualization consultant to get ready for the first round. If asked, Michael Joyce will detail all these asymmetries and stacked odds the same way a farmer will speak of poor weather, with an absence of emotion that seems deep instead of blank. The 8 seeds in the qualies are the 8 players whom the Canadian Open officials expect will make the quarters and thus get into the main draw. The top seed this weekend is Richard Krajicek, a 6-foot 5-inch Dutchman who wears a tiny white-billed hat in the sun and rushes the net like it owes him money and in general plays like a rabid crane. Both his knees are bandaged. He's in the top 20 and hasn't had to play qualies for years, but for this tournament he missed the entry deadline, found all the wild cards already given to uniquely deserving Canadians, and with phlegmatic low country cheer decided to go ahead and play the weekend qualies for the match practice. The qualies' second seed is Jamie Morgan, an Australian journeyman, around 100th in the world, whom Michael Joyce beat in straight sets last week in the second round of the main draw at the Legg Mason Tennis Classic in Washington. Michael Joyce is seeded 3rd. If you're wondering why Joyce, who's ranked above the number 85 cutoff, is having to play the Canadian Open qualies at all, gird yourself for one more bit of complication. The fact is that 6 weeks ago, Joyce's ranking was not above the cutoff, and that's when the Canadian entry deadline was, and that's the ranking the tournament committee went on when they made up the main draw. Joyce's ranking jumped from 119 to around 80 after this year's Wimbledon, where he beat Marc Rosset, ranked 11 in the world, and reached the round of 16. Despite a bout of mononucleosis that kept him in bed through part of the spring, Joyce is having his best year ever as a pro, and has jumped from 140 in the world to 79. At a certain point this summer, his ranking will be as high as 62. But he was not in the world's top 85 as of early June, and so he has to qualify in Montreal. It seems to me that Joyce, like Krajicek, might be excused for brooding darkly on the fact that 4 wild cards in the Canadians' main draw have been dispensed to Canadians ranked substantially lower than 85, but Joyce is stoic about it. It turns out that a portion of the talent required to survive in the trenches of the ATP Tour is emotional. Joyce is able to keep from getting upset about stuff that struck me as hard not to get upset about. When he points out that there's no point getting exercised about unfairnesses you can't control, I think what he's really saying is that you either learn how not to get upset about it, or you disappear from the tour. The temperamental behavior of many of the game's top players, which gives the public the distorted idea that most pro players are oversensitive brats, is on a qualifier's view easily explainable. Top players are temperamental because they can afford to be. The quali circuit is to professional tennis sort of what AAA baseball is to the major leagues. Somebody playing the qualies in Montreal is undeniably a world-class tennis player, but he's not quite at the level where the serious TV and money are. In the main draw of the Du Maurier Omnium Limité, a first-round loser will earn $5,400, and a second-round loser $10,300. In the Montreal qualies, a player will receive $560 for losing in the second round, and an even $0 for losing in the first. This might not be so bad if a lot of the entrants for the qualies hadn't flown thousands of miles to get here. Plus, there's the matter of supporting themselves in Montreal. The tournament pays the hotel and meal expenses of players in the main draw, but not in the qualies. The really top players not only have their expenses comped, but often get paid outright for agreeing to enter a tournament. These fees are called guarantees, and are technically advances against prize money. In effect, an Agassi, Sampras, Becker will receive a guarantee of the champion's prize money, usually a couple $100,000, just for competing, whether he wins the tournament or not. This means that if top seed Agassi wins the Canadian Open, he wins $254,000 US. But if he loses, he gets the money anyway. This is another reason why tournaments tend to hate upsets, and some qualifiers complain, why all sorts of intangibles from match scheduling to close line calls tend to go the Stars' way. Not all tournaments have guarantees. The Grand Slams don't, because the top players will show up for Wimbledon and the French, Australian, and US Opens on their own incentive. But most have them, and the less established and prestigious a tournament, the more it needs to guarantee money to get the top players to come and attract spectators and media, which is what the tournament's title sponsor wants very much. Guarantees used to be against ATP rules and were under the table. They've been legal since the early 90s. There's a great debate among tennis pundits about whether legal guarantees have helped the game by making the finances less shady, or have hurt the game by widening the psychological gap between the stars and all the other players, and by upping the pressure on tournaments to make it as likely as possible that the stars don't get upset by an unknown. It is impossible to get Michael Joyce to give a straight answer on whether he thinks guarantees are good or bad. It's not like Joyce is muddled or Nixonianly evasive about it, but rather that he can't afford to think in good/bad terms, to nurture resentment or bitterness or frustration. My guess is that he avoids these feelings because they make it even harder to play against Agassi and the rest, and he cares less about what's right in the grand scheme than he does about maximizing his own psychological chances against other players. This seems totally understandable, though I'm kind of awed by Joyce's evident ability to shut down lines of thinking that aren't to his advantage. The 8 survivors of the qualies, however, will get their weekend expenses retroactively picked up by the tournament. So there's rather a lot at stake. Some of the players in the qualies are literally playing for their supper, or for the money to make airfare home, or to the site of the next quali. You could think of Michael Joyce's career as now kind of on the cusp between the major leagues and AAA ball. He still has to qualify for some tournaments, but more and more often he gets straight into the main draw. The move up from qualifier to main draw player is a huge boost, both financially and psychically. But it's still a couple plateau away from true fame and fortune. The main draw's 64 or 128 players are still mostly the supporting cast for the stars we see in televised finals, but they are also the pool from which superstars are drawn. McEnroe, Sampras, and even Agassi had to play qualies at the start of their careers. And Sampras spent a couple of years losing in the early rounds of main draws before he suddenly erupted in the early 90s and started beating everybody. Still, most main draw players are obscure and unknown. An example is Jakub Lasik, a Czech who was working out with Switzerland's Marc Rosset on one of the practice courts this morning when I first arrived at Stade Jarry. It took forever to get there from the hotel because I didn't yet know that press can, with some wangling, get rides in the courtesy cars with the players if there's room. Tennis journalism is apparently its own special world, and it takes a little while to learn the ins and outs of how media can finagle access to some of the services the tournament provides: courtesy cars, VIP treatment in terms of restaurant reservations, even free laundry service at the hotel. Most of this stuff I learned about just as I was getting ready to come home. I noticed them and come over to watch only because Wallace and Wallace are so beautiful to see. At this point, I have no idea who they are. They are practicing ground strokes down the line, Wallace's forehand and Wallace's backhand. Each ball plumb-line straight and within centimeters of the corner, the players moving with the compact nonchalance I've since come to recognize in pros when they're working out. The suggestion is one of a very powerful engine in low gear. Jakob Wallace is 6 foot 2 inches and built like a halfback, his blonde hair in a short, square East European cut, with icy eyes and cheekbones out to here. He looks like either a Nazi male model or a lifeguard in hell, and seems in general just way too scary ever to try to talk to. His backhand's a one-hander, rather like Lendel's, and watching him practice it is like watching a great artist casually sketch something. I keep having to remember to blink. There are a million little ways you can tell that somebody's a great player. Details in his posture, in the way he bounces the ball with his racket head to pick it up, in the casual way he twirls the racket while waiting for the ball. Wallace wears a plain gray t-shirt and some kind of very white European shoes. It's mid-morning and already at least 90 degrees, and he isn't sweating. Wallace turned pro in 1982. 6 years later, had 1 year in the top 10, and for the last decade has been ranked in the 60s and 70s, getting straight into the main draw of all the big tournaments and usually losing in the first couple rounds. Watching Wallace practice is probably the first time it really strikes me how good these professionals are. Because even just fucking around, Wallace is the most impressive tennis player I've ever seen. Joyce is even more impressive, but I hadn't seen Joyce yet. And Ljungqvist is even more impressive than Joyce. And Agassi live is even more impressive than Ljungqvist. After the week was over, I truly understand why Charlton Heston looks gray and ravaged on his descent from Sinai. Past a certain point, impressiveness is corrosive to the psyche. I'd be surprised if anybody reading this has ever heard of Jakob Wallace. By the distorted standards of TV's obsession with Grand Slam finals and the world's top 5, Wallace is merely an also-ran. But last year, he made $300,000 on the tour. That's just in prize money, not counting exhibitions and endorsement contracts. And his career winnings are over $4 million US. And it turns out his home base for a long time was Monte Carlo, where lots of European players with tax issues end up living. Michael Joyce is listed in the ATP Player Guide as 5 foot 11 inches and 165 pounds, but in person he's more like 5 foot 9 inches. On the stadium court he looks compact and stocky. The quickest way to describe him would be to say that he looks like a young and slightly buff David Caruso. He is fair-skinned and has reddish hair, and the kind of patchy, vaguely pubic goatee of somebody who isn't quite able yet to grow real facial hair. When he plays in the heat, he wears a hat. During his 2 daily 1-hour practice sessions, he wears the hat backwards, and also wears boxy plaid shorts that look for all the world like swim trunks. His favorite practice t-shirt has "Fear, the enemy of dreams" on the chest. He laughs a lot when he practices. You can tell just by looking at him out there that he's totally likable and cool. He wears Fila clothes and uses Yonex rackets, and is paid to do so. His face is childishly full, and while it isn't freckled, it somehow seems like it ought to be freckled. A lot of professional tennis players look like lifeguards. That kind of extreme tan that looks like it's penetrated to the subdermal layer and will be retained to the grave. But Joyce's fair skin doesn't tan or even burn, though he does get red in the face when he plays, from effort. If you've played only casually, it's probably hard to understand how physically demanding really serious tennis is. Realizing that these pros can move one another from one end of the 27-foot baseline to the other pretty much at will, and that they hardly ever end a point early by making an unforced error, might stimulate your imagination. A close best-of-3 set match is probably equivalent in its demands to a couple hours of basketball, but we're talking full-court basketball. His on-court expression is grim without being unpleasant. It communicates the sense that Joyce's attentions on-court have become very narrow and focused and intense. It's the same pleasantly grim expression you see on, say, working surgeons and jewelers. On the stadium court, Joyce seems boyish and extremely adult at the same time. And in contrast to the Canadian opponent, who has the varnished good looks and Pepsodent smile of the stereotypical tennis player, Joyce looks terribly real out there playing. He sweats through his shirt, gets flushed, whoops for breath after a long point. He wears little elastic braces on both ankles, but it turns out they're mostly prophylactic. Something else you don't get a good sense of on television: tennis is a very sweaty game. On ESPN or whatever, when you see a player walk over to the ball boy after a point and request a towel and quickly wipe off his arm and hand and toss the wet towel back to the rather luckless ball boy, most of the time the towel thing isn't a stall or a meditative pause. It's because sweat is running down the inside of the player's arm in such volume that it's getting all over his hand and making the racket slippery. Especially on the sizzling North American summer junket, players sweat through their shirts early on, and sometimes also their shorts. Sampras always wears light blue shorts that sweat through every place but his jockstrap, which looks funny and kind of endearing, like he's an incontinent child. Sampras is surprisingly childlike and cute on the court in person, in contrast to Agassi, who's about as cute as a Port Authority whore. And they drink enormous amounts of water, staggering amounts. I thought I was seeing things at first, watching matches, as players seemed to go through one of those skinny half-liter Evian bottles every second side change, but Michael Joyce confirmed it. Pro-grade tennis players seem to have evolved a metabolic system that allows rapid absorption of water and its transformation into sweat. I myself, who am not pro-grade but do sweat like a pig, drink a lot of water a couple hours before I play but don't drink anything during a match. This is because a couple swallows of water usually just makes me want more, and if I drink as much as I want, I end up with a protruding tummy and a sloshing sound when I run. Most players I spoke with confirm, by the way, that Gatorade and Allsport and Boost and all those pricey electrolytic sports drinks are mostly bullshit. That salt and carbs at table and small lakes of daily H2O are the way to go. The players who didn't confirm this turned out to be players who had endorsement deals with some pricey sports drink manufacturer, but I personally saw at least one such player dumping out his bottle's pricey electrolytic contents and replacing them with good old water for his match. It's 1:30 p.m. Joyce has broken Brackus's serve once and is up 3-1 in the first set and is receiving. Brachus is in the multi-brand clothes of somebody without an endorsement contract. He's well over 6 feet tall, and like many large male collegians, his game is built around his serve. The taller you are, the harder you can serve. Get a protractor and figure it out. But the less able to bend and reverse direction you are. Tall guys tend to be serve and volleyers, and they live and die by their serves. Bill Tilden, Stan Smith, Arthur Ashe, Roscoe Tanner, and Goran Ivanisevic were/are all tall guys with serve-dependent games. At love 15, his first serve is flat and 118 miles per hour, and way out to Joyce's backhand, which is a two-hander and hard to lunge effectively with. But Joyce lunges plenty effectively and sends the ball back down the line to the Canadian's forehand. Deep in the court, and with such flat pace that Brachus has to stutter-step a little and backpedal to get set up. Clearly, he's used to playing guys for whom 118 mumps out wide would be an outright ace, or at least produce such a weak return that he could move up easily and put the ball away. And Brachus now sends the ball back up the line high over the net, loopy with topspin. Not all that bad a shot considering the fierceness of the return, and a topspin shot that'd back most tennis players up and put them on the defensive. But Michael Joyce, whose level of tennis is such that he moves in on balls hit with topspin and hits them on the rise, moves in and takes the ball on the rise and hits a backhand cross so tightly angled that nobody alive could get to it. This is mind-bogglingly hard to do when the ball's hit hard. If we can assume you've played Little League or Sandlot ball or something, imagine the hardest hit grounder of all time coming at you at shortstop. And then you, not standing waiting to try to knock it down, but actually of your own free will running forward toward the grounder, then trying not just to catch it in a big soft glove, but to strike it hard and reverse its direction and send it someplace frightfully specific and far away. This is kind of a typical Joyce-Brachus point. The match is carnage of a particular high-level sort. It's like watching an extremely large and powerful predator get torn to pieces by an even larger and more powerful predator. Brachus looks pissed off after Joyce's winner, makes some berating himself type noises, but the anger seems kind of pro forma. It's not like there's anything Brachus could have done much better, not given what he and the 79th best player in the world have in their respective arsenals. Michael Joyce, whose realness and approachability and candor are a big reason why he's whom I end up spending the most time watching and talking to, will later say in response to my dry observation that a rather disproportionate number of unranked Canadians seem to have gotten wild cards into the Montreal qualies, that Brachus had a big serve, but the guy didn't belong on a pro court. Joyce didn't mean this in an unkind way, nor did he mean it in a kind way. It turns out that what Michael Joyce says rarely has any kind of spin or slant on it. He mostly just reports what he sees, rather like a camera. You couldn't even call him sincere, because it's not like it seems ever to occur to him to try to be sincere or non-sincere. For a while I thought that Joyce's rather bland candor was a function of his not being very bright. This judgment was partly informed by the fact that Joyce didn't go to college and was only marginally involved in his high school academics, stuff I know because he told me it right away. Something else that's hotly debated by tennis authorities is the trend of players going pro at younger and younger ages and skipping college and college tennis and plunging into the stress and peripatetic loneliness of the tour, etc. Michael Joyce skipped college and went directly onto the pro tour because at 18 he just won the U.S. National Juniors. And this created a set of overwhelming inducements to turn pro. The winner at the national 18 and under singles automatically gets a wild card into the U.S. Open's main draw for that year. In addition, a year's top junior comes to the powerful but notoriously fickle and temporary attention of major clothing and racket companies. Joyce's victory over the 128-man national field at Kalamazoo, Michigan, in 1991 resulted in endorsement offers from Fila and Yonex worth around $100,000. $100,000 is about what it takes to finance 3 years on the tour for a very young player who can't reasonably expect to earn a whole lot of prize money. Joyce could have turned down that offer of a 3-year subsidy and gone to college, but if he'd gone to college, it would have been primarily to play tennis. Coaches at major universities apparently offered Joyce inducements to come play for them so literally outrageous and incredible that I wouldn't repeat them here even if Joyce hadn't asked me not to. The reason why Michael Joyce would have gone to college primarily to play tennis is that the academic and social aspects of collegiate life interest him about as much as hitting 2,500 cross-court forehands, while a coach yells at you in foreign languages would interest you. Tennis is what Michael Joyce loves and lives for, and is. He sees little point in telling anybody anything different. It's the only thing he's devoted himself to, and he's given massive amounts of himself to it, and as far as he understands it, it's all he wants to do or be. Because he started playing at age 2 and competing at age 7, however, and had the first half-dozen years of his career directed, rather, shall we say, forcefully and enthusiastically by his father, who Joyce estimates spent probably around $250,000 on lessons and court time and equipment and travel during Michael's junior career, it seemed reasonable to ask Joyce to what extent he chose to devote himself to tennis. Can you choose something when you are forcefully and enthusiastically immersed in it at an age when the resources and information necessary for choosing are not yet yours? Joyce's response to this line of inquiry strikes me as both unsatisfactory and marvelous. Because, of course, the question is unanswerable. At least it's unanswerable by a person who's already, as far as he understands it, chosen. Joyce's answer is that it doesn't really matter much to him whether he originally chose serious tennis or not. All he knows is that he loves it. He tries to explain his feelings at the Nationals in 1991. You get there and look at the draw. It's 128 draw. There's so many guys you have to beat. And then it's all over, and you've won. You're the national champion. There's nothing like it. I get chills even talking about it. Or how it was just the previous week in Washington. I'm playing Agassi, and it's great tennis, and there's like thousands of fans going nuts. I can't describe the feeling. Where else could I get that? What he says aloud is understandable, but it's not the marvelous part. The marvelous part is the way Joyce's face looks when he talks about what tennis means to him. He loves it. You can see this in his face when he talks about it. His eyes normally have a kind of Asiatic cast because of the slight epicanthic fold common to ethnic Irishmen. But when he speaks of tennis and his career, the eyes get round, and the pupils dilate, and the look in them is one of love. The love is not the love one feels for a job or a lover, or any of the loci of intensity that most of us choose to say we love. It's the sort of love you see in the eyes of really old people who've been happily married for an incredibly long time, or in religious people who are so religious they've devoted their lives to religious stuff. It's the sort of love whose measure is what it has cost, what one's given up for it. Whether there's choice involved is, at a certain point, of no interest, since it's the very surrender of choice and self that informs the love in the first place. What I discovered as the tournament wore on was that I can be kind of a snob and an asshole, and that Michael Joyce's affectless openness is a sign not of stupidity, but of something else. Advances in racket technology and conditioning methods over the last decade have dramatically altered men's professional tennis. For much of the 20th century, there were two basic styles of top-level play. The offensive style is based on the serve and the net game, and is ideally suited to slick or fast surfaces like grass and cement, aka serve and volley. The defensive or baseline style is built around foot speed, consistency, and ground strokes accurate enough to hit effective passing shots against a serve and volleyer. This style is most effective on slow surfaces like clay and Hartrue composite. John McEnroe and Bjorn Borg are probably the modern era's greatest exponents of the offensive and defensive styles, respectively. There is now a third way to play, and it tends to be called the power baseline style. As far as I can determine, Jimmy Connors more or less invented the power baseline game back in the 70s, and in the 80s, Ivan Lendl raised it to a kind of brutal art. I don't know whether you know this, but Connors had one of the most eccentric games in the history of tennis. He was an aggressive power player who rarely came to net, had the serve of an ectomorphic girl, and hit everything totally spinless and flat, which is inadvisable on ground strokes because the absence of spin makes the ball so hard to control. His game was all the stranger because the racket he generated all his firepower from the baseline with was a Wilson T2000, a weird steel thing that's one of the single shittiest tennis rackets ever made and is regarded by most serious players as useful only for home defense or prying large rocks out of your backyard or something. Connors was addicted to this racket and kept using it even after Wilson stopped making it, forfeiting millions in potential endorsement money by doing so. Connors was eccentric and kind of repulsive in lots of other ways too, none of which are germane to this article. In the 90s, the majority of young players on the ATP Tour now have a PB-type game. This game's cornerstone is ground strokes, but ground strokes hit with incredible pace, such that winners from the baseline are not unusual. In the yore days before wide-body ceramic rackets and scientific strength training, the only two venues for hitting winners used to be the volley, where your decreased distance from the net allowed for greatly increased angle, get that protractor out, and the defensive passing shot, that is, in the tactical language of boxing, punch versus counterpunch. The new power baseline game allows a player, in effect, to punch his opponent all the way from his stool in the corner. It changes absolutely everything, and the analytic geometry of these changes would look like the worst calculus final you ever had in your life. A power baseliner's net game tends to be solid but uninspired. A PBer is more apt to hit a winner on the approach shot and not need to volley at all. His serve is competent and reasonably forceful, but the really inspired part of a power baseliner's game is usually his return of serve. This is why the phenomenon of breaking serve in a set is so much less important when a match involves power baseliners. It is one reason why so many older players and fans no longer like to watch pro tennis as much. The structural tactics of the game are now wholly different from when they played. He usually has incredible reflexes and can hit winners right off the return. The PBer's game requires both the power and aggression of an offensive style and the speed and calculated patience of a defensive style. It is adjustable both to slick grass and to slow clay, but its most congenial surface is deco-turf, the type of slow abrasive hardcourt surface now used at the U.S. Open and at all the broiling North American tournaments leading up to it, including the Canadian Open. Boris Becker and Stefan Edberg are contemporary examples of the classic offensive style. Serve and volleyers are often tall, and tall Americans like Pete Sampras and Todd Martin and David Wheaton are also offensive players. John McEnroe wasn't all that tall, and he was arguably the best serve and volley man of all time. But then McEnroe was an exception to pretty much every predictive norm there was. At his peak, say 1980 to 1984, he was the greatest tennis player who ever lived, the most talented, the most beautiful, the most tormented, a genius. For me, watching McEnroe don a polyester blazer and do stiff, lame, truistic color commentary for TV is like watching Faulkner do a Gap ad. Michael Chang is an exponent of the pure defensive style, as are Mats Wilander, Carlos Costa, and a lot of the tour's Western Europeans and South Americans, many of whom grew up exclusively on clay and now stick primarily to the overseas clay court circuits. Americans Jim Courier, Jimmy Arias, and Aaron Krickstein all play a power baseline game. So does just about every young new male player on the tour, but the style's most famous and effective post-Lendl avatar is Andre Agassi, who on 1995's summer circuit is simply kicking everyone's ass. One answer to why public interest in men's tennis has been on the wane in recent years is an essential and unpretty thuggishness about the power baseline style that's come to dominate the court. Watch Agassi closely sometime. For so small a man and so great a player, he's amazingly devoid of finesse, with movements that look more like a heavy metal musician's than an athlete's. The power baseline game itself has been compared to metal or grunge. But what a power baseliner really resembles is film of the old Soviet Union putting down a rebellion. It's awesome, but brutally so, with a grinding, faceless quality about its power that renders that power curiously dull and empty. Michael Joyce's style is power baseline in the Agassi mold. Joyce is short and right-handed and has a two-handed backhand, a serve that's just good enough to set up the baseline attack, and a great return of serve that's the linchpin of his game. Like Agassi, Joyce takes the ball early, on the rise, so it always looks like he's moving forward in the court, even though he rarely comes to net. Joyce's first serve usually comes in around 95 miles per hour, and his second serve is in the low 80s, but it has so much spin on it that the ball turns weird shapes in the air and bounces high and wide to the first-round Canadian's backhand. Compare Ivan Isevic's at 130 miles per hour, or Sampras's at 125, or even this Brackus kid's at 118. Brackus stretches for the ball and floats a slice return, the sort of weak return that a serve and volley'd be rushing up to the net to put away on the fly. Joyce does move up, but only to mid-court, right around his own service line, where he lets the floater land and bounce up all ripe, and he winds up his forehand and hits a winner cross-court into the deuce corner, very flat and hard, so that the ball makes an emphatic sound as it hits the scarlet tarp behind Brackus's end of the court. Ballboys move for the ball and reconfigure complexly as Joyce walks back to serve another point. The applause of the tiny crowd is so small and sad and shabby-sounding that it'd almost be better if people didn't clap at all. As with Lendl and Agassi and Courier and many power baseliners, Joyce's strongest shot is his forehand, a weapon of near Wagnerian aggression and power. Joyce's forehand is particularly lovely to watch. It's more spare and textbook than Lendl's whip-crack forehand or Borg's great swooping loop. By way of decoration, there's only a small loop of flourish on the backswing. The loop in a pro's backswing is kind of the trademark flourish of excellence and consciousness of same, not unlike the five-star chef's quick kiss of his own fingertips as he presents a pièce, or the magician's hand, making a French curl in the air as he directs our attention to his vanished assistant. The stroke itself is completely horizontal, so Joyce can hit through the ball while it's still well out in front of him. As with all great players, Joyce's side is so emphatically to the net as the ball approaches that his posture is a classic contrapposto. As Joyce on the forehand makes contact with the tennis ball, his left hand behind him opens up as if he were releasing something, a decorative gesture that has nothing to do with the mechanics of the stroke. Michael Joyce doesn't know that his left hand opens up at impact on forehands. It is unconscious, some aesthetic tic that started when he was a child and is now inextricably hardwired into a stroke that is itself unconscious for Joyce now, at 22, after years of hitting more forehands over and over than anyone could ever count. All serious players have these little extraneous tics, stylistic fingerprints, and the pros even more so because of years of repetition and ingraining. Pros' tics have always been fun to note and chart, even just, for example, on the serve. Watch the way Sampras's lead foot rises from the heel on his toss, as if his left foot's toes got suddenly hot. The odd, touretic way Gerolaitis used to whip his head from side to side while bouncing the ball before his toss, as if he were having a small seizure. McEnroe's weird, splayed, stiff-armed service stance, both feet parallel to the baseline at his side so severely to the net that he looked like a figure on an Egyptian frieze. The odd sudden shrug Lendl gives before releasing his toss. The way Agassi shifts his weight several times from foot to foot as he prepares for the toss like he needs desperately to pee. Or here at the Canadian Open, the way the young star Thomas Ianqvist's body bends queerly back as he tosses, limboing back away from the toss, as if for a moment the ball smelled very bad. This tic derives from Ianqvist's predecessor, Edberg's own weird spinal arch and twist on the toss. Edberg also has this strange, sudden way of switching his hold on the racket in mid-toss, changing from an eastern forehand to an extreme backhand grip, as if the racket were a skillet. Agassi, who is 25, and of whom you have heard and then some, is kind of Michael Joyce's hero. Just last week at the Legg Mason Tennis Classic in Washington, D.C., in wet mitten heat that had players vomiting on court and defaulting all over the place, Agassi beat Joyce in the third round of the main draw, 6-2, 6-2. Every once in a while now during this quali match, Joyce will look over at his coach next to me in the player guest section of the grandstand and grin and say something like, "Agassi'd have killed me on that shot." Joyce's coach will adjust the set of his sunglasses and say nothing. Coaches are forbidden to say anything to their players during a match. Joyce's coach, Sam Aparicio, a protege of Pancho Gonzalez, is based in Las Vegas, which is also Agassi's hometown, and Joyce has several times been flown to Las Vegas at Agassi's request to practice with him, and is apparently regarded by Agassi as a friend and peer. These are facts Michael Joyce will mention with as much pride as he evinces in speaking of victories and world ranking. Aparicio, who looks rather like a Hispanic Dustin Hoffman and is an almost unbelievably nice guy with a sort of inward self-sufficiency of truly great teachers and coaches everywhere, the Zen-like blend of focus and calm developed by people who have to spend enormous amounts of time sitting in one place, watching closely, while somebody else does something. Sam gets 10% of Joyce's gross revenues and spends his downtime reading dense tomes on Mayan architecture, and is one of the coolest people I've ever met, either inside the tennis world or outside it. So cool I'm kind of scared of him, and haven't called him once since the assignment ended, if that makes sense. In return for his 10%, Sam travels with Joyce, rooms with him, coaches him, supervises his training, analyzes his matches, and attends him in practice, even to the extent of picking up errant balls so that Joyce doesn't have to spend any of his tightly organized practice time picking up errant balls. The stress and weird loneliness of pro tennis, where everybody's in the same community, sees each other every week, but is constantly on the diasporic move, and is each other's rival, with enormous amounts of money at stake and life essentially a montage of airports and bland hotels and non-home-cooked food and nagging injuries and staggering long-distance bills, and people's families back home tending to be wackos, since only wackos will make the financial and temporal sacrifices necessary to let their offspring become good enough at something to turn pro at it. All this means that most players lean heavily on their coaches for emotional support and friendship, as well as technical counsel. Sam's role with Joyce looks to me to approximate what in the latter century was called that of companion, one of those older ladies who traveled with nubile women when they went abroad, etc. There are big differences between Agassiz and Joyce's games, though. Though Joyce and Agassi both use the Western forehand grip and two-handed backhand that are distinctive of top spinners, Joyce's ground strokes are very flat. That is, spinless, passing low over the net, driven rather than brushed, because the actual motion of his strokes is so levelly horizontal. Joyce's balls actually look more like Jimmy Connor's balls than like Agassi's. Agassi's balls look more like Borg's balls would have looked if Borg had been on a year-long regimen of both steroids and methamphetamines, and was hitting every single fucking ball just as hard as he could. Agassi hits his ground strokes as hard as anybody who's ever played tennis, so hard you almost can't believe it if you're right there by the court. Some of Joyce's ground strokes look like knuckleballs going over the net, and you can actually see the ball's seams just hanging there, not spinning. Joyce also has a hitch in his backhand that makes it look stiff and slightly awkward, though his pace and placement are lethal off that side. Agassi's own backhand is flowing and hitchless, but Agassi does have this exaggerated follow-through where he keeps both hands on the racket and follows through almost like a hitter in baseball, which causes his shirt front to lift and his hairy tummy to be exposed to public view. In Montreal, I find this repellent, though the females in the stands around me seem ready to live and die for a glimpse of Agassi's tummy. Agassi's S.O. Brooke Shields is in Montreal, by the way, and will end up highly visible in the player guest box for all Agassi's matches, wearing big sunglasses and what look to be multiple hats. This may be the place to insert that Brooke Shields is rather a lot taller than Agassi, and considerably less hairy, and that seeing them standing together in person is rather like seeing Sigourney Weaver on the arm of Danny DeVito. The effect is especially surreal when Brooke is wearing one of the plain classy sundresses that make her look like a Deb summering in the Hamptons, and Agassi is wearing his new Nike on-court ensemble, a blue-black horizontally striped outfit that, together with his black sneakers, make him look like somebody's idea of a French resistance fighter. And while Joyce is far from slow, he lacks Agassi's otherworldly foot speed. Agassi is every bit as fast as Michael Chang, and watch Andre Agassi on TV sometime as he's walking between points. He takes these tiny, violently pigeon-toed steps, the stride of a man whose feet weigh basically nothing. Michael Joyce also, in his own coach's opinion, doesn't see the ball in the same magical way that Andre Agassi does, and so Joyce can't take the ball as early or generate quite the same amount of pace off his ground strokes. This business of seeing is important enough to explain. Except for the serve, power in tennis is a matter not of strength, but of timing. This is one reason why so few top tennis players are muscular. Though note that Very few of them wear eyeglasses either. Any normal adult male can hit a tennis ball with pro pace. The trick is being able to hit the ball both hard and accurately. If you can get your body in just the right position and time your stroke so you hit the ball in just the right spot, waist level, just slightly out in front of you with your weight moving from your back leg to your front leg as you make contact, you can both cream the ball and direct it. And since just the right is a matter of millimeters and microseconds, a certain kind of vision is crucial. A whole other kind of vision, the kind attributed to Larry Bird in basketball sometimes, when he made those incredible surgical passes to people who nobody else could even see were open, is required when you're hitting. This involves seeing the other side of the court. That is, where your opponent is and which direction he's moving in, and what possible angles are open to you in consequence of where he's going. The schizoid thing about tennis is that you have to use both kinds of vision, ball and court, at the same time. Agassi's vision is literally 1 in a billion, and it allows him to hit his ground strokes as hard as he can just about every time. Joyce, whose hand-eye coordination is superlative, in the top 1% of all athletes everywhere, he's been exhaustively tested, still has to take some incremental bit of steam off most of his ground strokes if he wants to direct them. I submit that tennis is the most beautiful sport there is, and also the most demanding. Basketball comes close, but it's a team sport, and lacks tennis's primal mano-a-mano intensity. Boxing might come close, at least at the lighter weight divisions, but the actual physical damage the fighters inflict on each other makes it too concretely brutal to be really beautiful. A level of abstraction and formality, that is play, is probably necessary for a sport to possess true metaphysical beauty, in my opinion. Tennis requires body control, hand-eye coordination, quickness, flat-out speed, endurance, and that strange mix of caution and abandon we call courage. It also requires smarts. Just one single shot in one exchange in one point of a high-level match is a nightmare of mechanical variables. Given a net that's 3 feet high at the center, and 2 players in unrealistically a fixed position, the efficacy of one single shot is determined by its angle, depth, pace, and spin. And each of these determinants is itself determined by still other variables. For example, a shot's depth is determined by the height at which the ball passes over the net, combined with some integrated function of pace and spin, with the ball's height over the net itself determined by the player's body position, grip on the racket, degree of backswing, angle of racket face, and the 3D coordinates through which the racket face moves during that interval in which the ball is actually on the strings. The tree of variables and determinants branches out, on, and then on even farther when the opponent's own positions and predilections and the ballistic features of the ball he sent you to hit are factored in. For those of you into business stats, the calculus of a shot in tennis would be rather like establishing a running compound interest expansion in a case where not only is the rate of interest itself variable, and not only are the determinants of that rate variable, and not only is the interval in which the determinants influence the interest rate variable, but the principle itself is variable. No CPU yet existent could compute the expansion of variables for even a single exchange. Smoke would come out of the mainframe. The sort of thinking involved is the sort that can be done only by a living and highly conscious entity, and then only unconsciously, that is, by combining talent with repetition, to such an extent that the variables are combined and controlled without conscious thought. In other words, serious tennis is a kind of art. If you've played tennis at least a little, you probably think you have some idea of how hard a game it is to play really well. I submit to you that you really have no idea at all. I know I didn't. And television doesn't really allow us to appreciate what real top-level players can do, how hard they're actually hitting the ball, and with what control and tactical imagination and artistry. I got to watch Michael Joyce practice several times, right up close, like 6 feet and a chain-link fence away. This is a man who, at full run, can hit a fast-moving tennis ball into a 1-foot square area 78 feet away over a yard-high net, hard. He can do this something over 90% of the time. And this is the world's 79th best player, one who has to play the Montreal Qualies. It's not just the athletic artistry that compels interest in tennis at the professional level. It's also what this level requires. What it's taken for the 100th ranked player in the world to get there, what it takes to stay, what it would take to rise even higher against other men who've paid the same price he's paid. Bismarck's epigram about diplomacy and sausage applies also to the way we Americans seem to feel about professional athletes. We revere athletic excellence, competitive success, and it's more than attention we pay. We vote with our wallets. We'll spend large sums to watch a truly great athlete. We'll reward him with celebrity and adulation, and we'll even go so far as to buy products and services he endorses. But we prefer not to countenance the kinds of sacrifices the professional-grade athlete has made to get so good at one particular thing. Oh, we'll pay lip service to these sacrifices. We'll invoke lush cliches about the lonely heroism of Olympic athletes, the pain and analgesia of football, the early rising and hours of practice and restricted diets, the privations, the pre-fight celibacy, etc. But the actual facts of the sacrifices repel us when we see them. Basketball geniuses who cannot read, sprinters who dope themselves, defensive tackles who shoot up bovine hormones until they collapse or explode. We prefer not to consider the shockingly vapid and primitive comments uttered by athletes in post-contest interviews, or to imagine what impoverishments in one's mental life would allow people actually to think in the simplistic way great athletes seem to think. Note the way up-close and personal profiles of professional athletes strain so hard to find evidence of a rounded human life, outside interests and activities, charities, values beyond the sport. We ignore what's obvious, that most of this straining is farce. It's farce because the realities of top-level athletics today require an early and total commitment to one pursuit. An almost ascetic focus, a subsumption of almost all other features of human life to their one chosen talent and pursuit. A consent to live in a world that, like a child's world, is very serious and very small. Sex and substance issues notwithstanding, professional athletes are in many ways our culture's holy men. They give themselves over to a pursuit, endure great privation and pain to actualize themselves at it, and enjoy a relationship to perfection that we admire and reward. The monk's begging bowl, the RBI guru's 8-figure contract, and love to watch even though we have no inclination to walk that road ourselves. In other words, they do it for us, sacrifice themselves for our, we imagine, redemption. Playing 2 professional singles matches on the same day is unheard of, except in qualies. In the qualies for Grand Slams like Wimbledon and the U.S. Open, players sometimes have to play 2, 3 out of 5 set matches in one day. It is little wonder that the surviving qualifiers often look like concentration camp survivors by the time they get to the main draw, and you see them getting annihilated by a healthy and rested top seed in the televised first round. Michael Joyce's second qualifying round is at 7:30 Saturday night. He's playing an Austrian named Julian Noel, a tall and cadaverous guy with pointy Kafkan ears. Noel uses two hands off both sides and throws his racket when he's mad, meaning a two-handed forehand, whose pioneer was a South African named Fru Macmillan, and whose most famous practitioner today is Monica Seles. The match takes place on Stade Jarry's grandstand court, which seems more like a theater than an arena because it has seats and bleachers only on the east side. But the grandstand's also more intimate. The box seats start just a few yards from the court surface, and you're close enough to see a wen on Joyce's cheek or the abacus of sweat on Herr Noel's forehead. It's not as hot here at night, but it's humid, and the high-power lights all have those curious rainbow globes of diffraction around them, plus orbiting bugs. The grandstand can hold maybe 1,500 people, and tonight there are exactly 4 human beings in the audience, as Michael Joyce basically beats the ever-living shit out of Julian Noel, who will be at the Montreal airport tonight at 1:30 to board the red-eye for a kind of minor league clay tournament in Poznan, Poland. During this afternoon's match, Joyce wore a white Fila shirt with 2 different colored sleeves. Onto his sleeve was sewn a patch that says Power Bar. Joyce is paid $1,000 each time he wears this patch in play. Plus, this afternoon, a hat. In the afternoon sun, pretty much all the players in the qualies wear hats. For tonight's match, Joyce wears a pinstripe Jim Courier model Fila shirt, with 1 red sleeve and 1 blue sleeve. The patch is on the blue sleeve. He has a red bandana around his head, and as he begins to perspire in the humidity, his face turns the same color as the bandana. It is hard not to find this endearing. Julian Noel has an abstract pastel shirt whose brand is unrecognizable. He has very tall hair, Noel does, that towers over his head at near Beavis altitude and doesn't diminish or lose its gelled integrity as he perspires. The idea of what it would be like to perspire heavily with large amounts of gel in your hair is sufficiently horrific to me that I approached Noel after the match to ask him about it, only to discover that neither he nor his coach spoke enough English or even French to be able to determine who I was, and the whole sweat and gel issue will, I'm afraid, remain a matter for your own imagination. Noel's shirt, too, has sleeves of different colors. This seems to be the fashion constant this year among the qualifiers, sleeve color asymmetry. The Joyce-Noel match takes slightly more than an hour. This is including delays caused when Noel throws his racket and has to go retrieve it, or when he walks around in aimless circles muttering blackly to himself in some high German dialect. Noel's tantrums seem a little contrived and insincere to me, though, because he rarely loses a point as a result of doing anything particularly wrong. Here's a typical point in this match. It's 1-4 and 15:30 in the 6th game. Noel hits a 110-mile-per-hour slice serve to Joyce's forehand. Joyce hits a very flat and penetrating drive cross-court, so that Noel has to stretch and hit his forehand on the run, something that's not particularly easy to do with a two-handed forehand. Noel gets to the forehand and hits a thoroughly respectable shot, loopy with topspin and landing maybe only a little bit short, a few feet behind the service line, whereupon he reverses direction and starts scrambling back to get in the middle of the baseline to get ready for his next shot. Joyce, as is SOP, has moved in on the slightly short ball and takes the ball on the rise just after it's bounced, driving a backhand even flatter and harder into the exact same place he hit his last shot, the spot Noel is scrambling away from. Noel is now forced to reverse direction and get back to where he was. What Joyce has done is known as wrong-footing his opponent, though the intransigent francophone press here keep calling the tactic a contre-pied. This he does, and he gets his racket on the ball, but only barely, and sends back a weak little USDA prime loblet that Joyce, now in the actual vicinity of the net, has little trouble blocking into the open court for a winner. The four people clap, Noel's racket goes spinning into the blood-colored tarp, and Joyce walks expressionlessly back to the deuce court to receive again whenever Noel gets around to serving. Noel has slightly more firepower than the first round's Bracas. His ground strokes are formidable, probably even lethal if he has sufficient time to get the ball and get set up. Joyce simply denies him that time. Joyce will later admit that he wasn't working all that hard in this match, and he doesn't need to. He hits few spectacular winners, but he also makes very few unforced errors, and his shots are designed to make the somewhat clumsy Noel move a lot and to deny him the time and the peace ever to set up his game. This strategy is one that Noel cannot solve or interdict. He hasn't got the tools for it. This may be one reason why Joyce is unaffronted by having to play the qualies for Montreal. Barring some kind of injury or neurological dysfunction, he's not going to lose to somebody like Austria's Julian Noel. Joyce is simply on a different plateau from the mass of these quali players. The idea that there can be wholly distinct levels to competitive tennis, levels so distinct that what's being played is in essence a whole different game, might seem to you weird and hyperbolic. I have played probably just enough tennis to understand that it's true. I have played against men who were on a whole different, higher plateau than I, and I have understood on the deepest and most humbling level the impossibility of beating them, of solving their game. Noel is technically entitled to be called a professional, but he is playing a fundamentally different grade of tennis from Michael Joyce's, one constrained by limitations Joyce does not have. I feel like I could get on a tennis court with Julian Noel. He would beat me, perhaps badly, but I don't feel like it would be absurd for me to occupy the same 78 by 27-foot rectangle as he. But the idea of me playing Joyce, or even hitting around with him, which was one of the ideas I was entertaining on the flight to Montreal, to hit around with a hot young U.S. pro, is now revealed to me to be absurd and in a certain way obscene, and during this night match I resolve not even to let Joyce know that I used to play competitive tennis, to play seriously and, I'd presumed, rather well. Joyce, who is clearly such a fundamentally nice guy that he would probably hit around with me for a little while, just out of politeness, since for him it would be at worst somewhat dull. For me, though, it would be obscene. This makes me sad. Sunday, the second day of the qualies, is mostly a rainout. It rains off and on all day. The umpire, courtside in his tall chair, decides when the rain's falling hard enough to suspend play. A second-round match between the world's 219th and 345th ranked players gets suspended 4 different times and takes most of the day to complete. What happens when it rains is reminiscent of baseball. The players are hustled off back to the players' tent, but can't leave because it could stop raining any minute. They have to just sit there, match ready. The spectators, there are slightly more on the second day, stay where they are, but little fungal domes of umbrella start appearing all over the stands. The local Quebec reporters up in the press box curse in French and bring out newspapers or handheld video games, or begin telling one another long sexual adventure stories that my French is just good enough to establish as tiresome. When it stops raining, and stays stopped long enough for the umpire to give the old raised thumb, there's suddenly a flurry of custodial activity down on the stadium court, a Chinese fire drill of ball boys and linesmen turned groundskeepers. Strange and expensive-looking machinery appears from nowhere and is brought to bear. Huge riding mower-ish forced air machines go over the court, bludgeoning the pooled rainwater and spreading it out. Then a platoon of squeegees goes over every centimeter of the surface. Then portable blowers, rather like leaf blowers with an over-the-shoulder strap and a wand attachment, are applied to the persistent individual wet spots that always beset a drying court. This article is about Michael Joyce and the untelevised realities of the tour, not me. But since a big part of my experience of the Canadian Open and its players was one of sadness, it might be worthwhile to spend a little time letting you know where I'm coming from with respect to these players. As a young person, I played competitive tennis, traveling to tournaments all over the Midwest. Most of my best friends were also tennis players, and on a regional level, we were fairly successful, and we thought of ourselves as extremely good players. Tennis and our proficiency at it were tremendously important to us. A serious junior gives up a lot of his time and freedom to develop his game, and it can very easily come to constitute a big part of his identity and self-worth. The example of Michael Joyce's own childhood, though, shows that my friends and I were comparative sluggards, dilettantes. He describes his daily schedule thusly. I'd be in school till 2 o'clock. Then, after, I'd go, driven by father, to the West End Tennis Club in Torrance, California, and have a lesson with legendary, wildly expensive, and unbelievably hard-assed Robert Lansdorp, former childhood coach of, among others, Tracy Austin, from 3 to 4 o'clock. Then I'd have drills from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, then we'd drive all the way home. It's like half an hour. And I'm like, thank God I can watch TV or go up and talk with friends on the phone or something. But Dad is like, you didn't practice your serve yet. At 12 or 13 years old, you're not going to want to do it. No lie, since 2 hours of serious drills alone were usually enough to put your correspondent in a fetal position for the rest of the day. You need somebody to make you do it. This is one way of looking at it. But then, after like 100 or so serves, I start to get into standing by himself out on the Joyce's tennis court in their backyard with a huge bucket of balls and hitting serve after serve to no one in what must by then have been the gathering twilight. I like it. I'm glad I'm doing it. The other 14-year-old Midwest hotshots and I knew that our fish pond was somehow limited. We knew that there was a national level of play and that there existed hotshots and champions at that level. But levels and plateau beyond our own seemed abstract, somehow unreal. Those of us who were the hotshots in our region literally could not imagine players our own age who were substantially better than we. A child's world turns out to be very small. If I'd been just a little bit better, an actual regional champion, I would have qualified for national-level tournaments, and I would have gotten to see that there were 14-year-olds in the United States who were playing tennis on a level I knew nothing about. My own game as a junior was a particular type of the classic defensive style, a strategy Martin Amis describes as craven retrieval. I didn't hit the ball all that hard, but I rarely made unforced errors, and I was fast, and my general approach was simply to keep hitting the ball back to the opponent until the kid screwed up and either made an unforced error or hit a ball so short and juicy that even I could hit a winner off it. It doesn't look like a very glamorous or even interesting way to play, now that I see it here in bald retrospective print. But it was interesting to me, and you'd be surprised how effective it was on the level at which I was competing, at least. At age 12, a good competitive player will still generally miss after 4 or 5 balls, mostly because he'll get impatient or grandiose. At age 16, a good player will keep the ball in play for more like maybe 7 or 8 shots before he misses. At the collegiate level, too, at least in Division III, opponents were stronger than junior players, but not markedly more consistent, and if I could keep a rally going to 7 or 8 shots, I could usually win the point on the other guy's mistake. An important variable I'm skipping is that children are, not surprisingly, immature and tend to get angry with themselves when they screw up, and so a key part of my strategy involved putting the opponent in a position where he made a lot of unforced errors and got madder and madder at himself, which would ruin his game. Feelings of self-disgust at his errors, or, even better for me, bitter grievance at the universe for making him have bad luck or an off day, would mount until usually by some time in the second set he'd sink into a kind of enraged torpor and expect to miss, or occasionally he'd even have a kind of grand Lear-esque tantrum, complete with racket hurling and screamed obscenities and sometimes tears. This happened less and less as I got older and opponents got more mature, and by the time I was in college, only genuine head cases could be counted on to get so mad that they'd basically make themselves lose to an inferior player, namely me. It's something of a shock, then, to watch Joyce do to his third-round qualies opponent what I used to do to 12-year-old rich kids, which is essentially to retrieve and avoid errors, and wait for this opponent to have a temper tantrum. Because Sunday was a rainout, Joyce's third round is played Monday at 10 a.m., at the same time that some of the main draw's first rounds are beginning. Joyce's opponent is a guy named Mark Knowles, 25, the 1986 U.S. Junior Indoor Champion, a native of the Bahamas, now known primarily as a doubles player but still a serious opponent, ranked in the world's top 200, somebody on Joyce's plateau. Knowles is tall and thin, muscular in the corded way tall thin people are muscular, and has an amazing tan and tight blonde curls, and from a distance is an impressive-looking guy, though up close he has a kind of squished, buggy face and the slightly bulging eyes of a player who, I can tell, is spring-loaded on a tantrum. There's a chance to see Knowles up close because he and Joyce play their match on one of the minor courts, where spectators stand and lean over a low fence only a few yards from the court. I and Joyce's coach and Knowles's coach and beautiful girlfriend are the only people really seriously standing and watching, though a lot of spectators on their way to more high-profile matches pass by and stop, and watch a few points before moving on. The constant movement of civilians past the court aggrieves Knowles no end, and sometimes he shouts caustic things to people who've started walking away while the point is still in progress. "Don't worry about it," is one thing Knowles shouted at someone who moved. "We're only playing for money. We're only professionals. Don't give it a second thought." Joyce, preparing to serve, will stare affectlessly, straight ahead, while he waits for Knowles to finish yelling, his expression sort of like the one Vegas dealers have when a gambler they're cleaning out is rude or abusive, a patient and unjudging look whose expression is informed by the fact that they're extremely well compensated for being patient and unjudging. Sam Aparicio describes Knowles as brilliant but kind of erratic. And I think the coach is being kind, because Knowles seems to me to belong on a locked ward for people with serious emotional and personality disorders. He rants and throws rackets and screams scatological curses I haven't heard since junior high. If one of his shots hits the top of the net cord and bounces back, Knowles will scream, "I must be the luckiest guy in the world," his eyes protruding and mouth twisted. For me, he's an eerie echo of all the rich and well-instructed Midwest kids I used to play and beat because they'd be unable to eat the frustration when things didn't go their way. He seems not to notice that Joyce gets as many bad breaks and weird bounces as he, or that passing spectators are equally distracting to both players. Noel seems to be one of these people who view the world's inconveniences as specific and personal, and it makes my stomach hurt to watch him. When he hits a ball against the fence so hard it seems to damage the ball, the umpire gives him a warning, but in the sort of gentle, compassionate voice of a kindergarten teacher to a kid who's known to have ADD. I have a hard time believing that someone this off the wall could rise to a serious pro plateau, though it's true that when Knowles isn't letting his attention get scattered, he's a gorgeous player, with fluid strokes and marvelous control over spin and pace. His read on Joyce is that Joyce is a slugger, which is true, and his tactic is to try to junk him up. Change pace, vary spins, hit drop shots to draw Joyce in, deny Joyce pace or rhythm, and because he's Joyce's equal in firepower, the tactic is sound. Joyce wins the first set in a tiebreaker. But 3 times in the tiebreaker, Knowles yells at migratory spectators, "Don't worry, it's only a tiebreaker in a professional match," and is basically a wreck by the time the first set is over, and the second set is perfunctory, a formality that Joyce concludes as fast as possible and hurries back to the player's tent to pack carbohydrates and find out whether he has to play his first round in the main draw later this same day. I still play, not competitively, but seriously, and I should confess that deep down somewhere inside, I still consider myself an extremely good tennis player, real hard to beat. Before coming to Montreal, I'd seen professional tennis only on television, which, as has been noted, does not give the viewer a very accurate picture of how good pros are. I thus further confess that I arrived in Montreal with some dim, unconscious expectation that these professionals, at least the obscure ones, the non-stars, wouldn't be all that much better than I. I don't mean to imply that I'm insane. I was ready to concede that age, a nasty ankle injury in '91 that I haven't bothered to get surgically fixed yet, and a penchant for nicotine and worse, meant that I wouldn't be able to compete physically with a young, unhurt professional. But on TV, while eating junk and smoking, I'd seen pros whacking balls at each other that didn't look to be moving substantially faster than the balls I hit. In other words, I arrived at my first professional tournament with the pathetic, deluded pride that attends ignorance. And I have watched the qualies, not even the main draw yet, mind you, but the competition between 64 fairly low-ranked world-class players for the 8 qualifying slots in the Canadian Open field, with a mixture of awe and sad surprise. I have been brought up sharply. I do not play and never have played the same game as these low-ranked pros. The craven game I spent so much of my youth perfecting would not work against these guys. For one thing, pros simply do not make unforced errors, or at any rate, they make them so rarely that there's no way they're going to make the 4 unforced errors in 7 points necessary for me to win a game. For another thing, they will take any shot that doesn't have simply ferocious depth and pace on it and, given even a fractional moment to line up a shot, hit a winner off it. For yet another thing, their own shots have such ferocious depth and pace that there's no way I'd be able to hit more than a couple of them back at any one time. I could not meaningfully exist on the same court with these obscure, hungry players. Nor could you. And it's not just a matter of talent or practice. There's something else. Monday commences the main draw, and the grounds are packed. Most of the qualies players are in planes high above some ocean somewhere by now. Going to a major ATP tournament is like a cross between going to a major league ball game and going to the fair. You can buy a grounds pass and wander from match to match, sampling the fare. You can also buy specific expensive tickets for big-name matches in the stadium and grandstand. In the early rounds, these headline matches tend to feature the high seeds and household names. Agassi, Sampras, Chang, against main draw also-rans like Jakub Hlasek. Hlasek lost in the first round of the main draw Tuesday morning to obscure American Jonathan Stark, who then lost to Sampras in the second round on Wednesday in front of a capacity stadium crowd. Being a tennis spectator is different from being at a baseball game, though. Whether crowd noise or movement is any more distracting to someone getting ready to serve than it is to someone getting ready to shoot a free throw, players and tournaments act like it is. And play itself is supposed to be conducted in as close to funereal silence as possible. This is in the stadium and grandstand where the big names play. This ceremonial hush. Lesser players on the outlying courts have to live with spectators talking during points, people moving around so that whole rickety sets of bleachers rumble and clank, food service attendants crashing carts around on the paths just outside the windscreen, or giggling and flirting in the food prep tents just on the other side of several minor courts' fences. If you've got a seat for a stadium match, you can leave and return only during the break that happens after every odd-numbered game, when the players get to sit under red umbrellas for a second. Ushers cordon off the exits during play, and a concession-laden mass of spectators always stretches from just behind these ropes all the way down the slanted ramps into the stadium's bowels, waiting to get back in. Stade Jarry has the same sort of crumbling splendor that characterizes a lot of Montreal. The stadium/grandstand structure used to house the Expos before Montreal built Olympic Stadium, and it's grimy and old and creaks alarmingly when crowds enter or exit. The Players' Lounge, which at most tournaments is a temperature-controlled salon, with plush chairs and video games and multiple massage rooms, is at Stade Jarry just a big tent with canvas partitions around the locker room, no video games, just one TV, and no AC. The parking lots are inadequate and tufted with crabgrass, and the easements between courts and facilities on the grounds are either dirt or some kind of blacktop that's decayed back to the point where it's just about dirt, too. The whole thing's due to be torn down after the '95 Open's over, and a new Flushing Meadow-type tennis complex is going to be built by Tennis Canada, and a whole bunch of the corporations whose names are on the stadium's brothelish bunting. This is Canada's version of the USTA, and its logo, which obtrudes into your visual field as often as is possible here at the Du Maurier Omnium, consists of the good old Canadian maple leaf with a tennis racket for a stem. It's stuff like Tennis Canada's logo you want to point to when Canadians protest that they don't understand why Americans make fun of them. The tournament site's surrounding Parc du Jarry, on the other hand, is exquisite. From the top row of the stadium's seats, you can look out in the sunshine and see rolling grass, a public pool, a pond replete with stately fowl. In the distance to the north is the verdigris dome of a really big church. To the west is the EKG skyline of downtown Montreal. But so you can wander between matches, stand around watching the practice courts, join the lines for the restrooms, or elbow fight with little kids and autograph hunters outside the players' tent. Or you can buy concessions. There's a booth outside one entrance to the stadium court that sells only Evian water. There's Spanish peanuts and fudge you can buy by the gram and eat, or buy by the kilo and take home, though best of luck getting fudge home in this heat. The whole Stade Jarry grounds have a standard summer touristic reek of fried foods, French fries in cups, nachos, and in paper trays, small spiraled fried things I decline to examine closely. There are 2 booths for Richard D's Bars, a kind of Quebecois cognate for Dove Bars, and not quite as good, but pretty good. There are only 2 men's rooms open to the public, and the lines for both always resemble a run on a mid-sized branch bank. Le Media has its own facilities, though they're up in the press box, about 5 flights of rickety and crowded stairs up through the stadium's interior, and then exterior, and then interior, with the last flight being that dense striated iron of like a fire escape, and very steep and frankly dangerous, so that when one has to aller au pissoir, it's always a hard decision between the massed horror of the public restrooms and the Sisyphean horror of the press bathroom. And I learned by the second day to go very easy on the Evian water and coffee as I'm wandering around. There's the Rado Smash booth, where for $3 Canadian you can step inside a large cage with a much-handled racket and hit a serve into a frayed-looking net and have the speed of your serve appear on a big liquid crystal display above the cage. Most of the people availing themselves of the Rado Smash booth are men, whose girlfriends watch dutifully as the men step inside the cage with the same testosteronic facial expression of men at fairs testing their marksmanship or sledge-swinging prowess. And the American men tend to be very pleased and excited at the displayed speed of their serve until it dawns on them that the readout's in kilometers per hour instead of miles per hour. There are hot dogs and hamburgers and the ambient sizzle sound of same over near the grandstand entrances. Just east of the grandstand and the second men's room, there's a whole sort of cafeteria in a big tent with patio tables arrayed on astroturf that's laid over a low deck of extremely flimsy boards, so that your table trembles and your Evian bottle falls over every time somebody walks by. Starting on Monday, there are a lot of Canadian girls in really short, tight shorts, and a lot of muscle-shirted Canadian boyfriends who scowl at you if you react to the girlfriends in the way the girlfriends' tight shorts seem designed to make anyone with a healthy endocrine system react. There are old people who sit on red Stade Jarry park benches all day without moving. At just about every gate and important door on the Stade Jarry grounds, there are attendants, young Quebecers paid by the tournament, whether their function is security or what remains somewhat unclear, who sit all day with walkie-talkies and red and black Du Maurier visors, and the catatonically bored expressions of attendance everywhere. There are 4 separate booths that sell good old U.S. soft drinks, you'll be glad to know, although the booth's promo signs for soft drinks translate literally into gaseous beverages, which might explain why most Canadian open spectators opt for Evian instead of soft drinks. Or you can stand in front of the Canadian Open Stringer's tent and watch the official ATP Tour stringer work through a small mountain of rackets, using pliers and shears and what looks like a combination of blacksmith's anvil and dentist's chair. Or you can join the battalion of kids outside the player's tent, all trying to get their official ATP player trading cards, a recent and rather ingenious marketing move by the ATP. I buy several just for the names, autographed by players entering or exiting. And you can witness a kind of near riot when the passing player turns out to be Sampras or Courier or Agassi, and you can even get stiff-armed by a bodyguard in wraparound shades when Brooke Shields passes too close in her own wraparounds and floppy hat. If the mood for more serious consumption strikes, you can walk due east of the stadium complex to the Promenade du Sportif, a kind of canvas strip mall selling every product even remotely associated with the Canadian Open. Prince, Wilson, Nike, Head, Boost Vitamin Energy Drink, free samples available, Swatch, Nature Valley granola bars, Sony, and DecoTurf Inc. It's not all that clear what Nature Valley granola bars have to do with the Omnium, and no free samples are available. And at this tournament you can, U.S. readers may want to sit down for this part, actually buy Du Maurier brand cigarettes by the carton or broad flat Europack from a special red and black booth right outside the main entrance to the stadium court. Du Maurier cigarettes are like Australian Sterlings or French Gauloises. Full-bodied, pungent, crackly when inhaled, sweet and yeasty when exhaled, and so strong that you can feel your scalp seem to leave your skull for a moment and ride the cloud of smoke. Du Maurier intoxication may be one reason why the Canadian Open crowds seem so generally cheery and expansive and well-behaved. People in Quebec smoke heavily, and this booth does serious business. No part of Stade Jarry is non-smoking, and at matches so many spectators are chain-smoking Du Maurier cigarettes that at times a slight breeze will carry the crowd's exhaled cloud of smoke out over the court, transforming the players into nacreous silhouettes for a moment before the cloud ascends. And in truth, accredited media don't even have to buy the Du Mauriers. Press box employees will give packs out free to journalists, though they don't announce this or make a big deal of it. It's the little things like public smoking that remind you that Canada's not home. Or, for example, Francophone ads, and these ads lack of even a pretense of coy subtlety. Someplace between the Radisson des Gouverneurs and Stade Jarry is a huge billboard for some kind of Québécois ice cream. It's a huge photo of an ice cream cone poised at a phallic 45 degrees, jutting, the dome of ice cream unabashedly glandular. And underneath is the pitch. Donnez-moi ta bouche equals give me your mouth. Not subtle at all. The brand's own trademark slogan at the bottom is that it's la glace du lait plus léché. One of the nice things Michael Joyce and his coach do is usually let me ride with them in their courtesy car between the hotel and Jarry to sort of lurk and soak up atmosphere, etc. These are usually luxury cars provided by some local distributorship in return for promotional consideration. The Canadian Open's courtesy cars are BMWs, also new they smell like glove compartments and so expensive and high-tech that their dashboards look like the control panels of nuclear reactors. The people driving the courtesy cars are usually local civilians who take a week off from work and drive a numbingly dull route back and forth between hotel and courts. Their compensation consists of free tickets to certain stadium matches and a chance to rub elbows with professional tennis players, or at least with their luggage. We pass this billboard several times a day. Finally, one time I point up at the glistening phallic ad and ask Joyce whether the ad strikes him as a little heavy, overt, uncoy. Joyce looks up at the billboard, maybe for the first time, because in the car he's usually staring commuterishly straight ahead, either gathering himself into a pre-match focus or exiting gradually from same, and turns to me and says in all earnestness that he's tried this particular brand of Canadian ice cream and it's not all that good. Plus, of course, once the main draw starts, you get to look up close and live at named tennis players you're used to seeing only as arrays of pixels. One of the highlights of Tuesday's second round of the main draw is getting to watch Agassi play Malavia Washington. Washington, the most successful Black American on the tour since Ashe, is unseeded at the Canadian Open, but has been ranked as high as number 11 in the world, and is dangerous. And since I loathe Agassi with a passion, it's an exciting match. Agassi looks scrawny and faggy and, with his shaved skull and beret-ish hat and black shoes and socks and patchy goatee, like somebody just released from reform school. A look you can tell he's carefully decided on with the help of various paid image consultants and now cultivates. Washington, who's in dark green shorts and a red shirt with dark green sleeves, was a couple of years ago voted by People one of the 50 prettiest human beings or something. And on TV is indeed real pretty, but in person is awesome. From 20 yards away, he looks less like a human being than like a Michelangelo anatomy sketch. His upper body, the V of serious weightlifting, his leg muscles standing out even in repose, his biceps little cannonballs of fierce-looking veins. He's beautiful, but doomed, because the slowness of the stadium court makes it impractical for anybody except a world-class netman to rush the net against Agassi, and Washington is not a netman, but a power baseliner. He stays back and trades ground strokes with Agassi, and even though the first set goes to a tiebreaker, you can tell it's a mismatch. Agassi has less mass and flat-out speed than Washington, but he has vision and timing that give his ground strokes way more pace. He can stay back and hit nuclear ground strokes and force Washington until Washington eventually makes a fatal error. There are two ways to make a fatal error against Agassi. The first is the standard way, hitting it out or into the net or something. The second is to hit anything shorter than a couple feet inside the baseline, because anything that Agassi can move up on, he can hit for a winner. Agassi's facial expression is the slightly smug, self-aware one of somebody who's used to being looked at and automatically assumes the minute he shows up anywhere that everybody's looking at him. He's incredible to see play in person, but his domination of Washington doesn't make me like him any better. It's more like it chills me, as if I'm watching the devil play. Television tends to level everybody out and make them seem kind of blandly handsome. But at Montreal, it turns out that a lot of the pros and stars are interesting, or even downright funny-looking. Jim Courier, former #1 but now waning and seated 10th here, looks like Howdy Doody in a hat on TV, but here he turns out to be a very big boy. The Guide media lists him at 175 pounds, but he's way more than that, with large, smooth muscles and the gait and expression of a mafia enforcer. He will lose badly to Michael Stich in the round of 16, the same Stich whom Michael Joyce beat at the Lipton Championships in Key Biscayne 4 months before. And in fact, Joyce will himself beat Courier in straight sets next week at the Infinity Open in Los Angeles, in front of Joyce's family and friends, for one of the biggest wins of his career so far. Michael Chang, 23 and #5 in the world, sort of looks like two different people stitched crudely together. A normal upper body perched atop hugely muscular and totally hairless legs. He has a mushroom-shaped head, ink-black hair, and an expression of deep and intractable unhappiness, as unhappy a face as I've ever seen outside a graduate writing program. Chang's mother is here, one of the most infamous of the dreaded tennis parents of the men's and women's tours, a woman who's reliably rumored to have done things like reach down her child's tennis shorts in public to check his underwear. And her attendants, she's seated hierophantically in the player guest boxes courtside, may have something to do with the staggering woe of Chang's mien and play. Tomas Ianqvist ends up beating him soundly in the quarterfinals on Wednesday night. Ianqvist, by the way, looks eerily like a young Richard Chamberlain, the Richard Chamberlain of The Towering Inferno, say, with this narrow, sort of rodentially patrician quality. The best thing about Ianqvist is his girlfriend, who wears glasses and when she applauds a good point, sort of hops up and down in her seat with refreshing uncoolness. P. Sampras in person is mostly teeth and eyebrows, and he's got unbelievably hairy legs and forearms, hair in the sort of abundance that allows me confidently to bet that he has hair on his back, and is thus at least not 100% blessed and graced by the universe. Goran Ivanisevic is large and tan and surprisingly good-looking, at least for a Croat. I always imagine Croats looking ravaged and catexic and like somebody out of a Munch lithograph, except for an incongruous and wholly absurd bowl haircut that makes him look like somebody in a Beatles tribute band. It is Ivanisevic who will beat Joyce in 3 sets in the main draw's second round. Czech former top 10 Petr Korda is another classic-looking mismatch. At 6'3" and 160, he has the body of an upright greyhound and the face of, eerily, uncannily, a fresh-hatched chicken, plus soulless eyes that reflect no light and seem to see only in the way that fishes and birds' eyes see. And Wielander is here. Mats Wielander, Borg's heir, top 10 at age 18, number 1 at 24, now 30 and unranked, and trying a comeback after years off the tour. Here cast in the role of the wily old mariner, winning on smarts. Tuesday's best big-name match is between Wielander and Stefan Edberg, 28, and Wielander's own heir, just as Ianqvist now appears to be Edberg's heir, and now married to Annette Olsen, Wielander's SO during his own glory days, which adds a delicious personal cast to the match, which Wielander wins 6-4 in the third. Edberg, who himself has the blonde, bland good looks of a professional golfer and is reputed to be the single dullest man on the ATP Tour, and possibly in the whole world, a man whose hobby is purported to be staring at walls, and whose quietness is not the quietness of restraint, but of blankness, the verbal equivalent of a dead channel. Swedish tennis tends to be like monarchic succession. They tend to have only one really great player at a time, and this player is always male, and he almost always ends up number 1 in the world for a while. This is one reason marketers and endorsement consultants are circling Ianqvist like Makos all through the summer. Wielander ends up getting all the way to the semifinals before Agassi beats him as badly as I have ever seen one professional beat another professional, the score being 6-0, 6-2, and the match not nearly as close as the score would indicate. Even more illuminating than watching pro tennis live is watching it with Sam Aparicio, Joyce's coach, who knows as much about tennis as anybody I've talked to, and isn't obnoxious about it. Sam watches a lot of pro matches, scouting stuff for Michael. Watching tennis with him is like watching a movie with somebody who knows a lot about the technical aspects of film. He helps you see things you can't see alone. It turns out, for example, that there are whole geometric sublevels of strategy in a power baseline game, all dictated by various power baseliners' strengths and weaknesses. A power baseliner depends on being able to hit winners from the baseline. But as Sam teaches me to see, Michael Chang can usually hit winners only at an acute angle from either corner. An inside-out player like Jim Courier, on the other hand, can hit winners only at obtuse angles from the center out. Hence, canny and well-coached players tend to play Chang down the middle and Courier out wide. One of the things that makes Agassi so good is that he's capable of hitting winners from anywhere on the court. He has no geometric restriction. Joyce, too, according to Sam, can hit a winner at any angle. He just doesn't do it quite as well as Agassi, or as often. Michael Joyce, in close-up person, like eating supper or riding in a courtesy car, looks slighter and younger than he does on court. From close-up he looks his age, which to me is basically a fetus. He's about 5'9" and 160 pounds. He's muscular, but quietly so, without much definition. He likes to wear old t-shirts and a backwards cap. His hairline is receding in a subtle young man way that makes his forehead look a little high. I forget whether he wore an earring. Michael Joyce's interests outside tennis consist mostly of big-budget movies and genre novels of the commercial paperback sort that one reads on planes. In other words, he really has no interests outside tennis. He has a tight and long-standing group of friends back home in L.A., but one senses that most of his personal connections have been made via tennis. He's dated some. It's impossible to tell whether he's a virgin. It seems staggering and impossible, but my sense is he might be. Then again, I tended to idealize and distort him, I know, because of how I felt about what he could do on the court. His most revealing sexual comment is made in the context of explaining the odd type of confidence that keeps him from freezing up in a match in front of large crowds or choking on a point when there's lots of money at stake. Nerves and choking are a huge issue in a precision and timing sport like tennis, and a bad head washes more juniors out of the competitive life than any sort of deficit in talent or drive. Joyce, who usually needs to pause about 5 beats to think before he answers a question, thinks the confidence is partly a matter of temperament and partly a function of hard work. If I'm in like a bar and there's a really good-looking girl, I might be kind of nervous, but if there's like 1,000 gorgeous girls in the stands when I'm playing, it's a different story. I'm not nervous then, when I play, because I know what I'm doing. I know what to do out there. Maybe it's good to let these be his last quoted words. Whether or not he ends up in the top 10, and a name anybody will know, Michael Joyce will remain a figure of enduring and paradoxical fascination for me. The restrictions on his life have been, in my opinion, grotesque, and in certain ways Joyce himself is a grotesque. But the radical compression of his attention and self has allowed him to become a transcendent practitioner of an art, something few of us get to be. It's allowed him to visit and test parts of his psyche that most of us do not even know for sure we have, to manifest in concrete form virtues like courage, persistence in the face of pain or exhaustion, performance under wilting scrutiny and pressure. Michael Joyce is, in other words, a complete man, though in a grotesquely limited way. But he wants more. Not more completeness. He doesn't think in terms of virtues or transcendence. He wants to be the best, to have his name known, to hold professional trophies over his head as he patiently turns in all 4 directions for the media. He is an American, and he wants to win. He wants this, and he will pay to have it. Will pay just to pursue it. Let it define him. And will pay with the regretless cheer of a man for whom issues of choice became irrelevant long ago. Already, for Joyce, at 22, it's too late for anything else. He's invested too much, is in too deep. I think he's both lucky and He will say he is happy and mean it. Wish him well. 1995. A supposedly fun thing I'll never do again. 1. Right now it's Saturday, 18 March, and I'm sitting in the extremely full coffee shop of the Fort Lauderdale airport, killing the 4 hours between when I had to be off the cruise ship and when my flight to Chicago leaves by trying to summon up a kind of hypnotic, sensuous collage of all the stuff I've seen and heard and done as a result of the journalistic assignment just ended. I have seen sucrose beaches and water a very bright blue. I have seen an all-red leisure suit with flared lapels. I have smelled what suntan lotion smells like, spread over 21,000 pounds of hot flesh. I have been addressed as Mon in 3 different nations. I have watched 500 upscale Americans dance the electric slide. I have seen sunsets that look computer-enhanced and a tropical moon that looked more like a sort of obscenely large and dangling lemon than like the good old stony U.S. moon I'm used to. I have, very briefly, joined a conga line. I've got to say I feel like there's been a kind of Peter principle in effect on this assignment. A certain swanky East Coast magazine approved of the results of sending me to a plain old simple state fair last year to do a directionless essay-ish thing. So now I get offered this tropical plum assignment with the exact same paucity of direction or angle. But this time there's this new feeling of pressure. Total expenses for the state fair were $27, excluding games of chance. This time, Harper's has shelled out over $3,000 US before seeing pithy, sensuous description 1. They keep saying, on the phone, ship to shore, very patiently, not to fret about it. They are sort of disingenuous, I believe, these magazine people. They say all they want is a sort of really big experiential postcard. Go. Plow the Caribbean in style. Come back. Say what you've seen. I have seen a lot of really big white ships. I have seen schools of little fish with fins that glow. I have seen a toupee on a 13-year-old boy. The glowing fish liked to swarm between our hull and the cement of the pier whenever we docked. I have seen the north coast of Jamaica. I have seen and smelled all 145 cats inside the Ernest Hemingway residence in Key West, Florida. I now know the difference between straight bingo and prize-o, and what it is when a bingo jackpot snowballs. I have seen camcorders that practically required a dolly. I've seen fluorescent luggage and fluorescent sunglasses and fluorescent pince-nez and over 20 different makes of rubber thong. I have heard steel drums and eaten conch fritters, and watched a woman in silver lame projectile vomit inside a glass elevator. I have pointed rhythmically at the ceiling to the 2/4 beat of the exact same disco music I hated pointing at the ceiling to in 1977. I have learned that there are actually intensities of blue beyond very, very bright blue. I have eaten more and classier food than I've ever eaten, and eaten this food during a week when I've also learned the difference between rolling in heavy seas and pitching in heavy seas. I have heard a professional comedian tell folks without irony, but seriously. I have seen fuchsia pantsuits and menstrual pink sports coats and maroon and purple warm-ups and white loafers worn without socks. I have seen professional blackjack dealers so lovely they make you want to run over to their table and spend every last nickel you've got playing blackjack. I have heard upscale adult U.S. citizens ask the guest relations desk whether snorkeling necessitates getting wet, whether the skeet shooting will be held outside, whether the crew sleeps on board, and what time the midnight buffet is. I now know the precise mixological difference between a slippery nipple and a fuzzy navel. I know what a Coco Loco is. I have, in 1 week, been the object of over 1,500 professional smiles. I have burned and peeled twice. I have shot skeet at sea. Is this enough? At the time, it didn't seem like enough. I have felt the full, clothy weight of a subtropical sky. I have jumped a dozen times at the shattering flatulence of the god's sound of a cruise ship's horn. I have absorbed the basics of mahjong, seen part of a 2-day rubber of contract bridge, learned how to secure a life jacket over a tuxedo, and lost at chess to a 9-year-old girl. Actually, it was more like I shot at skeet at sea. I have dickered over trinkets with malnourished children. I now know every conceivable rationale and excuse for somebody spending over $3,000 to go on a Caribbean cruise. I have bitten my lip and declined Jamaican pot from an actual Jamaican. I have seen, one time, from an upper deck's rail, way below and off the right rear hull, what I believe to have been a hammerhead shark's distinctive fin, addled by the starboard turbine's Niagarical wake. I have now heard, and am powerless to describe, reggae elevator music. I have learned what it is to become afraid of one's own toilet. I have acquired sea legs, and would like now to lose them. I have tasted caviar, and concurred with the little kid sitting next to me that it is blacky. I now understand the term duty-free. I now know the maximum cruising speed of a cruise ship in knots, though I never did get clear on just what a knot is. I have had escargot, duck, baked Alaska, salmon with fennel, a marzipan pelican, and an omelette made with what were alleged to be trace amounts of Etruscan truffle. I have heard people in deck chairs say in all earnestness that it's the humidity rather than the heat. I have been thoroughly, professionally, and as promised beforehand, pampered. I have, in dark moods, viewed and logged every type of erythema, keratinosis, pre-melanomic lesion, liver spot, eczema, wart, papular cyst, pot belly, femoral cellulite, varicosity, collagen and silicone enhancement, bad tint, hair transplants that have not taken. That is, I have seen nearly naked a lot of people I would prefer not to have seen nearly naked. I have felt as bleak as I've felt since puberty, and have filled almost 3 Mead notebooks trying to figure out whether it was them or just me. I have acquired and nurtured a potentially lifelong grudge against the ship's hotel manager, whose name was Mr. Dermatis, and whom I now and henceforth christen Mr. Dermatitis. An almost reverent respect for my waiter, and a searing crush on the cabin steward for my part of Deck 10's port hallway, Petra, she of the dimples and broad-candid brow, who always wore a nurse's starched and rustling whites, and smelled of the cedary Norwegian disinfectant she swabbed bathrooms down with, and who cleaned my cabin within a centimeter of its life, at least 10 times a day, but could never be caught in the actual act of cleaning, a figure of magical and abiding charm, and well worth a postcard all her own. Mr. Dermatis, somewhere he'd gotten the impression I was an investigative journalist and wouldn't let me see the galley, bridge, staff decks, anything, or interview any of the crew or staff in an on-the-record way, and he wore sunglasses inside and epaulets, and kept talking on the phone for long stretches of time in Greek when I was in his office after I'd skipped the karaoke semifinals in the Rendezvous Lounge to make a special appointment to see him. I wish him ill. 2. More specifically, from 11 to 18 March 1995, I, voluntarily and for pay, underwent a 7-night Caribbean, 7NC cruise, on board the MV Zenith, a 47,255-ton ship owned by Celebrity Cruises Incorporated, one of the over 20 cruise lines that currently operate out of South Florida. No wag could possibly resist mentally rechristening the ship the MV Nadir in the instant he saw the Zenith's silly name in the celebrity brochure, so indulge me on this. But the rechristening's nothing particular against the ship itself. There's also Windstar and Silversea. Tall ship adventures and windjammer barefoot cruises, but these Caribbean cruises are wildly upscale and smaller. The 20-plus cruise lines I'm talking run the megaships, the floating wedding cakes with occupancies in 4 figures, and engine propellers the size of branch banks. Of the megalines out of South Florida, there's Commodore, Costa, Majesty, Regal, Dolphin, Princess, Royal Caribbean, good old Celebrity. There's Renaissance, Royal Cruise Line, Holland, Holland America, Cunard, Cunard Crown, Cunard Royal Viking. There's Norwegian Cruise Line, there's Crystal, there's Regency Cruises, there's the Walmart of the cruise industry, Carnival, which the other lines refer to sometimes as Carnivore. I don't recall which line the Love Boat's Pacific Princess was supposed to be with. I guess they were probably more like a California to Hawaii circuit ship, though I seem to recall them going all over the place. But now Princess Cruises has bought the name and uses poor old Gavin MacLeod in full regalia in their TV ads. The 7NC megaship cruiser is a type, a genre of ship all its own, like the destroyer. All the megalines have more than one ship. The industry descends from those old patrician transatlantic deals where the opulence combined with actually getting someplace, for example the Titanic, Normandy, etc. The present Caribbean cruise market's various niches, singles, old people, theme, special interest, corporate, party, family, mass market, luxury, absurd luxury, grotesque luxury, have now all pretty much been carved and staked out and are competed for viciously. I heard off-the-record stuff about Carnival versus Princess that'd singe your brows. Megaships tend to be designed in America, built in Germany, registered out of Liberia or Monrovia. And they are both captained and owned, for the most part, by Scandinavians and Greeks, which is kind of interesting, since these are the same peoples who've dominated sea travel pretty much forever. Celebrity Cruises is owned by the Chandris Group. The X on their 3 ships' smokestacks turns out not to be an X, but a Greek chi for Chandris. A Greek shipping family so ancient and powerful, they apparently regarded Onassis as a punk. The vessel and facilities were, from what I now understand of the industry standards, absolutely top hole. The food was superb, the service impeccable, the shore excursions and shipboard activities organized for maximal stimulation down to the tiniest detail. The ship was so clean and so white it looked boiled. The Western Caribbean's blue varied between baby blanket and fluorescent, likewise the sky. Temperatures were uterine. The very sun itself seemed preset for our comfort. The crew-to-passenger ratio was 1.2 to 2. It was a luxury cruise. With a few minor niche adaptive variations, the 7NC luxury cruise is essentially generic. All of the megalines offer the same basic product. This product is not a service or a set of services. It's not even so much a good time, though it quickly becomes clear that one of the big jobs of the cruise director and his staff is to keep reassuring everybody that everybody's having a good time. It's more like a feeling, but it's also still a bona fide product. It's supposed to be produced in you. This feeling, a blend of relaxation and stimulation, stressless indulgence and frantic tourism, that special mix of servility and condescension that's marketed under configurations of the verb to pamper. This verb positively studs the megaline's various brochures. As you've never been pampered before. to pamper yourself in our jacuzzis and saunas. Let us pamper you. Pamper yourself in the warm zephyrs of the Bahamas. The fact that contemporary adult Americans also tend to associate the word pamper with a certain other consumer product is not an accident, I don't think. And the connotation is not lost on the mass-market megalines and their advertisers. And there's good reason for them to iterate the word and stress it. 3. This one incident made the Chicago news. Some weeks before I underwent my own luxury cruise, a 16-year-old male did a Brody off the upper deck of a megaship, I think a Carnival or a Crystal ship, a suicide. The news version was that it had been an unhappy adolescent love thing, a shipboard romance gone bad, etc. I think part of it was something else, something there's no way a real news story could cover. There is something about a mass-market luxury cruise that's unbearably sad. Like most unbearably sad things, it seems incredibly elusive and complex in its causes and simple in its effect. On board the Nadir, especially at night when all the ship's structured fun and reassurances and gaiety noise ceased, I felt despair. The word's overused and banalified now, despair, but it's a serious word, and I'm using it seriously. For me, it denotes a simple admixture, a weird yearning for death combined with a crushing sense of my own smallness and futility that presents as a fear of death. It's maybe close to what people call dread or angst, but it's not these things quite. It's more like wanting to die in order to escape the unbearable feeling of becoming aware that I'm small and weak and selfish, and going without any doubt at all to die. It's wanting to jump overboard. I predict this'll get cut by the editor, but I need to cover some background. I, who had never before this cruise actually been on the ocean, have always associated the ocean with dread and death. As a little kid, I used to memorize shark fatality data, not just attacks, fatalities. The Albert Kogler fatality off Baker's Beach, California in 1959, Great White. The USS Indianapolis smorgasbord off the Philippines in 1945. Many varieties, authorities think mostly tigers and blues. The most fatalities attributed to a single shark series of incidents around Matawan, Spring Lake, New Jersey in 1916. Great White again. This time they caught a Carcarius in Raritan Bay, New Jersey, and found human parts in gastro. I know which parts and whose. I'm doing this from memory. I don't need a book. I can still name every documented Indianapolis fatality, including some serial numbers and hometowns. Hundreds of men lost. 80 classed as shark. 7 through 10 August, 1945. The Indianapolis had just delivered Little Boy to the island of Tinian for delivery to Hiroshima, so ironists take note. Robert Shaw as Quint reprised the whole incident in 1975's Jaws, a film that, as you can imagine, was like fetish porn to me at age 13. In school, I ended up writing 3 different papers on the Castaway section of Moby Dick, the chapter where the cabin boy, Pip, falls overboard and is driven mad by the empty immensity of what he finds himself floating in. And when I teach school now, I always teach Crane's horrific The Open Boat. And I get bent out of shape when the kids find the story dull or jaunty adventure-ish. I want them to feel the same marrow-level dread of the oceanic I've always felt, the intuition of the sea as primordial nada, bottomless, depths inhabited by cackling, tooth-studded things rising toward you at the rate a feather falls. Anyway, hence the atavistic shark fetish, which I need to admit came back with a long-repressed vengeance on this luxury cruise, and that I made such a fuss about the one possible dorsal fin I saw off starboard that my companions at supper's table 64 finally had to tell me, with all possible tact, to shut up about the fin already. And I'll admit that on the very first night of the 7NC, I asked the staff of the Nadir's 5-star Caravelle restaurant whether I could maybe have a spare bucket of Anjou drippings from supper, so I could try chumming for sharks off the back rail of the top deck, and that this request struck everybody from the maitre d' on down as disturbing and maybe even disturbed, and that it turned out to be a serious journalistic faux pas, because I'm almost positive the maitre d' passed this disturbing tidbit on to Mr. Dermatitis, and that it was a big reason why I was denied access to stuff like the ship's galley, thereby impoverishing the sensuous scope of this article. Plus, it also revealed how little I understood the Nadir's sheer size. 12 decks and 150 feet up, the Anjou drippings would have dispersed into a vague red cologne by the time they hit the water, with concentrations of blood inadequate to attract or excite a serious shark, whose fin would have probably looked like a pushpin from that height anyway. I don't think it's an accident that 7NC luxury cruises appeal mostly to older people. I don't mean decrepitly old, but I mean like age 50-plus people, for whom their own mortality is something more than an abstraction. Most of the exposed bodies to be seen all over the daytime nadir were in various stages of disintegration, and the ocean itself, which I found to be salty as hell, like sore-throat soothing gargle-grade salty. Its spray is so corrosive that one temple hinge of my glasses is probably going to have to be replaced. Turns out to be basically one enormous engine of decay. Seawater corrodes vessels with amazing speed, rusts them, exfoliates paint, strips varnish, dulls shine, coats ships' hulls with barnacles and kelp clumps, and a vague ubiquitous nautical snot that seems like death incarnate. We saw some real horrors in port, local boats that looked dipped in a mixture of acid and shit, scabbed with rust and goo, ravaged by what they float in. Not so the Megaline's ships. It's not an accident they're all so white and clean, for they're clearly meant to represent the Calvinist triumph of capital and industry over the primal decay action of the sea. The Nadir seemed to have a whole battalion of wiry little third-world guys who went around the ship in navy blue jumpsuits, scanning for decay to overcome. Writer Frank Conroy, who has an odd little essay-mercial in the front of Celebrity Cruises' 7NC brochure, talks about how it became a private challenge for me to try to find a piece of dull brightwork, a chipped rail, a stain in the deck, a slack cable, or anything that wasn't perfectly shipshape. Eventually, toward the end of the trip, I found a capstan, apparently a type of nautical hoist, like a pulley on steroids, with a $50-sized patch of rust on the side facing the sea. My delight in this tiny flaw was interrupted by the arrival, even as I stood there, of a crewman with a roller and a bucket of white paint. I watched as he gave the entire capstan a fresh coat of paint and walked away with a nod. Here's the thing. A vacation is a respite from unpleasantness, and since consciousness of death and decay are unpleasant, it may seem weird that Americans' ultimate fantasy vacation involves being plunked down in an enormous primordial engine of death and decay. But on a 7NC luxury cruise, we are skillfully enabled in the construction of various fantasies of triumph over just this death and decay. One way to triumph is via the rigors of self-improvement. And the crew's amphetaminic upkeep of the nadir is an unsubtle analog to personal titivation. Diet, exercise, megavitamin supplements, cosmetic surgery, Franklin Quest time management seminars, etc. There's another way out, too, with respect to death. Not titivation, but titillation. Not hard work, but hard play. The 7NC's constant activities, parties, festivities, gaiety and song. The adrenaline, the excitement, the stimulation. It makes you feel vibrant, alive. It makes your existence seem non-contingent. The nadirs got literally hundreds of cross-sectional maps of the ship on every deck, at every elevator and junction, each with a red dot and a "You are here." And it doesn't take long to figure out that these are less for orientation than for some weird kind of reassurance. The hard play option promises not a transcendence of death dread so much as just drowning it out. Sharing a laugh with your friends in the lounge after dinner. You glance at your watch and mention that it's almost showtime. When the curtain comes down after a standing ovation, the talk among your companions turns to, what next? Perhaps a visit to the casino or a little dancing in the disco? Maybe a quiet drink in the piano bar or a starlit stroll around the deck? After discussing all your options, everyone agrees, let's do it all. Always constant references to friends in the brochure's text. Part of this promise of escape from death dread is that no cruiser is ever alone. Dante this isn't, but Celebrity Cruises' 7NC brochure is nevertheless an extremely powerful and ingenious piece of advertising. The brochure is magazine size, heavy and glossy, beautifully laid out, its text offset by art-quality photos of upscale couples, tanned faces locked in a kind of rictus of pleasure. Always couples in this brochure, and even in group shots it's always groups of couples. I never did get hold of a brochure for an actual singles cruise, but the mind reels. There was a singles get-together on the Nadir that first Saturday night, held in Deck 8's Scorpio Disco, which after an hour of self-hypnosis and controlled breathing, I steeled myself to go to. But even the get-together was 75% established couples, and the few of us singles under like 70 all looked grim and self-hypnotized, and the whole affair seemed like a true wrist-slitter. And I beat a retreat after half an hour because Jurassic Park was scheduled to run on the TV that night, and I hadn't yet looked at the whole schedule and seen that Jurassic Park would play several dozen times over the coming week. All the megalines put out brochures, and they're essentially interchangeable. The middle part of the brochures detail the different packages and routes. Basic 7NCs go to the Western Caribbean, Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Cozumel, or the Eastern Caribbean, Puerto Rico, Virgins, or something called the Deep Caribbean, Martinique, Barbados, Mairo. There are also 10 and 11-night Ultimate Caribbean packages that hit pretty much every exotic coastline between Miami and the Panama Canal. The brochure's final sections, boilerplate, always details costs, passport stuff, customs regulations, caveats. From $2,500 to about $4,000 for mass-market megaships like the Nadir, unless you want a presidential suite with a skylight, wet bar, automatic palm fronds, etc., in which case double that. But it's the first section of these brochures that really grabs you, the photos and italicized blurbs from Fodor's Cruises and Berlitz, the dreamy mise-en-scenes and breathless prose. Celebrity's brochure, in particular, is a real two-napkin drooler. It has little hypertextish offsets, boxed in gold, that say stuff like, indulgence becomes easy, and relaxation becomes second nature, and stress becomes a faint memory. And these promises point to the third kind of death and dread transcendence the Nadir offers, one that requires neither work nor play, the enticement that is a 7NC's real carrot and stick. 4. Just standing at the ship's rail, looking out to sea has a profoundly soothing effect. As you drift along like a cloud on water, The weight of everyday life is magically lifted away, and you seem to be floating on a sea of smiles. Not just among your fellow guests, but on the faces of the ship's staff as well. As a steward cheerfully delivers your drinks, you mention all of the smiles among the crew. He explains that every celebrity staff member takes pleasure in making your cruise a completely carefree experience, and treating you as an honored guest. Besides, he adds, there's no place they'd rather be. Looking back out to sea, you couldn't agree more. In response to some dogged journalistic querying, Celebrity's PR firm's press liaison, the charming and Deborah Winger-voiced Miss Wyson, had this explanation for the cheery service. The people on board, the staff, are really part of one big family. You probably noticed this when you were on the ship. They really love what they are doing and love serving people, and they pay attention to what everybody wants and needs. This was not what I myself observed. What I myself observed was that the Nadir was one very tight ship, run by an elite cadre of very hard-ass Greek officers and supervisors, and that the Preterite staff lived in mortal terror of these Greek bosses, who watched them with enormous beadiness at all times, and that the crew worked almost Dickensianly hard, too hard to feel truly cheery about it. My sense was that cheeriness was up there with celerity and servility on the clipboarded evaluation sheets the Greek bosses were constantly filling out on them. When they didn't know any guests were looking, a lot of the workers had the kind of pinched weariness about them that one associates with low-paid service employees in general, plus fear. My sense was that a crewman could get fired for a pretty small lapse, and that getting fired by these Greek officers might well involve a spotlessly shined shoe in the ass, and then a really long swim. What I observed was that the Preterite workers did have a sort of affection for the passengers, but that it was a comparative affection. Even the most absurdly demanding passenger seemed kind and understanding compared to the martinetism of the Greeks, and the crew seemed genuinely grateful for this, sort of the way we find even very basic human decency moving if we encounter it in New York City or Boston. Celebrity's 7NC brochure uses the second-person pronoun throughout. This is extremely appropriate because, in the brochure's scenarios, the 7NC experience is being not described but evoked. The brochure's real seduction is not an invitation to fantasize, but rather a construction of the fantasy itself. This is advertising, but with a queerly authoritarian twist. In regular adult market ads, attractive people are shown having a near illegally good time in some scenario surrounding a product, and you are meant to fantasize that you can project yourself into the ad's perfect world via purchase of that product. In regular advertising, where your adult agency and freedom of choice have to be flattered, the purchase is prerequisite to the fantasy. It's the fantasy that's being sold, not any literal projection into the ad's world. There's no sense of any real kind of actual promise being made. This is what makes conventional adult advertisements fundamentally coy. Contrast this coyness with the force of the 7NC brochure's ads, the near-imperative use of the second person, the specificity of detail that extends even to what you will say. You will say, "I couldn't agree more," and "let's do it all." In the cruise brochure's ads, you are excused from doing the work of constructing the fantasy. The ads do it for you. The ads, therefore, don't flatter your adult agency or even ignore it. They supplant it. And this authoritarian, near-parental type of advertising makes a very special sort of promise, a diabolically seductive promise that's actually kind of honest, because it's a promise that the luxury cruise itself is all about honoring. The promise is not that you can experience great pleasure, but that you will. that they'll make certain of it, that they'll micromanage every iota of every pleasure option so that not even the dreadful corrosive action of your adult consciousness and agency and dread can fuck up your fun. Your troublesome capacities for choice, error, regret, dissatisfaction, and despair will be removed from the equation. The ads promise that you will be able, finally, for once, truly to relax and have a good time, because you will have no choice but to have a good time. Your pleasure, several Megaline slogans go, is our business. What in a regular ad would be a double entendre is here a triple entendre, and the tertiary connotation, namely, mind your own bloody business and let us professionals worry about your pleasure for Christ's sake, is far from incidental. I am now 33 years old, and it feels like much time has passed and is passing faster and faster every day. Day to day, I have to make all sorts of choices about what is good and important and fun, and then I have to live with the forfeiture of all the other options those choices foreclose. And I'm starting to see how, as time gains momentum, my choices will narrow, and their foreclosures multiply exponentially until I arrive at some point on some branch of all life's sumptuous branching complexity at which I am finally locked in and stuck on one path, and time speeds me through stages of stasis and atrophy and decay until I go down for the third time. All struggle for naught, drowned by time. It is dreadful. But since it's my own choices that'll lock me in, it seems unavoidable. If I want to be any kind of grown-up, I have to make choices and regret foreclosures and try to live with them. Not so on the lush and spotless MV Nadir. On a 7NC luxury cruise, I pay for the privilege of handing over to trained professionals responsibility not just for my experience, but for my interpretation of that experience. That is, my pleasure. My pleasure is for 7 nights and 6.5 days wisely and efficiently managed, just as promised in the cruise line's advertising, nay, just as somehow already accomplished in the ads, with their second-person imperatives, which make them not promises but predictions. Aboard the Nadir, just as ringingly foretold in the brochure's climactic page 23, I get to do, in gold, something you haven't done in a long, long time. Absolutely nothing. How long has it been since you did absolutely nothing? I know exactly how long it's been for me. I know how long it's been since I had every need met choicelessly from someplace outside me, without my having to ask or even acknowledge that I needed. And that time I was floating too, and the fluid was salty and warm, but not too. And if I was conscious at all, I'm sure I felt dreadless, and was having a really good time, and would have sent postcards to everyone, wishing they were here. 5. A 7NC's pampering is a little uneven at first, but it starts at the airport, where you don't have to go to baggage claim because people from the Megaline get your suitcases for you and take them right to the ship. A bunch of other Megalines besides Celebrity Cruises operate out of Fort Lauderdale, and the flight down from O'Hare is full of festive-looking people dressed for cruising. Celebrity, Cunard, Princess, and Holland America all use it as a hub. Carnival and Dolphin use Miami. Others use Port Canaveral, Puerto Rico, the Bahamas, all over. It turns out the folks sitting next to me on the plane are booked on the Nadir. They're a retired couple from Chicago, and this is their 4th luxury cruise in as many years. It is they who tell me about the news reports of the kid jumping overboard, and also about a legendarily nasty outbreak of salmonella, or E. coli, or something on a megaship in the late 70s, that gave rise to the CDC's vessel sanitation program of inspections, plus about a supposed outbreak of Legionnaire's disease vectored by the jacuzzi on a 7NC megaship 2 years ago. It was possibly one of Celebrity's 3 cruise ships. The lady, kind of the spokesman for the couple, isn't sure. It turns out she sort of likes to toss off a horrific detail and then get all vague and blasé when a horrified listener tries to pump her for details. The husband wears a fishing cap with a long bill and a t-shirt that says, Big Daddy. 7NC luxury cruises always start and finish on Saturday. Right now, it's Saturday, 11 March, 10:20 hours, and we are deplaning. Imagine the day after the Berlin Wall came down. If everybody in East Germany was plump and comfortable-looking and dressed in Caribbean pastels, and you'll have a pretty good idea what the Fort Lauderdale Airport terminal looks like today. Over near the back wall, a number of brisk-looking older ladies in vaguely naval outfits hold up printed signs. Holland, Celebrity, Cunard Crown. What you're supposed to do, the Chicago lady from the plane is kind of talking me through it, as Big Daddy shoulders us a path through the fray. What you're supposed to do is find your particular megaline's brisk lady and sort of all coalesce around her, as she walks with printed sign held high to attract still more cruisers, and leads the growing ectoplasm of naderites all out to buses that ferry us to the piers, and what we quixotically believe will be immediate and hassle-free boarding. Apparently Fort Lauderdale Airport is always just your average, sleepy, mid-size airport 6 days a week, and then every Saturday resembles the fall of Saigon. Half the terminal's mob consists of luggage-bearing people now flying home from 7NCs. They are Syrianly tan, and a lot of them have eccentric and vaguely hairy-looking souvenirs of various sizes and functions, and they all have a glazed, spacey look about them that the Chicago lady avers is the telltale look of post-7NC inner peace. We pre-7NCs, on the other hand, all look pasty and stressed and somehow combat unready. Outside, we of the nadir are directed to de-ectoplasmize ourselves and all line up along some sort of tall curb to await the nadir's special chartered buses. We are exchanging awkward, don't know whether to smile and wave or not glances with a Holland-America herd that's lining up on a grassy median parallel to us, and both groups are looking a little narrow-eyed at a princess-bound herd whose buses are already pulling up. The Fort Lauderdale Airport's porters and cabbies and white, bandoliered traffic cops and bus drivers are all Cuban. The retired Chicago couple, clearly wily veterans about lines by their 4th luxury cruise, has butted into place way up. A second celebrity crowd control lady has a megaphone and repeats over and over not to worry about our luggage, that it will follow us later, which I am apparently alone in finding chilling in its unwitting echo of the Auschwitz embarkation scene in Schindler's List. Where I am in the line, I'm between a squat and chain-smoking black man in an NBC sports cap and several corporately dressed people wearing badges identifying them as with something called the Engler Corporation. I was never, in countless tries, able to determine just what the Engler Corporation did or made or was about, but they'd apparently sent a quorum of their execs on this 7NC junket together as a weird kind of working vacation or intra-company convention or something. Way up ahead, the retired Chicago couple has spread a sort of parasol. There's a bumpy false ceiling of mackerel clouds moving in from the southwest, but overhead it's just wispy cirrus, and it's seriously hot standing and waiting in the sun, even without luggage or luggage angst. And through a lack of foresight, I'm wearing my undertaker-ish black wool suit coat and an inadequate hat. But it feels good to perspire. Chicago at dawn was 18 degrees, and its sun the sort of wan and impotent March sun you can look right at. It is good to feel serious sun and see trees all frothy with green. We wait rather a long time, and the nadir line starts to recoalesce into clumps as people's conversations have time to progress past the waiting in line small talk stage. Either there was a mix-up getting enough buses for people in on AM flights, or, my theory, the same Celebrity Cruises brain trust responsible for the wildly seductive brochure has decided to make certain elements of pre-embarkation as difficult and unpleasant as possible in order to sharpen the favorable contrast between real life and the 7NC experience. Now we're riding to the piers in a column of 8 chartered Greyhounds. Our convoy's rate of speed and the odd deference other traffic shows gives the whole procession a kind of funereal quality. Fort Lauderdale proper looks like one extremely large golf course, but the cruise line's piers are in something called Port Everglades, an industrial area, pretty clearly zoned for blight, with warehouses and transformer parks and stacked boxcars and vacant lots full of muscular and evil-looking Florida-type weeds. We pass a huge field of those hammer-shaped automatic oil derricks, all bobbing fallaciously, and on the horizon past them is a little fingernail clipping of shiny gray that I'm thinking must be the sea. Several different languages are in use on my bus. Whenever we go over bumps or train tracks, there's a tremendous mass clicking sound in here from all the cameras around everybody's neck. I haven't brought any sort of camera and feel a perverse pride about this. The nadir's traditional berth is Pier 21. Pier, though it had conjured for me images of wharfs and cleats and lapping water, turns out to denote something like what airport denotes, namely a zone and not a thing. There is no real water in sight, no docks, no fishy smell or sodium tang to the air, but there are, as we enter the pier zone, a lot of really big white ships that blot out most of the sky. Now I'm writing this sitting in an orange plastic chair at the end of one of Pier 21's countless bolted rows of orange plastic chairs. We have debussed and been herded via megaphone through 21's big glass doors, whereupon 2 more completely humorless naval ladies handed us each a little plastic card with a number on it. My card's number is 7. A few people sitting nearby ask me what I am, and I figure out I'm to respond, a 7. The cards are by no means brand new, and mine has the vestigial whorls of a chocolate thumbprint in one corner. From inside, Pier 21 seems kind of like a blimpless blimp hangar, high-ceilinged and very echoey. It has walls of unclean windows on 3 sides, at least 2,500 orange chairs in rows of 25, a kind of desultory snack bar and restrooms with very long lines. The acoustics are brutal, and it's tremendously loud. Outside, rain starts coming down even though the sun's still shining. Some of the people in the rows of chairs appear to have been here for days. They have that glazed, encamped look of people at airports in blizzards. It's now 11:32 hours, and boarding will not commence 1 second before 1400 sharp. A PA announcement politely but firmly declares Celebrity's seriousness about this. The reason for the delay won't become apparent until next Saturday, when it takes until 1000 hours to get everybody off the MV Nadir and vectored to appropriate transportation, and then from 1000 to 1400 hours, several battalions of jumpsuited third-world custodial guys will join the stewards in obliterating all evidence of us before the next 1,374 passengers come on. The PA lady's voice is what you imagine a British supermodel would sound like. Everyone's clutching his numbered card like the cards are identity papers at Checkpoint Charlie. There's an Ellis Island pre-Auschwitz aspect to the massed and anxious waiting, but I'm uncomfortable trying to extend the analogy. A lot of the people waiting, Caribbean-ish clothing notwithstanding, look Jewish to me, and I'm ashamed to catch myself thinking that I can determine Jewishness from people's appearance. For me, public places on the U.S. East Coast are full of these nasty little moments of racist observation and then internal PC backlash. Maybe 2/3 of the total people in here are actually sitting in orange chairs. Pier 21's pre-boarding blimp hangars not as bad as, say, Grand Central at 17:15 hours on Friday, but it bears little resemblance to any of the stressless pamper venues detailed in the celebrity brochure, which brochure I am not the only person in here thumbing through and looking at wistfully. A lot of people are also reading the Fort Lauderdale Sentinel and staring with Subway-ish blankness at other people. A kid whose t-shirt says, "Sandy Duncan's Eye," is carving something in the plastic of his chair. There are quite a few old people all traveling with really desperately old people who are pretty clearly the old people's parents. A couple different guys in different rows are field stripping their camcorders with military-looking expertise. There's a fair share of wasp-looking passengers as well. A lot of the wasps are couples in their 20s and 30s, with a honeymoonish aspect to the way their heads rest on each other's shoulders. Men after a certain age simply should not wear shorts, I've decided. Their legs are hairless in a way that's creepy. The skin seems denuded and practically crying out for hair, particularly on the calves. It's just about the only body area where you actually want more hair on older men. Is this fibular hairlessness a result of years of chafing in pants and socks? The significance of the numbered cards turns out to be that you're supposed to wait here in Pier 21's blimp hangar until your number is called. Then you board in lots. This term belongs to an 8-cruise veteran, a 50-ish guy with blonde bangs and a big ginger beard and what looks weirdly like a T-square sticking out of his carry-on, who's also the first person who offers me an unsolicited narrative on why he had basically no emotional choice right now but to come on a 7NC luxury cruise. So your number doesn't stand for you, but rather for the subherd of cruisers you're part of. Some 7NC veterans nearby tell me that 7 is not a great lot number and advise me to get comfortable. Somewhere past the big gray doors behind the restroom's roiling lines is an umbilical passage leading to what I assume is the actual nadir, which outside the south wall's windows presents as a tall wall of total white. In the approximate center of the hangar is a long table where creamy-complected women in nursish white from Steiner of London Inc. are doing free little makeup and complexion consultations with women waiting to board, priming the economic pump. Steiner of London will be on the nadir, it turns out, selling herbal wraps and cellulite-intensive delipidizing massages and facials and assorted aesthetic pampering. They have a whole little wing in the top deck's Olympic Health Club, and it seems like they all but own the beauty salon on Deck 5. The Chicago lady and Big Daddy are in the hangar's southeasternmost row of chairs playing Uno with another couple, who turn out to be friends they'd made on a Princess Alaska cruise in '93. Now I'm writing this sort of squatting with my bottom braced up against the hangar's west wall, which wall is white-painted cinder blocks, like a budget motel's wall, and also oddly clammy. By this time I'm down to slacks and t-shirt and tie, and the tie looks like it's been washed and hand-wrung. Perspiring has already lost its novelty. Part of what Celebrity Cruises is reminding us we're leaving behind is massed public waiting areas with no AC and indifferent ventilation. Now, it's 12:55 hours. Though the brochure says the nadir sails at 16:30 hours, Eastern Standard Time, and that you can board any time from 1400 to then, all 1,374 nadir passengers look all ready to be massed here, plus what must be a fair number of relatives and well-wishers, etc. Going on a 7NC luxury cruise is like going to the hospital or college in this respect. It seems to be SOP for a mass of relatives and well-wishers to accompany you right up to the jumping-off point and then have to finally leave, with lots of requisite hugs and tears. A major advantage to writing some sort of article about an experience is that, at grim junctures like this pre-embarkation blimp hangar, you can distract yourself from what the experience feels like by focusing on what look like items of possible interest for the article. This is the occasion I first see the 13-year-old kid with the toupee. He's slumped pre-adolescently in his chair, with his feet up on some kind of rattan hamper, while what I'll bet is his mom talks at him non-stop. He is staring into whatever special distance people in areas of mass public stasis stare into. His toupee isn't one of those horrible, black, shiny, incongruous Howard Cosell toupees, but it's not great either. It's an unlikely orange-brown, and its texture is like one of those local TV anchorman toupees where if you tousled the hair, it would get broken instead of mussed. A lot of the people from the Engler Corporation are massed in some kind of round informal conference or meeting over near the pier's glass doors, looking from the distance rather like a rugby scrum. I've decided the perfect description of the orange of the hangar's chairs is waiting room orange. Several driven-looking corporate guys are talking into cellular phones while their wives look stoic. Close to a dozen confirmed sightings of J. Redfield's The Celestine Prophecy. The acoustics in here have the nightmarishly echoey quality of some of the Beatles' more conceptual stuff. At the snack bar, a plain old candy bar is $1.50, and soda pop's even more. The line for the men's room extends northwest almost to the Steiner of London table. Several peer personnel with clipboards are running around without any discernible agenda. The crowd has a smattering of college-age kids, all with complex haircuts and already wearing poolside thongs. A little kid right near me is wearing the exact same kind of hat I am, which I might as well admit right now is a full-color Spider-Man cap. Long story, not worth it. I count over a dozen makes of camera, just in the little block of orange chairs within camera make discernment range. That's not counting camcorders. The dress code in here ranges from corporate informal to tourist tropical. I am the sweatiest and most disheveled person in view, I'm afraid. Another odd demographic truth is that whatever sorts of people are neurologically disposed to go on 7NC luxury cruises are also neurologically disposed not to sweat. The one venue of exception on board the Nadir was the Mayfair Casino. There is nothing even remotely nautical about the smell of Pier 21. Two male Engler executives excluded from the corporate scrum are sitting together at the end of the nearest row, right leg over left knee, and joggling their loafers in perfect, unconscious sync. Every infant within earshot has a promising future in professional opera, it sounds like. Also, every infant being carried or held is being carried or held by its female parent. Over 50% of the purses and handbags are wicker/rattan. The women all somehow give the impression of being on magazine diets. The median age here is at least 45. A pier person runs by with an enormous roll of crepe. Some sort of fire alarm's been going for the last 15 minutes, nerve-janglingly, ignored by everyone because the British bombshell at the PA and the celebrity people with clipboards also appear to be ignoring it. Also now comes what sounds at first like a sort of tuba from hell, 2 5-second blasts that ripple shirt fronts and contort everyone's faces. It turns out it's Holland America's SS Westerdam's ship's horn outside, announcing all ashore that's going because departure is imminent. Every so often I remove the hat, towel off, and sort of orbit the blimp hangar, eavesdropping, making small talk. Over half the passengers I chat up turn out to be from right around here in South Florida. Nonchalant eavesdropping provides the most fun and profit, though. An enormous number of small-talk-type conversations are going on all over the hangar, and a major percentage of this overheard chit-chat consists of passengers explaining to other passengers why they signed up for this 7NC cruise. It's like the universal subject of discussion in here, like chit-chatting in the day room of a mental ward. So, why are you here? And the striking constant in all the answers is that not once does somebody say they're going on this 7NC luxury cruise just to go on a 7NC luxury cruise. Nor does anybody refer to stuff about travel being broadening or a mad desire to parasail. Nobody even mentions being mesmerized by celebrities' fantasy/promise of pampering in uterine stasis. In fact, the word pamper, so ubiquitous in the celebrity 7NC brochure, is not once in my hearing uttered. The word that gets used over and over in the explanatory small talk is relax. Everybody characterizes the upcoming week as either a long put-off reward or as a last-ditch effort to salvage sanity and self from some inconceivable crock-pot of pressure, or both. I'm pretty sure I know what this syndrome is and how it's related to the brochure's seductive promise of total self-indulgence. What's in play here, I think, is the subtle universal shame that accompanies self-indulgence, the need to explain to just about anybody why the self-indulgence isn't in fact really self-indulgence. Like, I never go get a massage just to get a massage. I go because this old sports-related back injury's killing me and more or less forcing me to get a massage. Or like, I never just want a cigarette. I always need a cigarette. A lot of the explanatory narratives are long and involved, and some are sort of lurid. 2 different conversations involve people who've just finally buried a relative they'd been nursing at home for months as the relative lingered hideously. A floral wholesaler in an aqua Marlins shirt talks about how he's managed to drag the battered remnants of his soul through the Christmas to Valentine rush only by dangling in front of himself the carrot of this week of total relaxation and renewal. A trio of Newark cops, all just retired and had promised themselves a luxury cruise if they survived their 20. A couple from Fort Lauderdale sketch a scenario in which they've sort of been shamed by friends into 7NC luxury cruising as if they were native New Yorkers and the nadir the Statue of Liberty. By the way, I have now empirically verified that I am the only ticketed adult here without some kind of camera equipment. At some point, unnoticed, Holland's Westerdam's snout has withdrawn from the west window. The window is clear, and a brutal sun is shining through a patchy steam of evaporated rain. The blimp hangar's emptier by half now, and quiet. Big Daddy and spouse are long gone. They have called lots 5 through 7, all in a sort of bunch. And I, and pretty much the whole massed Angler Corporation contingent, are now moving in a kind of columnar herd toward passport checks and the deck 3 gangway beyond. Like all megaships, the nadir designates each deck with some 7NC-related name, and on the cruise it got confusing because they never referred to decks by numbers, and you could never remember whether, for example, the fantasy deck was deck 7 or 8. Deck 12 is called the Sun deck, 11 is the Marina deck, 10, I forget, 9's the Bahamas deck, 8 fantasy and 7 galaxy, or vice versa. 6 I never did get straight. 5 is the Europa deck, and comprises kind of the nadir's corporate nerve center, and is one huge, high-ceilinged, bank-looking lobby, with everything done in lemon and salmon, with brass plating around the guest relations desk, and purser's desk, and hotel manager's desk, and plants and massive pillars with water running down them, with a sound that all but drives you to the nearest urinal. 4 is all cabins and is called, I think, the Florida deck. Everything below 4 is all business and unnamed, and off-limits with the exception of the smidgen of 3 that has the gangway. I'm henceforth going to refer to the decks by number, since that's what I had to know in order to take the elevator anywhere. Decks 7 and 8 are where the serious eating and casinoing and discos and entertainment are. 11 has the pools and cafe, 12 is on top, and laid out for serious heliophilia. And now we are getting greeted, each of us, by not one but 2 Aryan-looking hostesses from the hospitality staff, and now moving over plush plum carpet to the interior of what one presumes is the actual nadir. Washed now in high-oxygen AC that seems subtly balsam-scented, pausing for a second, if we wish, to have our pre-cruise photo taken by the ship's photographer. A thoroughly silly and superfluous job, if ever there was one, on this 7N photocopier. Apparently, for some kind of before-after souvenir ensemble, they'll try to sell us at week's end. And I start seeing the first of more watch-your-step signs this coming week than anyone could count. Because a megaship's architecture's flooring is totally jerry-rigged looking and uneven, and everywhere there are sudden little 6-inch steplets up and down. And there's the delicious feel of sweat drying and the first nip of AC chill, and I suddenly can't even remember what the squall of a prickly heated infant sounds like anymore. Not in the plushly cushioned little corridors I'm walked through. One of the 2 hospitality hostesses seems to have an orthopedic right shoe, and she walks with a very slight limp, and somehow this detail seems terribly moving. And as Inga and Jelly of hospitality walk me on and in, and it's an endless walk, up, fore, aft, serpentine through bulkheads and steel-railed corridors with mollified jazz out of little round speakers in a beige enamel ceiling I could reach an elbow up and touch. The whole 3-hour pre-cruise gestalt of shame and explanation and "why are you here?" is transposed utterly, because at intervals on every wall are elaborate cross-sectioned maps and diagrams, each with a big and reassuringly jolly red dot with "You are here," which assertion preempts all inquiry and signals that explanations and doubt and guilt are now left back there with all else we're leaving behind, handing over to prose. And the elevator's made of glass and is noiseless, and the hostesses smile slightly and gaze at nothing as all together we ascend, and it's a very close race. Which of these 2 hostesses smells better in the enclosed chill? And now we're passing little teak-lined shipboard shops with Gucci, Waterford, and Wedgwood, Rolex and Raymond Weil, and there's a crackle in the jazz, and an announcement in 3 languages about welcome and willkommen, and how there'll be a compulsory lifeboat drill an hour after sailing. At 15:15 hours, I am installed in nadir cabin 1009 and immediately eat almost a whole basket of free fruit and lie on a really nice bed and drum my fingers on my swollen tummy. 6. Departure at 16:30 hours turns out to be a not untasteful affair of crepe and horns. Each deck's got walkways outside, with railings made of some kind of really good wood. It's now overcast, and the ocean way below is dull-colored and frothy, etc. It smells less fishy or oceany than just salty. Our horn is even more planet-shattering than the Westerdam's horn. Most of the people exchanging waves with us are cruisers along the rails of the decks of other 7 NC megaships, also just leaving, so it's a surreal little scene. It's hard not to imagine all of us cruising the whole Western Caribbean in a parallel pack, all waving at one another the entire time. Docking and leaving are the 2 times a megacruiser's captain is actually steering the ship. And MV Nadir Captain G. Panagiotakis has wheeled us around and pointed our snout at the open sea, and we, large and white and clean, are under sail. 7. The whole first 2 days and nights are bad weather, with high-pitched winds and heaving seas, spume lashing the porthole's glass, etc. The single best new vocab word from this week, spume. The second best was Scheisser, which one German retiree called another German retiree who kept beating him at darts. For 40-plus hours, it's more like a luxury North Sea cruise, and the celebrity staff goes around looking regretful but not apologetic, this expression resembling a kind of facial shoulder shrug, as at fate. And in all fairness, it's hard to find a way to blame Celebrity Cruises, Inc. for the weather. Though I can't help noting that the weather in the Celebrity 7NC brochure was substantially nicer. On gale-force days like the first 2, passengers are advised to enjoy the view from the railings on the lee side of the Nadir. The one other guy who ever joins me in trying out the non-lee side has his glasses blown off by the wind, and he does not appreciate my remarking to him that round-the-ear cable arms are better for high-wind view-enjoying. I keep waiting to see somebody from the crew wearing the traditional yellow slicker, but no luck. The railing I do most of my contemplative gazing from is on deck 10, so the sea is way below, and the sounds of it slopping and heaving around are far away and surf-like. And visually, it's a little like looking down into a flushing toilet. No fins in view. In heavy seas, hypochondriacs are kept busy taking their gastric pulse every couple seconds and wondering whether what they're feeling is maybe the onset of seasickness and or gauging the exact level of seasickness they're feeling. Seasickness-wise, though, it turns out that heavy seas are sort of like battle. There's no way to know ahead of time how you'll react. A test of the deep and involuntary stuff of a man. I myself turn out not to get seasick. An apparent immunity, deep and unchosen, and slightly miraculous given that I have every other kind of motion sickness listed in the PDR and cannot take anything for it. I have a deep and involuntary reaction to Dramamine, whereby it sends me pitching forward to lie prone and twitching, wherever I am when the drug kicks in, so I'm sailing the Nadir cold turkey. For the whole first rough sea day, I puzzle about the fact that every other passenger on the MV Nadir looks to have received identical little weird shaving cuts below their left ear, which in the case of female passengers seems especially strange. Until I learn that the little round band-aid-ish things on everybody's neck are these special new nuclear-powered transdermal motion sickness patches, which apparently now nobody with any kind of clue about 7NC luxury cruising leaves home without. Patches notwithstanding, a lot of the passengers get seasick anyway, these first 2 howling days. It turns out that a seasick person really does look green, though it's an odd, ghostly green, pasty and toadish, and more than a little corpse-like when the seasick person is dressed in formal dinnerwear. For the first 2 nights, who's feeling seasick and who's not now but was a little while ago, or isn't feeling it yet but thinks it's maybe coming on, etc., is a big topic of conversation at good old Table 64 in the 5-star Caravel restaurant. This is on deck 7, the serious dining room, and it's never called just the Caravel restaurant, and never just the restaurant. It's always the 5-star Caravel restaurant. Common suffering and fear of suffering turn out to be a terrific icebreaker. And icebreaking is important because on a 7NC, you eat at the same designated table with the same companions all 7 nights. There were 7 other people with me at good old Table 64, all from South Florida, Miami, Tamarack, Fort Lauderdale itself. 4 of the people knew each other in private landlocked live, and had requested to be at the same table. The other 3 people were an old couple, and their granddaughter whose name was Mona. I was the only first-time luxury cruiser at Table 64, and also the only person who referred to the evening meal as supper, a childhood habit I could not seem to be teased out of. With the conspicuous exception of Mona, I liked all my table-mates a lot, and I want to get a description of supper out of the way in a fast footnote, and avoid saying much about them for fear of hurting their feelings by noting any weirdness or features that might seem potentially mean. There were some pretty weird aspects to the Table 64 ensemble, though. For one thing, they all had thick and unmistakable New York City accents, and yet they swore up and down that they'd all been born and raised in South Florida, although it did turn out that all the Table 64 adults' own parents had been New Yorkers, which, when you think about it, is compelling evidence of the durability of a good, thick New York City accent. Besides me, there were 5 women and 2 men, and both men were completely silent except on the subjects of golf, business, transdermal motion sickness prophylaxis, and the legalities of getting stuff through customs. The women carried Table 64's conversational ball. One of the reasons I liked all these women, except Mona, so much was because they laughed really hard at my jokes, even lame or very obscure jokes, although they all had this curious way of laughing where they sort of screamed before they laughed. I mean, really, and discernibly screamed, so that for one excruciating second you could never tell whether they were getting ready to laugh, or whether they were seeing something hideous and scream-worthy over your shoulder across the 5-star Caravel restaurant, and this was disconcerting all week. Also, like many other 7NC luxury cruise passengers I observed, they all seemed to be uniformly stellar at anecdotes and stories and extended setup jokes, employing both hands and faces to maximum dramatic effect, knowing when to pause and when to go run-on, how to double-take, and how to set up a straight man. My favorite table-mate was Trudy, whose husband was back home in Tamarack, managing some sudden crisis at the couple's cellular phone business, and had given his ticket to Alice, their heavy and very well-dressed daughter, who was on spring break from Miami University, and who was, for some reason, extremely anxious to communicate to me that she had a serious boyfriend, the name of which boyfriend was Patrick. Alice's part of most of our interfaces consisted of remarks like, "You hate fennel? What a coincidence! My boyfriend Patrick absolutely detests fennel. You're from Illinois? What a coincidence! My boyfriend Patrick has an aunt whose first husband was from Indiana, which is right near Illinois. You have 4 limbs? What a coincidence! And so on. Alice's continual assertion of her relationship status may have been a defensive tactic against Trudy, who kept pulling professionally retouched 4x5 glossies of Alice out of her purse and showing them to me with Alice sitting right there, and who, every time Alice mentioned Patrick, suffered some sort of weird facial tic or grimace where one side's canine tooth showed and the other side's didn't. Trudy was 56, the same age as my own dear personal mom, and looked, Trudy did, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, like Jackie Gleason in drag, and had a particularly loud pre-laugh scream that was a real arrhythmia producer, and was the one who coerced me into Wednesday night's conga line and got me strung out on snowball jackpot bingo, and also was an incredible lay authority on 7 NC luxury cruises, this being her 6th in a decade. She and her friend Esther, thin-faced, subtly ravaged-looking, the distaff part of the couple from Miami, had tales to tell about Carnival, Princess, Crystal, and Cunard too fraught with libel potential to reproduce here, and one long review of what was apparently the worst cruise line in 7NC history. One, American Family Cruises, which folded after just 16 months, involving outrages too literally incredible to be believed from any duo less knowledgeable and discerning than Trudy and Esther. Plus, it started to strike me that I had never before been party to such a minute and exacting analysis of the food and service of a meal I was just at that moment eating. Nothing escaped the attention of Trudy and Esther. The symmetry of the parsley sprigs atop the boiled baby carrots, the consistency of the bread, the flavor and mastication friendliness of various cuts of meat, the celerity and flambe technique of the various pastry guys in tall white hats who appeared tableside when items had to be set on fire, a major percentage of the desserts in the 5-star Caravel restaurant had to be set on fire, and so on. The waiter and busboy kept circling the table going, "Finish, finish," while Esther and Trudy had exchanges like, "Honey, you don't look happy with the conch. What's the problem?" "I'm fine. It's fine. Everything's fine." "Don't lie. Honey, with that face, who could lie?" "Frank, am I right? This is a person with a face incapable of lying. Is it the potatoes or the conch?" "Is it the conch?" "There's nothing wrong, Esther, darling. I swear it." "You're not happy with the conch. All right. I've got a problem with the conch." "Did I tell you? Frank, did I tell her?" Frank silently probes own ear with pinky. "Was I right? I could tell just by looking you weren't happy." "I'm fine with the potatoes. It's the conch. Did I tell you about seasonal fish on ships? What did I tell you? The potatoes are good." Mona is 18. Her grandparents have been taking her on a luxury cruise every spring since she was 5. Mona always sleeps through both breakfast and lunch and spends all night at the Scorpio Disco and in the Mayfair Casino playing the slots. She's 6'2" if she's an inch. She's going to attend Penn State next fall because the agreement was that she'd receive a 4-wheel drive vehicle if she went someplace where there might be snow. She was unabashed in recounting this college selection criterion. She was an incredibly demanding passenger and diner, but her complaints about slight aesthetic and gustatory imperfections at table lacked Trudy and Esther's discernment and integrity, and came off as simply churlish. Mona was also kind of strange-looking. A body like Brigitte Nielsen or some centerfold on steroids, and above it, Framed in resplendent and frizzless blonde hair, the tiny, delicate, pale, unhappy face of a kind of corrupt doll. Her grandparents, who retired every night right after supper, always made a small ceremony after dessert of handing Mona $100 to go have some fun with. This $100 bill was always in one of those little ceremonial bank envelopes that has Benjamin Franklin's face staring out of a porthole-like window in the front, and written on the envelope in red magic marker was always, "We love you, honey." Mona never once said thank you for the money. She also rolled her eyes at just about everything her grandparents said, a habit that quickly drove me up the wall. I find I'm not as worried about saying potentially mean stuff about Mona as I am about Trudy and Alice and Esther's mute smiling husband Frank. Apparently, Mona's special, customary little gig on 7NC luxury cruises is to lie to the waiter and maitre d' and say that Thursday is her birthday, so that at the formal supper on Thursday she gets bunting and a heart-shaped helium balloon tied to her chair, and her own cake, and pretty much the whole restaurant staff comes out and forms a circle around her and sings to her. Her real birthday, she informs me on Monday, is 29 July, and when I observe that 29 July is also the birthday of Benito Mussolini, Mona's grandmother shoots me kind of a death look, though Mona herself is excited at the coincidence, apparently confusing the names Mussolini and Maserati. Because it just so happens that Thursday, 16 March, really is the birthday of Trudy's daughter Alice, and because Mona declines to forfeit her fake birthday claim and instead counterclaims that her and Alice's sharing bunting and natal attentions at 3/16's formal supper promises to be radical, Alice has decided that she wishes Mona all kinds of ill, and by Tuesday, 14 March, Alice and I have established a kind of anti-Mona alliance. And we amuse each other across table 64 by making subtly disguised little strangling and stabbing motions whenever Mona says anything. A set of disgusting motions Alice told me she learned at various excruciating public suppers in Miami with her serious boyfriend Patrick, who apparently hates almost everyone he eats with. Discussing nausea and vomiting while eating intricately prepared and heavy gourmet foods doesn't seem to bother anybody. Even in heavy seas, 7NC megaships don't yaw or throw you around or send bowls of soup sliding across tables. Only a certain subtle unreality to your footing lets you know you're not on land. At sea, a room's floor feels somehow 3D, and your footing demands a slight attention good old planar static land never needs. You don't ever quite hear the ship's big engines, but when your feet are planted, you can feel them, a kind of spinal throb. It's oddly soothing. Walking is a little dreamy also. There are constant slight shifts in torque from the wave's action. When heavy waves come straight at a megaship's snout, the ship goes up and down along its long axis. This is called pitching. It produces a disorienting deal where you feel like you're walking on a very slight downhill grade, and then level, and then on a very slight uphill grade. Some evolutionary retrograde reptile brain part of the central nervous system is apparently reawakened, though, and manages all this so automatically that it requires a good deal of attention to notice anything more than that walking feels a little dreamy. Rolling, on the other hand, is when waves hit the ship from the side and make it go up and down along its crosswise axis. Which, again, with a megaship like this is subtle, even at its worst. The rolling never made chandeliers tinkle or anything fall off surfaces, though it did keep a slightly unplumbed drawer in cabin 1009's complex wonder closet rattling madly in its track, even after several insertions of Kleenex at strategic points. When the MV nadir rolls, what you feel is a very slight increase in the demands placed on the muscles of your left leg. Then a strange absence of all demand. Then demands on the right leg. The demands shift at the rate of a very long thing swinging, and again the action is usually so subtle that it's almost a meditative exercise to stay conscious of what's going on. We never pitch badly, but every once in a while some really big Poseidon adventure-grade single wave must come and hit the nadir's side, because every once in a while the asymmetric leg demands won't stop or reverse, and you keep having to put more and more weight on one leg until you're exquisitely close to tipping over and have to grab something. This on-the-edge moment's exquisiteness is something like the couple seconds between knowing you're going to sneeze and actually sneezing, some kind of marvelous, distended moment of transferring control to large automatic forces. The sneeze analogy thing might sound freaky, but it's true, and Trudy's said she'll back me up. It happens very quickly, and never twice in a row. The cruise's first night features some really big waves from starboard, and in the casino after supper it's hard to tell who's had too much of the 71 Riechborg and who's just doing a roll-related stagger. Add in the fact that most of the women are wearing high heels, and you can imagine some of the vertiginous staggering/flailing/clutching that goes on. Almost everyone on the nadir has come on in couples, and when they walk during heavy seas, they tend to hang on each other like freshman steadies. You can tell they like it. The women have this trick of sort of folding themselves into the men and snuggling as they walk, and the men's postures improve and their faces firm up, and you can tell they feel unusually solid and protective. A 7NC luxury cruise is full of these odd little unexpected romantic nuggets, like trying to help each other walk when the ship rolls. You can sort of tell why older couples like to cruise. Heavy seas are also great for sleep, it turns out. The first 2 mornings there's hardly anybody at early seating breakfast. Everybody sleeps in. People with insomnia of years standing report uninterrupted sleep of 9 hours, 10 hours. Their eyes are wide and childlike with wonder as they report this. Everybody looks younger when they've had a lot of sleep. There's rampant daytime napping, too. By week's end, when we'd had all manner of weather, I finally saw what it was about heavy seas and marvelous rest. In heavy seas, you feel rocked to sleep, with the windows spume, a gentle shushing, the engines throb, a mother's pulse. 8. Did I mention that famous writer and Iowa Writers' Workshop chairperson Frank Conroy has his own experiential essay about cruising right there in Celebrity's 7NC brochure? Well, he does. And the thing starts out on the Pier 21 gangway that first Saturday with his family. Conroy took the same luxury cruise as I, the 7-night Western Caribbean on the good old Nadir in May 1994. He and his family cruised for free. I know details like this because Conroy talked to me on the phone and answered nosy questions and was frank and forthcoming and in general just totally decent-seeming about the whole thing. With that single, easy step, we entered a new world, a sort of alternate reality to the one on shore. Smiles, handshakes, and we were whisked away to our cabin by a friendly young woman from guest relations. Then they're outside along the rail for the Nadir's sailing. We became aware that the ship was pulling away. We had felt no warning, no trembling of the deck, throbbing of the engines or the like. It was as if the land were magically receding, like some ever so slow reverse zoom in the movies. This is pretty much what Conroy's whole My Celebrity Cruise, or All This and a Tan, Too, is like. Its full implications didn't hit me until I reread it supine on Deck 12 the first sunny day. Conroy's essay is graceful and lapidary and attractive and assuasive. I submit that it is also completely sinister and despair-producing and bad. Its badness does not consist so much in its constant and mesmeric references to fantasy and alternate realities and the palliative powers of pro-pampering. I'd come on board after 2 months of intense and moderately stressful work, but now it seemed a distant memory. I realized it had been a week since I'd washed a dish, cooked a meal, gone to the market, done an errand, or, in fact, anything at all requiring a minimum of thought and effort. My toughest decisions had been whether to catch the afternoon showing of Mrs. Doubtfire or play bingo. Nor in the surfeit of happy adjectives, nor so much in the tone of breathless approval throughout. For all of us, our fantasies and expectations were to be exceeded, to say the least. When it comes to service, Celebrity Cruises seems ready and able to deal with anything. Bright sun, warm still air, the brilliant blue-green of the Caribbean under the vast lapis-lazuli dome of the sky. The training must be rigorous indeed, because the truth is, the service was impeccable, and impeccable in every aspect, from the cabin steward to the sommelier, from the on-deck waiter to the guest relations manager, from the ordinary seaman who goes out of his way to get your deck chair, to the third mate who shows you the way to the library. It is hard to imagine a more professional, polished operation, and I doubt that many in the world can equal it. Rather, part of the essay's real badness can be found in the way it reveals once again the Megaline's sail, S-A-L-E, to sail, S-A-I-L, agenda of micromanaging not only one's perceptions of a 7NC luxury cruise, but even one's own interpretation and articulation of those perceptions. In other words, celebrities' PR people go and get one of the USA's most respected writers to pre-articulate and endorse the 7NC experience, and to do it with a professional eloquence and authority that few lay perceivers and articulators could hope to equal. For example, after reading Conroy's essay on board, whenever I'd look up at the sky, it wouldn't be the sky I was seeing. It was the vast lapis-lazuli dome of the sky. But the really major badness is that the project and placement of My Celebrity Cruise are sneaky and duplicitous and far beyond whatever eroded pales still exist in terms of literary ethics. Conroy's essay appears as an insert on skinnier pages and with different margins from the rest of the brochure, creating the impression that it has been excerpted from some large and objective thing Conroy wrote. But it hasn't been. The truth is that Celebrity Cruises paid Frank Conroy up front to write it, even though nowhere in or around the essay is there anything acknowledging that it's a paid endorsement. Not even one of the little "so-and-so has been compensated for his services" that flashes at your TV screen's lower right during celebrity-hosted infomercials. Instead, inset on this weird essay-mercial's first page is an author photo shot of Conroy brooding in a black turtleneck, and below the photo is an author bio with a list of Conroy's books that includes the 1967 classic Stop Time, which is arguably the best literary memoir of the 20th century and is one of the books that first made poor old yours truly want to try to be a writer. Pier 21 having seasoned me as a recipient of explanatory/justificatory narratives, I was able to make some serious journalistic phone inquiries about how Professor Conroy's essay-mercial came to be, yielding two separate narratives. 1. From Celebrity Cruises PR liaison, Miss Wyson, after a 2-day silence that I've come to understand as the PR equivalent of covering the microphone with your hand and leaning over to confer with counsel. Celebrity saw an article he wrote in Travel and Leisure magazine, and they were really impressed with how he could create these mental postcards, so they went to ask him to write about his cruise experience for people who'd never been on a cruise before. And they did pay him to write the article, and they really took a gamble, really, because he'd never been on a cruise before, and they had to pay him whether he liked it or not, and whether they liked the article or not, but, dry little chuckle, obviously they liked the article, and he did a good job. So that's the Mr. Conroy story, and those are his perspectives on his experience. 2. From Frank Conroy, with the small sigh that precedes a certain kind of weary candor. I prostituted myself. In other words, Celebrity Cruises is presenting Conroy's review of his 7NC cruise as an essay and not a commercial. This is extremely bad. Here is the argument for why it's bad. Whether it honors them well or not, an essay's fundamental obligations are supposed to be to the reader. The reader, on however unconscious a level, understands this, and thus tends to approach an essay with a relatively high level of openness and credulity. But a commercial is a very different animal. Advertisements have certain formal, legal obligations to truthfulness, but these are broad enough to allow for a great deal of rhetorical maneuvering in the fulfillment of an advertisement's primary obligation, which is to serve the financial interests of its sponsor. Whatever attempts an advertisement makes to interest and appeal to its readers are not, finally, for the reader's benefit. And the reader of an ad knows all this, too, that an ad's appeal is by its very nature calculated, and this is part of why our state of receptivity is different, more guarded, when we get ready to read an ad. This is the reason why even a really beautiful, ingenious, powerful ad, of which there are a lot, can never be any kind of real art. An ad has no status as gift. That is, it's never really for the person it's directed at. In the case of Frank Conroy's essay, Celebrity Cruises, with the active complicity of Professor Conroy, I'm afraid, is trying to position an ad in such a way that we come to it with the lowered guard and leading chin we properly reserve for coming to an essay, for something that is art, or that is at least trying to be art. An ad that pretends to be art is, at absolute best, like somebody who smiles warmly at you only because he wants something from you. This is dishonest. But what's sinister is the cumulative effect that such dishonesty has on us. Since it offers a perfect facsimile or simulacrum of goodwill without goodwill's real spirit, it messes with our heads and eventually starts upping our defenses even in cases of genuine smiles and real art and true goodwill. It makes us feel confused and lonely and impotent and angry and scared. It causes despair. This is related to the phenomenon of the professional smile, a national pandemic in the service industry. And no place in my experience have I been on the receiving end of as many professional smiles as I am on the nadir. Maitre d's, chief stewards, hotel managers' minions, cruise director. Their professional smiles all come on like switches at my approach, but also back on land at banks, restaurants, airline ticket counters, on and on. You know this smile, the strenuous contraction of circummoral fascia with incomplete zygomatic involvement, the smile that doesn't quite reach the smiler's eyes, and that signifies nothing more than a calculated attempt to advance the smiler's own interests by pretending to like the smiley. Why do employers and supervisors force professional service people to broadcast the professional smile? Am I the only consumer in whom high doses of such a smile produce despair? Am I the only person who's sure that the growing number of cases in which totally average-looking people suddenly open up with automatic weapons in shopping malls and insurance offices and medical complexes and McDonald's is somehow causally related to the fact that these venues are well-known dissemination loci of the professional smile? Who do they think is fooled by the professional smile? And yet the professional smile's absence now also causes despair. Anybody who's ever bought a pack of gum in a Manhattan cigar store, or asked for something to be stamped fragile at a Chicago post office, or tried to obtain a glass of water from a South Boston waitress knows well the soul-crushing effect of a service worker's scowl. That is the humiliation and resentment of being denied the professional smile. And the professional smile has by now skewed even my resentment at the dreaded professional scowl. I walk away from the Manhattan tobacconist, resenting not the counterman's character or absence of goodwill, but his lack of professionalism in denying me the smile. What a fucking mess. At any rate, for this particular 7NC consumer, Conroy's ad-as essay ends up having a truthfulness about it that I'm quite sure is unintentional. As my week on the nadir wore on, I began to see this essay-mercial as a perfect ironic reflection of the mass-market cruise experience itself. The essay is polished, powerful, impressive, clearly the best that money can buy. It presents itself as for my benefit. It manages my experiences and my interpretation of those experiences, and takes care of them in advance for me. It seems to care about me, but it doesn't, not really, because first and foremost it wants something from me. So does the cruise itself. The pretty setting, and glittering ship, and dashing staff, and sedulous servants and solicitous fund managers all want something from me, and it's not just the price of my ticket. They've already got that. Just what it is that they want is hard to pin down, but by early in the week I can feel it. And building. It circles the ship like a fin. 9. Celebrity's fiendish brochure does not lie or exaggerate, however, in the luxury department. I now confront the journalistic problem of not being sure how many examples I need to list in order to communicate the atmosphere of sybaritic and nearly insanity-producing pampering on board the MV Nadir. How about for just one example, Saturday, 11 March, right after sailing but before the North Sea weather hits, when I want to go out to Deck 10's port rail for some introductory vista gazing and thus decide I need some zinc oxide for my peel-prone nose. My zinc oxide's still in my big duffel bag, which at that point is piled with all Deck 10's other luggage in the little area between the 10-4 elevator and the 10-4 staircase, while little men in cadet blue celebrity jumpsuits, porters entirely Lebanese, this squad seemed to be, are cross-checking the luggage tags with the Nadir's passenger list lot numbers, and organizing the luggage and taking it all up the port and starboard halls to people's cabins. But so I come out and spot my duffel among the luggage, and I start to grab and haul it out of the towering pile of leather and nylon with the idea that I can just whisk the bag back to 1009 myself and root through it and find my good old ZNO, which, by the way, trust me, I used to lifeguard part-time, and fuck this SPF hoo-ha. Good old ZNO will keep your nose looking like a newborn's. And one of the porters sees me starting to grab the bag, and he dumps all 4 of the massive pieces of luggage he's staggering with and leaps to intercept me. At first, I'm afraid he thinks I'm some kind of baggage thief and wants to see my claim check or something. But it turns out that what he wants is my duffel. He wants to carry it to 1009 for me, and I, who am about half again this poor herniated little guy's size, as is the duffel bag itself, protest politely, trying to be considerate, saying, "Don't fret. Not a big deal. Just need my good old ZNO." I indicate to the porter that I can see they have some sort of incredibly organized ordinal luggage dispersal system underway here, and that I don't mean to disrupt it or make him carry a lot number 7 bag before a lot number 2 bag or anything. And no, I'll just get the big old heavy weather-stained sucker out of here myself and give the little guy that much less work to do. And then, now a very strange argument indeed ensues. Me versus the Lebanese porter, because it turns out I am putting this guy who barely speaks English in a terrible kind of sedulous service double bind, a paradox of pampering. Namely, the passenger's always right versus never let a passenger carry his own bag paradox. Clueless at the time about what this poor little Lebanese man is going through, I wave off both his high-pitched protests and his agonized expression as mere servile courtesy, and I extract the duffel and lug it up the hall to 1009 and slather the old beak with ZNO, and go outside to watch the coast of Florida recede cinematically, a la F. Conroy. Only later did I understand what I'd done. Only later did I learn that little Lebanese Deck 10 porter had his head just about chewed off by the, also Lebanese, Deck 10 head porter, who'd had his own head chewed off by the Austrian chief steward, who'd received confirmed reports that a Deck 10 passenger had been seen carrying his own luggage up the port hallway of Deck 10, and now demanded rolling Lebanese heads for this clear indication of porterly dereliction, and had reported, the Austrian chief steward did, the incident, as is apparently SOP, to an officer in the guest relations department, a Greek officer with Revo shades and a walkie-talkie, and officerial epaulets so complex I never did figure out what his rank was. And this high-ranking Greek guy actually came around to 1009 after Saturday's supper to apologize on behalf of practically the entire Chandris shipping line and to assure me that ragged-necked Lebanese heads were even at that moment rolling down various corridors in piacular recompense for my having to carry my own bag. And even though this Greek officer's English was in lots of ways better than mine, it took me no less than 10 minutes to express my own horror and to claim responsibility and to detail the double bind I'd put the porter in, brandishing at relevant moments the actual tube of ZNO that had caused the whole snafu. 10 or more minutes before I could get enough of a promise from the Greek officer that various chewed-off heads would be reattached and employee records unbesmirched to feel comfortable enough to allow the officer to leave. And the whole incident was incredibly frazzling and angst-fraught and filled almost a whole Mead notebook, and is here recounted in only its barest psychoskeletal outline. In further retrospect, I think the only thing I really persuaded the Greek officer of was that I was very weird and possibly unstable, which impression I'm sure was shared with Mr. Dermatitis, and combined with that same first night's Anjou as shark bait request to destroy my credibility with Dermatitis before I even got in to see him. It is everywhere on the nadir you look, evidence of a steely determination to indulge the passenger in ways that go far beyond any halfway sane passenger's own expectations. One of the Celebrity Cruises' slogans asserts that they look forward to exceeding your expectations. They say it a lot, and they are sincere, though they are either disingenuous about or innocent of this excess's psychic consequences. Some wholly random examples. My cabin bathroom has plenty of thick, fluffy towels, but when I go up to lie in the sun, to either Deck 11's pools or Deck 12's Temple of Ra, I don't have to take any of my cabin's towels, because the two upper decks' sun areas have big carts loaded with even thicker and fluffier towels. These carts are stationed at convenient intervals along endless rows of gymnastically adjustable deck chairs that are themselves phenomenally fine deck chairs, sturdy enough for even the portliest sunbather, but also narcoleptically comfortable, with heavy alloy skeletons over which is stretched some exotic material that combines canvas's quick-drying durability with cotton's absorbency and comfort. The material's precise composition is mysterious, but it's a welcome step up from public pools' deck chairs' surface of Kmartish plastic that sticks and produces farty suction noises whenever you shift your sweaty weight on it. And the nadier's chair's material is not striated or cross-hatched in some web, but is a solid expanse stretched drum-tight over the frame, so that you don't get those weird pink chair stripes on the side you're lying on. Oh, and each upper deck's carts are manned by a special squad of full-time towel guys, so that when you're well done on both sides and ready to quit and spring easily out of the deck chair, you don't have to pick up your towel and take it with you, or even bus it into the cart's used towel slot, because a towel guy materializes the minute your fanny leaves the chair and removes your towel for you and deposits it in the slot. Actually, the towel guys are such overachievers about removing used towels that even if you just get up for a second to reapply ZNO or gaze contemplatively out over the railing, often, when you turn back around, your towel's gone and your deck chair's refolded to the uniform 45 degrees at rest angle, and you have to readjust your chair all over again and go to the cart to get a fresh, fluffy towel, of which there's admittedly not a short supply. Down in the 5-star Caravel restaurant, the waiter, Table 64's waiter, is Tibor, a Hungarian and a truly exceptional person, about whom, if there's any editorial justice, you will learn a lot more someplace below. Will not only bring you, for example, lobster, as well as seconds and even thirds on lobster, with methamphetaminic speed. Not until Tuesday's lobster night at the 5-star Caravel restaurant did I really emphatically understand the Roman phenomenon of the vomitorium. But he'll also incline over you, not invasively or obtrusively or condescendingly, with gleaming claw cracker and surgical fork, and dismantle the lobster for you, saving you the green goopy work that's the only remotely rigorous thing about lobster. At the Windsurf Cafe, up on Deck 11 by the pools, where there's always an informal buffet lunch, there's never that bovine line that makes most cafeterias such a downer, and there are about 73 varieties of entree alone, and incredibly good coffee. And if you're carrying a bunch of notebooks, or even just have too many things on your tray, a waiter will materialize as you peel away from the buffet, and will carry your tray. That is, even though it's a cafeteria, there are all these waiters standing around, all with Nehru-esque jackets and white towels draped over left arms that are always held in the position of broken or withered arms, watching you, the waiters, not quite making eye contact, but scanning for any little way to be of service, plus plum-jacketed sommeliers, walking around to see if you need a non-buffet libation. Plus a whole other crew of maitre d's and supervisors watching the waiters and sommeliers, and tall-hatted buffet servers to make sure they're not even thinking of letting you do something for yourself that they could be doing for you. Again, you never have to bus your tray after eating at the windsurf because the waiters leap to take them. And again, the zeal can be a hassle because if you get up just to go get another peach or something, and still have a cup of coffee and some yummy sandwich crusts you've been saving for last, a lot of times you come back and the tray and the crusts are gone. And I personally start to attribute this oversedulous bussing to the reign of Hellenic terror the waiters labor under. Every public surface on the MV Nadir that isn't stainless steel or glass or varnished parquet or dense and good-smelling sauna-type wood is plush blue carpet that never naps and never has a chance to accumulate even one flecklet of lint because jumpsuited third-world guys are always at it with Siemens AG high-suction vacuums. The elevators are Euroglass and yellow steel and stainless steel and a kind of wood grain material that looks too shiny to be real wood but makes a sound when you thump it that's an awful lot like real wood. The many things on the nadir that were wood grain but not real wood were such marvelous and painstaking imitations of wood that a lot of times it seemed like it would have been simpler and less expensive simply to have used real wood. The elevators and stairways between decks seemed to be the particular objects of the anal retention of a whole special elevator and staircase custodial crew. 2 broad staircases, fore and aft, both of which reverse their zag angle at each landing, and the landings themselves have mirrored walls, which is wickedly great because via the mirrors you can check out female bottoms in cocktail dresses ascending 1 flight above you, without appearing to be one of those icky types who check out female bottoms on staircases. During the first 2 days of rough seas, when people vomited a lot, especially after supper and apparently extra especially on the elevators and stairways, these puddles of vomit inspired a veritable feeding frenzy of wet-dry vax and spot remover and all trace of odor eradicator chemicals applied by this elite special forces type crew. By the way, the ethnic makeup of the Nadir's crew is a melting pot melange, on the order of like a Benetton commercial. And it's a constant challenge to trace the ratio-geographical makeup of the employees' various hierarchies. All the big-time officers are Greek, but then it's a Greek-owned ship, so what do you expect? Them aside, it at first seems like there's some basic Eurocentric caste system in force. Waiters, busboys, beverage waitresses, sommeliers, casino dealers. Entertainers and stewards seem mostly to be Aryans, while the porters and custodians and swabbies tend to be your swarthier types, Arabs and Filipinos, Cubans, West Indian blacks. But it turns out to be more complex than that because the chief stewards and chief sommeliers and maitre d's, who so beadily oversee the Aryan servants, are themselves swarthy and non-Aryan. For example, our maitre d' at the 5-star Caravel restaurant is Portuguese, with the bull-neck and heavy-lidded grin of a Teamsters official, and gives the impression of needing only some very subtle prearranged signal to have a $10,000 an hour prostitute or unimaginable substances delivered to your cabin. And our whole Table 64 totally loathes him for no single pinpointable reason, and we've all agreed in advance to fuck him royally on the tip at week's end. And let's don't forget room service, which on a 7 NC luxury cruise is called cabin service. Cabin service is in addition to the 11 scheduled daily opportunities for public eating, and it's available 24/7, and it's free. All you have to do is hit extension 72 on the bedside phone, and 10 or 15 minutes later a guy who wouldn't even dream of hitting you up for a gratuity appears with this tray. Thinly sliced ham and Swiss cheese on white bread with Dijon mustard. The combo, Cajun chicken with pasta salad and spicy salsa. On and on, a whole page of sandwiches and platters in the services directory. And the stuff deserves to be capitalized, believe me. As a kind of semi-agoraphobe who spends massive amounts of time in my cabin, I come to have a really complex dependency/shame relationship with cabin service. Since finally getting around to reading the services directory and finding out about it Monday night, I've ended up availing myself of cabin service every night. More like twice a night, to be honest. Even though I find it extremely embarrassing to be calling up Extension 72 asking to have even more rich food brought to me, when there've already been 11 gourmet eating ops that day. This is counting the midnight buffet, which tends to be a kind of lamely lavish theme/costume partyish thing, with theme-related foods, Oriental, Caribbean, Tex-Mex, and which I plan in this essay to mostly skip, except to say that Tex-Mex night out by the pools featured what must have been a 7-foot-high ice sculpture of Pancho Villa that spent the whole party dripping steadily onto the mammoth sombrero of Tibor, Table 64's beloved and extremely cool Hungarian waiter, whose contract forces him on Tex-Mex night to wear a serape and a straw sombrero with a 17-inch radius. He let me measure it when the reptilian maitre d' wasn't looking, and to dispense 4-alarm chili from a steam table placed right underneath an ice sculpture, and whose pink and bird-like face on occasions like this expressed a combination of mortification and dignity that seemed somehow to sum up the whole plight of post-war Eastern Europe. Usually what I do is spread out my notebooks and Fielding's Guide to Worldwide Cruising, 1995, and pens and various materials all over the bed. So when the cabin service guy appears at the door, he'll see all this belletristic material and figure I'm working really hard on something belletristic right here in the cabin, and have doubtless been too busy to have hit all the public meals, and am thus legitimately entitled to the indulgence of cabin service. I know, like I'm sure this guy even cares. But it's my experience with the cabin cleaning that's maybe the ultimate example of stress from a pampering so extravagant that it messes with your head. Searing crush or no, the fact of the matter is I rarely even see 1009's cabin steward, the diaphanous and epicanthistically doe-eyed Petra. But I have good reason to believe she sees me, because every time I leave 1009 for more than like half an hour, when I get back it's totally cleaned and dusted down again, and the towels replaced, and the bathroom agleam. Don't get me wrong, in a way it's great. I am kind of a slob, and I'm in cabin 1009 a lot, and I also come and go a lot, and when I'm in here in 1009, I sit in my bed and write in bed while eating fruit and generally mess up the bed. This was primarily because of the semi-agoraphobia. I'd have to sort of psych myself up to leave the cabin and go accumulate experiences, and then pretty quickly out there in the general population my will would break, and I'd find some sort of excuse to scuttle back to 1009. This happened quite a few times a day. But then, whenever I dart out and then come back, the bed is freshly made up and hospital-cornered, and there's another mint-scented chocolate on the pillow. This footnote right here is being written almost a week after the cruise ended, and I'm still living mainly on these hoarded mint-scented chocolates. I fully grant that mysterious, invisible room cleaning is in a way great. Every true slob's fantasy. Somebody materializing and de-slobbing your room and then dematerializing, like having a mom without the guilt. But there is also, I think, a creeping guilt here. A deep, accretive uneasiness. A discomfort that presents, at least in my own case, as a weird kind of pampering paranoia. Because after a couple days of this fabulous invisible room cleaning, I start to wonder how exactly Petra knows when I'm in 1009 and when I'm not. It's now that it occurs to me how rarely I ever see her. For a while I try experiments, like all of a sudden darting out into the 10-port hallway to see if I can see Petra, hunched somewhere keeping track of who is decabining, and I scour the whole hallway and ceiling area for evidence of some kind of camera or monitor tracking movements outside the cabin doors. Zilch on both fronts. But then I realize that the mystery's even more complex and unsettling than I'd first thought, because my cabin gets cleaned always and only during intervals where I'm gone more than half an hour. When I go out, how can Petra or her supervisors possibly know how long I'm going to be gone? I try leaving 1009 a couple times, and then dashing back after 10 or 15 minutes to see whether I can catch Petra, in delicto. But she's never there. I try making a truly unholy mess in 1009, and then leaving and hiding somewhere on a lower deck, and then dashing back after exactly 29 minutes, and again when I come bursting through the door there's no Petra and no cleaning. Then I leave the cabin with exactly the same expression and appurtenances as before, and this time stay hidden for 31 minutes and then haul ass back, and this time again no sighting of Petra. But now 1009 is sterilized and gleaming, and there's a mint on the pillow's fresh new case. Know that I carefully scrutinize every inch of every surface I pass as I circle the deck during these little experiments. No cameras or motion sensors or anything in evidence anywhere that would explain how they know. The answer to why I don't just ask Petra how she does it is that Petra's English is extremely limited and primitive. And in sad fact, I'm afraid my whole deep feeling of attraction and connection to Petra, the Slavonian steward, has been erected on the flimsy foundation of the only 2 English clauses she seems to know, one or the other of which clauses she uses in response to every statement, question, joke, or protestation of undying devotion. Is no problem. And you are a funny thing. So now for a while I theorize that somehow a special crewman is assigned to each passenger, and follows that passenger at all times, using extremely sophisticated techniques of personal surveillance, and reporting the passenger's movements and activities and projected time of cabin return back to Steward HQ or something. And so for about a day I try taking extreme evasive actions, whirling suddenly to check behind me, popping around corners, darting in and out of gift shops via different doors, etc. Never one sign of anybody engaged in surveillance. I never develop even a plausible theory about how they do it. By the time I quit trying, I'm feeling half-crazed, and my counter-surveillance measures are drawing frightened looks and even some temple-tapping from 10-port's other guests. I submit that there's something deeply mind-fucking about the Type A personality service and pampering on the nadir, and that the manic invisible cabin cleaning provides the clearest example of what's creepy about it. Because deep down, it's not really like having a mom. Pacey, the guilt and nagging, etc. A mom cleans up after you largely because she loves you. You are the point, the object of the cleaning somehow. On the nadir, though, once the novelty and convenience have worn off, I begin to see that the phenomenal cleaning really has nothing to do with me. It's been particularly traumatic for me to realize that Petra is cleaning cabin 1009 so phenomenally well simply because she's under orders to do so, and thus, obviously, that she's not doing it for me or because she likes me or thinks I'm no problem or a funny thing. In fact, she'd clean my cabin just as phenomenally well even if I were a dork. And maybe conceivably behind the smile does consider me a dork. In which case, what if in fact I really am a dork? I mean, if pampering and radical kindness don't seem motivated by strong affection and thus don't somehow affirm one or help assure one that one is not finally a dork, of what final and significant value is all this indulgence and cleaning? The feeling's not all that dissimilar to the experience of being a guest in the home of somebody who does things like sneak in the AM and make your guest bed up for you while you're in the shower, and fold your dirty clothes, or even launder them without being asked to, or who empties your ashtray after each cigarette you smoke, etc. For a while with a host like this, it seems great, and you feel cared about and prized and affirmed and worthwhile, etc. But then after a while you begin to intuit that the host isn't acting out of regard or affection for you so much as simply going around obeying the imperatives of some personal neurosis having to do with domestic cleanliness and order, which means that since the ultimate point and object of the cleaning isn't you but rather cleanliness and order, it's going to be a relief for her when you leave. Meaning, her hygienic pampering of you is actually evidence that she doesn't want you around. The nadir doesn't have the Scotch-guarded carpet or plastic-wrapped furniture of a true anal-type host like this, but the psychic aura's the same, and so's the projected relief of getting out. 10. I don't know how well a claustrophobe would do, but for the agoraphobe, a 7NC luxury mega-cruiser presents a whole array of attractively enclosing options. The agoraphobe can choose not to leave the ship. At sea, this is small agora potatoes, but in port, once the doors open and the gangway extends, it represents a true choice and is thus agoraphobically valid. Or can restrict herself only to certain decks, or can decline to leave the particular deck her cabin is on, or can eschew the view-conducive open-air railings on either side of that certain deck and keep exclusively to the deck's interior enclosed part, or the agoraphobe can simply not leave her cabin at all. I, who am not a true can't-even-go-to-the-supermarket-type agoraphobe, but am what might be called a borderline or semi-agoraphobe, come nevertheless to love very deeply cabin 1009, exterior port. 1009 indicates that it's on deck 10, and port refers to the side of the ship it's on, and exterior means that I have a window. There are also, of course, interior cabins off the inner sides of the deck's halls, but I hereby advise any prospective 7NC passenger with claustrophobic tendencies to make sure and specify exterior when making cabin reservations. It is made of a fawn-colored enamelish polymer, and its walls are extremely thick and solid. I can drum annoyingly on the wall above my bed for up to 5 minutes before my aft neighbors pound very faintly, back in annoyance. The cabin is 13 size 11 keds long by 12 keds wide, with a little peninsular vestibule protruding out toward a cabin door that's got 3 separate locking technologies and trilingual lifeboat instructions bolted to its inside, and a whole deck of Do Not Disturb cards hanging from the inside knob. The non-US agoraphobe will be heartened to know that this deck includes Bitte nicht stören, priez de ne pas déranger, si prega non disturbare, and my personal favorite, favor de no molestar. The vestibule is 1 1/2 times as wide as I, The cabin's bathroom is off one side of the vestibule, and off the other side is the wonder closet, a complicated honeycomb of shelves and drawers and hangers and cubbyholes and personal fireproof safe. The wonder closet is so intricate in its utilization of every available cubic centimeter that all I can say is it must have been designed by a very organized person indeed. All the way across the cabin, there's a deep enamel ledge running along the port wall under a window that I think is called my porthole. If you're either a little kid or an anorectic, you can probably sit on this ledge to do your dreamy contemplative sea-gazing, but a raised and buttock-hostile lip at the ledge's outer border makes this impractical for a full-size adult. As are the portholes in ships on TV, this porthole is indeed round, but it is not small. And in terms of its importance to the room's mood and raison, it resembles a cathedral's rose window. It's made of that kind of very thick glass that drive-up bank tellers stand behind. In the corner of the porthole's glass is this: CJC, C.C. Jensen, Denmark. You can thump the glass with your fist without give or vibration. It's really good glass. Every morning at exactly 0834 hours, a Filipino guy in a blue jumpsuit stands on one of the lifeboats that hang in rows between decks 9 and 10 and sprays my porthole with a hose to get the salt off, which is fun to watch. Cabin 1009's dimensions are just barely on the good side of the line between very, very snug and cramped. Packed into its near square are a big, good bed and 2 bedside tables with lamps and an 18-inch TV with 5 at-sea cable options, 2 of which show continuous loops of the Simpson trial. There are also continual showings of about a dozen second-run movies via what I get the sense is a VCR somewhere right here on board, because certain irregularities in tracking show up in certain films over and over. The movies run 24/7, and I end up watching several of them so many times that I can now do their dialogue verbatim. These movies include It Could Happen to You, the It's a Wonderful Life with Lottery Twist thing, Jurassic Park, which does not stand up well. Its essential plotlessness doesn't emerge until the 3rd viewing, but after that the semi-agoraphobe treats it like a porno flick, twiddling his thumbs until the T-Rex and Velociraptor parts, which do stand up well. Wolf, stupid. The Little Rascals, nauseous. Andre, kind of Old Yeller with a seal. The Client, with another incredibly good child actor. Where do they get all these Oliver-grade children? And Renaissance Man with Danny DeVito, a movie that tugs at your sentiments like a dog at a pant cuff, except it's hard not to like any movie that has an academic as the hero. There's also a white enameled desk that doubles as a vanity, and a round glass table on which is a basket that's alternately filled with fresh fruit and with husks and rinds of same. I don't know whether it's standard operating procedure or a subtle journalistic perk, but every time I leave the cabin for more than the requisite half-hour, I come back to find a new basket of fruit, covered in snug blue-tinted saran, on the glass table. It's good fresh fruit, and it's always there. I've never eaten so much fruit in my life. Cabin 1009's bathroom deserves extravagant praise. I've seen more than my share of bathrooms, and this is one bitchingly nice bathroom. It is 5.5 keds to the edge of the shower's step up and sign to watch your step. The room's done in white enamel and gleaming brushed and stainless steel. Its overhead lighting is luxury lighting, some kind of blue intensive eurofluorescence that's run through a diffusion filter so it's diagnostically acute without being brutal. What it is lighting for upscale and appearance-conscious adults who want a clear picture of whatever might be aesthetically problematic that day, but also want to be reassured that the overall aesthetic situation is pretty darn good. Right by the light switch is an Alizeo Scirocco brand hairdryer that's brazed right onto the wall and comes on automatically when you take it out of the mount. The Scirocco's high setting just about takes your head off. Next to the hairdryer, there's both 115-volt and 230-volt sockets, plus a grounded 110-volt for razors. The sink is huge, and it's bowl deep without seeming precipitous or ungentle of grade. Good C.C. Jensen plate mirror covers the whole wall over the sink. The steel soap dish is striated to let sog water out and minimize that annoying underside of the bar slime. The ingenious consideration of the anti-slime soap dish is particularly affecting. Keep in mind that 1009 is a mid-price single cabin. The mind positively reels at what a luxury penthouse-type cabin's bathroom must be like. Attempts to get to see a luxury cabin's loo were consistently misconstrued and rebuffed by upscale penthouse-type naderites. There are disadvantages to luxury cruising as a civilian and not identifiable press. And so but simply enter 1009's bathroom and hit the overhead lights, and on comes an automatic exhaust fan whose force and aerodynamism give steam or your more offensive type odors. Just no quarter at all. 1009's bathroom always smells of a strange, but not unnice, Norwegian disinfectant, whose scent resembles what it would smell like if someone who knew the exact organochemical composition of a lemon, but had never in fact smelled a lemon, tried to synthesize the scent of a lemon. Kind of the same relation to a real lemon as a Bear's Children's aspirin to a real orange. The cabin itself, on the other hand, after it's been cleaned, has no odor. None. Not in the carpets, the bedding, the insides of the desk's drawers, the wood of the wonder closet's doors, nothing. One of the very few totally odorless places I've ever been in. This, too, eventually starts to give me the creeps. The fan suction is such that if you stand right underneath its louvered vent, it makes your hair stand straight up on your head, which, together with the concussive and abundantly rippling action of the Scirocco hairdryer, makes for hours of fun in the lavishly lit mirror. The shower itself overachieves in a big way. The hot settings water is exfoliatingly hot, but it takes only one preset manipulation of the shower knob to get perfect 98.6 degree water. My own personal home should have such water pressure. The showerhead's force pins you helplessly to the stall's opposite wall, and at 98.6 degrees, the head's massage setting makes your eyes roll up and your sphincter just about give. Perhaps designed with this in mind, the shower's floor has a 10-degree grade from all sides to the center's drain, which drain is the size of a lunch plate and has audibly aggressive suction. The shower head and its flexible steel line are also detachable, so you can hold the head and direct its punishing stream just at, for example, your particularly dirty right knee or something. This detachable and concussive showerhead can allegedly also be employed for non-hygienic and even prurient purposes, apparently. I overheard guys from a small U of Texas spring break contingent, the only college-age group on the whole nadir, regale each other about their ingenuity with the showerhead. One guy in particular was fixated on the idea that somehow the shower's technology could be rigged to administer fellatio, if he could just get access to a metric ratchet set. Your guess here is as good as mine. Toiletry-wise, flanking the sink's mirror are broad, shallow, bolted steel mini-baskets with all sorts of free stuff in them. There's Caswell Massey conditioning shampoo in a convenient airplane liquor-size bottle. There's Caswell Massey almond and aloe hand and body emulsion with silk. There's a sturdy plastic shoehorn and a chamois mitt for either eyeglasses or light shoe shining. Both these items are the navy blue on searing white that are celebrities' colors. The nadir itself is navy trim on a white field, and all the megalines have their own trademark color schemes. Lime green on white, aqua on white, robin's egg on white, barn red on white, white apparently being a constant. There's not one, but 2 fresh shower caps at all times. There's good old unpretentious, unswishy Safeguard soap. There's washcloths without nubble or nap, and of course towels you want to propose to. In the vestibule's wonder closet are extra chamois blankets and hypoallergenic pillows and plastic celebrity cruises emblazoned bags of all different sizes and configurations for your laundry and optional dry cleaning, etc. You can apparently get butler service and automatic send-out dry cleaning and shoe shining, all at prices that I'm told are not out of line. But the forms you have to fill out and hang on your door for all this are wildly complex, and I'm scared of setting in motion mechanisms of service that seem potentially overwhelming. But all this is still small potatoes compared to 1009's fascinating and potentially malevolent toilet. A harmonious concordance of elegant form and vigorous function, flanked by rolls of tissue so soft as to be without the usual perforates for tearing, my toilet has above it this sign: "This toilet is connected to a vacuum sewage system. Please do not throw into the toilet anything than ordinary toilet waste and toilet paper." The missing predicative preposition here is sick, ditto what looks to be an implied image of thrown excrement, but the mistakes seem somehow endearing, humanizing, and this toilet needed all the humanizing it could get. Yes, that's right, a vacuum toilet. And, as with the exhaust fan above, not a lightweight or unambitious vacuum. The toilet's flush produces a brief but traumatizing sound, a kind of held high B gargle, as of some gastric disturbance on a cosmic scale. Along with this sound comes a concussive suction so awesomely powerful that it's both scary and strangely comforting. Your waste seems less removed than hurled from you, and hurled with a velocity that lets you feel as though the waste is going to end up someplace so far away from you that it will have become an abstraction, a kind of existential-level sewage treatment. It's pretty hard not to see connections between the exhaust fan and the toilet's vacuums, an almost final solution, like eradication of animal wastes and odors that are by all rights a natural consequence of Henry VIII-like meals and unlimited free cabin service and fruit baskets, and the death-denial/transcendence fantasies that the 7NC luxury megacruise is trying to enable. The nadir's vacuum sewage system begins after a while to hold such a fascination for me that I end up going hat in hand back to hotel manager Dermatitis to ask once again for access to the ship's nether parts, and once again I pull a boner with Dermatitis. I innocently mention my specific fascination with the ship's vacuum sewage system, which boner is consequent to another and prior boner by which I'd failed to discover in my pre-boarding researches that there'd been, just a few months before this, a tremendous scandal in which the, I think, QE2 megaship had been discovered dumping waste over the side in mid-voyage, in violation of numerous national and maritime codes, and had been videotaped doing this by a couple of passengers who subsequently apparently sold the videotape to some network news magazine. And so the whole mega-cruise industry was in a state of almost Nixonian paranoia about unscrupulous journalists trying to manufacture scandals about megaships' handling of waste. Even behind his mirrored sunglasses, I can tell that Mr. Dermatitis is severely upset about my interest in sewage, and he denies my request to eyeball the vacuum sewage system with a complex defensiveness that I couldn't even begin to chart out here. It is only later that night, Wednesday, 3:15, at supper, at good old Table 64 in the five-star Caravel restaurant, that my cruise-savvy table-mates fill me in on the QE2 waste scandal, and they scream, literally, with mirth at the clay-footed naivete with which I'd gone to Dermatitis, with what was in fact an innocent, if puerile, fascination with hermetically evacuated waste. And such is my own embarrassment and hatred of Mr. Dermatitis by this time, that I begin to feel like if the hotel manager really does think I'm some kind of investigative journalist with a hard-on for shark dangers and sewage scandals, then he might think it would be worth the risk to have me harmed in some way, and through a set of neurotic connections I won't even try to defend, I, for about a day and a half, begin to fear that the nadir's Greek episcopate will somehow contrive to use the incredibly potent and forceful 1009 toilet itself for the assassination. I don't know. That they'll, somehow lubricate the bowl and up the suction to where not just my waist, but I myself will be sucked down through the seat's opening and hurled into some kind of abstract septic-holding tank. 11. Traveling at sea for the first time is a chance to realize that the ocean is not one ocean. The water changes. The Atlantic that seethes off the eastern U.S. is glacious and lightless and looks mean. Around Jamaica, though, it's more like a milky aquamarine and translucent. Off the Cayman Islands, it's an electric blue, and off Cozumel, it's almost purple. Same sort of deal with the beaches. You can tell right away that South Florida's sand is descended from rocks. It hurts your bare feet and has that sort of minerally glitter to it. But Ocho Rios Beach is more like dirty sugar, and Cozumel's is like clean sugar, and at places along the coast of Grand Cayman, the sand's texture is more like flour, silicate. It's white, as dreamy and vaporous as clouds white. The only real constant to the nautical topography of the MV Nadir's Caribbean is something about its unreal and almost retouched-looking prettiness. It is not beautiful. It is pretty. There's a difference. It's impossible to describe quite right, but the closest I can come is to say that it all looks expensive. 12. Mornings in port are a special time for the semi-agoraphobe, because just about everybody else gets off the ship and goes ashore for organized shore excursions or for unstructured peripatetic tourist stuff. And the MV Nadir's upper decks have the eerily delicious deserted quality of your folks' house when you're home, sick, as a kid, and everybody else is off at work and school, etc. Right now, it's 0930 hours on 15 March, Ides Wednesday, and we're docked off Cozumel, Mexico. I'm on deck 12. A couple guys in software company t-shirts jog fragrantly by every couple minutes. 7 times around deck 12 is a mile, and I'm one of very few Nadirites under about 70 who doesn't jog like a fiend up here now that the weather's nice. Early AM is the annular rush hour of deck 12 jogging. I've already seen a couple of juicy and Keystone-quality jogging collisions. But other than that, it's just me and the ZNO and hat and about 1,000 empty and identically folded high-quality deck chairs. The 12 aft towel guy has almost nobody to exercise his zeal on, and by 1000 hours, I'm on my 5th new towel. Here, the semi-agoraphobe can stand alone at the ship's highest port rail and gaze pensively out to sea. The sea off Cozumel is a kind of watery indigo, through which you can see the powder white of the bottom. In the middle distance, underwater coral formations are big cloud shapes of deep purple. You can see why people say of calm seas that they're glassy. At 1000 hours, the sun assumes a kind of Brewster's angle with respect to the surface, and the harbor lights up as far as the eye can see. The water moves a million little ways at once, and each move makes a sparkle. Out past the coral, the water gets progressively darker in orderly baconish stripes. I think this phenomenon has to do with perspective. It's all extremely pretty and peaceful. Besides me and the towel guy and the orbiting joggers, there's only a supine older lady reading Codependent No More, and a man standing way up at the forepart of the starboard rail videotaping the sea. This sad and cadaverous guy, who by the second day I'd christened Captain Video, has tall, hard gray hair and Birkenstocks and very thin, hairless calves, and he is one of the cruise's more prominent eccentrics. Pretty much everybody on the nadir qualifies as camera crazy, but Captain Video camcords absolutely everything, including meals, empty hallways, endless games of geriatric bridge, even leaping onto Deck 11's raised stage during pool party to get the crowd from the musician's angle. You can tell that the magnetic record of Captain Video's mega cruise experience is going to be this Warholianly dull thing that is exactly as long as the cruise itself. Captain Video's the only passenger besides me who I know for a fact is cruising without a relative or companion. And certain additional similarities between Captain Video and me, the semi-agoraphobic reluctance to leave the ship in port for one thing, tend to make me uncomfortable, and I try to avoid him as much as possible. Other eccentrics on this 7NC include the 13-year-old kid with the toupee, who wears his big orange life jacket all week and sits on the wood floor of the upper decks reading Jose Philip Farmer paperbacks with 3 different boxes of Kleenex around him at all times. The bloated and dead-eyed guy who sits in the same chair at the same 21 table in the Mayfair Casino every day from 1200 hours to 0300 hours, drinking Long Island iced tea and playing 21 at a narcotized underwater pace. There's the guy who sleeps by the pool, who does just what his name suggests, except he does it all the time, even in the rain. A hairy-stomached guy of maybe 50, a copy of Megatrends open on his chest, sleeping without sunglasses or sunblock, without moving, for hours and hours in full and high-watt sun, and never in my sight burns or wakes up. I suspect that at night they move him down to his room on a gurney. There's also the 2 unbelievably old and cloudy-eyed couples who sit in a quartet in upright chairs just inside the clear plastic walls that enclose the area of Deck 11, that has the pools and Windward Cafe facing out. That is, out through the plastic sheeting, watching the ocean and ports like there's something on TV, and also never once visibly moving. It seems relevant that most of the nadir's eccentrics are eccentric in stasis. What distinguishes them is they are doing the same thing hour after hour and day after day without moving. Captain Video is an active exception. People are surprisingly tolerant of Captain Video until the second-to-last night's Midnight Caribbean blowout by the pools, when he keeps breaking into the conga line and trying to shift its course so that it can be recorded at better advantage. Then there is a kind of bloodless but unpleasant uprising against Captain Video, and he lays low for the rest of the cruise, possibly organizing and editing his tapes. The semi-agoraphobe can also stand at Deck 12's starboard rail and look way down at the army of nadir passengers being disgorged by the Deck 3 egress. They keep pouring out the door and down the narrow gangway. As each person's sandal hits the pier, a socio-linguistic transformation from cruiser to tourist is effected. At this very moment, 1,300-plus upscale tourists with currency to unload and experiences to experience and record compose a serpentine line stretching all the way down the Cozumel Pier, which pier is poured cement and a good quarter-mile long and leads to the tourism center, its signs in English significantly. A kind of mega-Quonset structure where organized shore excursions and cabs or mopeds into San Miguel are available. In Ocho Rios on Monday, the big tourist draw was apparently some sort of waterfall. A whole group of Naderites could walk up inside with a guide and umbrellas to protect their cameras. In Grand Cayman yesterday, the big thing was duty-free rum and something called Bernard Passman Black Coral Art. Here in Cozumel, it's supposedly silver jewelry hawked by hard-dickering peddlers, and more duty-free liquor, and a fabled bar in San Miguel called Carlos and Charlie's, where they allegedly give you shots of something that's mostly lighter fluid. The word around good old Table 64 last night was that, in primitive and incredibly poor Cozumel, the U.S. dollar is treated like a UFO. They worship it when it lands. Locals along the Cozumel Pier are offering Naderites a chance to have their picture taken holding a very large iguana. Yesterday, on the Grand Cayman Pier, locals had offered them the chance to have their picture taken with a guy wearing a peg leg and hook, while off the Nadir's port bow, a fake pirate ship plowed back and forth across the bay all morning, firing blank broadsides and getting on everybody's nerves. The Nadir's crowds move in couples and quartets and groups and packs. The line undulates complexly. Everybody's shirt is some kind of pastel and is festooned with the cases of recording equipment, and 85% of the females have white visors and wicker purses. And everybody down below has on sunglasses with this year's fashionable accessory, a padded fluorescent cord that attaches to the glasses' arms so the glasses can hang around your neck and you can put them on and take them off a lot. Apparently, it's no longer in fashion to push the frames of the sunglasses up to where they ride just above the crown of your skull, which is what I used to see upscale sunglasses wearers do a lot. The habit has now gone the way of tying your white Lacoste tennis sweater's arms across your chest and wearing it like a cape. Off to my right, southeast now, another megacruiser is moving in for docking someplace that must be pretty close to us, judging by its approach vector. It moves like a force of nature and resists the idea that so much mass is being steered by anything like a hand on a tiller. I can't imagine what trying to maneuver one of these puppies into the pier is like. Parallel parking a semi into a spot the same size as the semi, with a blindfold on and 4 tabs of LSD in you, might come close. There's no empirical way to know. They won't even let me near the ship's bridge, not after the Anjou snafu. Our docking this morning at sunrise involved an ant-like frenzy of crewmen and shore personnel, and an anchor that spilled from the ship's navel, and upward of a dozen ropes complexly knotted onto what looked like giant railroad ties studding the pier. The anchor is gigantic and must weigh 100 tons, and, delightfully, it really is anchor-shaped. That is, the same shape as anchors in tattoos. The crew insists on calling the ropes lines, even though each one is at least the same diameter as a tourist's head. I cannot convey to you the sheer and surreal scale of everything: the towering ship, the ropes, the ties, the anchor, the pier, the vast lapis lazuli dome of the sky. The Caribbean is, as ever, odorless. The floor of Deck 12 is tight-fitted planks of the same kind of corky and good-smelling wood you see in saunas. Looking down from a great height at your countrymen waddling in expensive sandals into poverty-stricken ports is not one of the funner moments of a 7NC luxury cruise, however. There is something inescapably bovine about an American tourist in motion as part of a group. A certain greedy placidity about them. Us, rather. In port, we automatically become peregrinator Americanus, die Lumpen Amerikaner, the ugly ones. For me, boviscopophobia, the morbid fear of being seen as bovine, is an even stronger motive than semi-agoraphobia for staying on the ship when we're in port. It's in port that I feel most implicated, guilty by perceived association. I've barely been out of the USA before, and never as part of a high-income herd, and in port, even up here above it all on Deck 12, just watching, I'm newly and unpleasantly conscious of being an American, the same way I'm always suddenly conscious of being white every time I'm around a lot of non-white people. I cannot help imagining us as we appear to them, the impassive Jamaicans and Mexicans, or especially to the non-Aryan preterite crew of the nadir. And in my head, I go around and around about whether my fellow Naderites suffer the same steep self-disgust. From a height, watching them, I usually imagine that the other passengers are oblivious to the impassively contemptuous gaze of the local merchants, service people, photo op with lizard vendors, etc. I usually imagine that my fellow tourists are too bovinely self-absorbed to even notice how we're looked at. At other times, though, it occurs to me that the other Americans on board quite possibly feel the same vague discomfort about their bovine American role in port that I do, but that they refuse to let their boviscopophobia rule them. They've paid good money to have fun and be pampered and record some foreign experiences, and they'll be goddamned if they're going to let some self-indulgent twinge of neurotic projection about how their Americanness appears to malnourished locals detract from the 7NC luxury cruise they've worked and saved for and decided they deserve. All week I found myself doing everything I can to distance myself in the crew's eyes from the bovine herd I'm part of, to somehow unimplicate myself. I eschew cameras and sunglasses and pastel Caribbean wear. I make a big deal of carrying my own cafeteria tray and am effusive in my thanks for the slightest service. Since so many of my shipmates shout, I make it a point of special pride to speak extra quietly to crewmen whose English is poor. At 10:35 hours, there are just one or two small clouds in a sky so blue here it hurts. Every dawn so far in port has been overcast. Then the ascending sun gathers force and disperses the clouds somehow, and for an hour or so the sky looks shredded. Then, by 0800 hours, an endless blue opens up like an eye and stays that way all AM. One or two clouds always in the distance, as if for scale. There are massed formicatory maneuvers among pier workers with ropes and walkie-talkies down there, now as this other bright white megaship moves slowly in toward the pier from the right. And then, in the late AM, the isolate clouds overhead start moving toward one another, and in the early PM they begin very slowly interlocking like jigsaw pieces, and by evening the puzzle will be solved, and the sky will be the color of old dimes. This dawn and dusk cloudiness was a pattern. In all, 3 of the week's days could be called substantially cloudy, and it rained a bunch of times, including all Friday in port in Key West. Again, I can see no way to blame the Nadir or Celebrity Cruises, Inc. for this happenstance. But of course, all this ostensibly unimplicating behavior on my part is itself motivated by a self-conscious and somewhat condescending concern about how I appear to others, that is, this concern, 100% upscale American. Part of the overall despair of this luxury cruise is that no matter what I do, I cannot escape my own essential and newly unpleasant Americanness. This despair reaches its peak in port, at the rail, looking down at what I can't help being one of. Whether up here or down there, I am an American tourist, and am thus ex officio large, fleshy, red, loud, coarse, condescending, self-absorbed, spoiled, appearance-conscious, ashamed, despairing, and greedy, the world's only known species of bovine carnivore. Here, as in the other ports, jet skis buzz the nadir all morning. There's about half a dozen this time. Jet skis are the mosquitoes of Caribbean ports, annoying and irrelevant and apparently always there. Their noise is a cross between a gargle and a chainsaw. I am tired of jet skis already, and have never even been on a jet ski. I remember reading somewhere that jet skis are incredibly dangerous and accident-prone, and I take a certain unkind comfort in this as I watch blonde guys with washboard stomachs and sunglasses on fluorescent cords buzz around, making hieroglyphs of foam. Instead of fake pirate ships, in Cozumel there are glass-bottom boats working the waters around the coral shadows. They move sluggishly because they're terribly overloaded with cruisers on an organized shore excursion. What's neat about the sight is that everybody on the boats is looking straight down. A good 100-plus people per boat. It looks prayerful somehow, and sets off the boat's driver, a local who stares dully ahead at the same nothing all drivers of all kinds of mass transport stare at. A further self-esteem lowerer is how bored all the locals look when they're dealing with U.S. tourists. We bore them. Boring somebody seems way worse than offending or disgusting them. A red and orange parasail hangs dead still on the port horizon, a stick figure dangling. The 12-aft towel guy, a spectral Czech with eyes so inset they're black from brow shadow, stands very straight and expressionless by his cart, playing what looks like rock, paper, scissors with himself. I've learned that the 12-aft towel guy is immune to chatty journalistic probing. He gives me a look of what I can only call withering neutrality whenever I go get another towel. I am reapplying ZNO. Captain Video isn't filming now, but is looking at the harbor through a square he's made of his hands. He's the type where you can tell without even looking closely that he's talking to himself. This other megacruise ship is now docking right next to us, a procedure which apparently demands a lot of coded blasts on its world-ending horn. But maybe the single best AM visual in the harbor is another big organized 7NC tourist thing. A group of Naderites is learning to snorkel in the lagoonish waters just offshore. Off the port bow, I can see a good 150 solid citizens floating on their stomachs, motionless. The classic dead man's float, looking like the massed and floating victims of some hideous mishap. From this height, a macabre and riveting sight. I have given up looking for dorsal fins in port. It turns out that sharks, apparently being short on aesthetic sense, are never seen in pretty Caribbean ports, though a couple Jamaicans had lurid, if dubious stories of barracudas that could take off a limb in one surgical drive-by. Nor in Caribbean ports is there ever any evident kelp, glasswort, algeic scuzz, or any of the sapropel the regular ocean's supposed to have. Probably sharks like murkier and scuzzier waters. Potential victims could see them coming too easily down here. Speaking of carnivores, Carnival Cruises Inc.'s good ships Ecstasy and Tropical are both anchored all the way across the harbor. In port, Carnival megaships tend to stay sort of at a distance from other cruise ships, and my sense is that the other ships think this is just as well. The Carnival ships have masses of 20-ish looking people hanging off the rails and seem at this distance to throb slightly, like a hi-fi's woofer. The rumors about Carnival 7NCs are legion, one such rumor being that their cruises are kind of like floating meat market bars, and that their ships bob with a conspicuous carnal squeak-a-ta at night. There's none of this kind of concupiscent behavior aboard the Nadir, I'm happy to say. But now I've become a kind of 7NC snob, and when Carnival or Princess is mentioned in my presence, I feel my face automatically assume Trudy and Esther's expression of classy distaste. But so there they are, the Ecstasy and Tropicale. And now, right up alongside the Nadir, on the other side of the pier, is finally docked and secured the MV Dream Ward, with the peach-on-white color scheme that I think means it's owned by Norwegian Cruise Line. Its Deck 3 gangway protrudes and almost touches our Deck 3 gangway, sort of obscenely. And the Dream Ward's passengers, identical in all important respects to the Nadir's passengers, are now streaming down the gangway and massing and moving down the pier in a kind of canyon of shadow formed by the tall walls of our two ships' hulls. The hulls hem them in and force a near defile that stretches endlessly. A lot of the Dream Ward's passengers turn and crane to marvel at the size of what's just disgorged them. Captain Video, now inclined way over the starboard rail so that only the toes of his sandals are still touching deck, is filming them as they look up at us. And more than a few of the Dreamwardites way below lift their own camcorders and point them up our way in a kind of almost defensive or retaliatory gesture. And for just a moment, they and Captain Video compose a tableau that looks almost classically postmodern. Because the Dream Ward is lined up right next to us, almost porthole to porthole, with its Deck 12's port rail right up flush against our Deck 12's starboard rail, which on scale of these ships means something around 100 meters. The Dreamward's semi-agoraphobic shore shunners and I can stand at the rails and sort of check each other out in the sideways way of two muscle cars lined up at a stoplight. We can sort of see how we stack up against each other. I can see the Dreamward's rail leaners looking the Nadir up and down. Their faces are shiny with high SPF sunblock. The Dreamward is blindingly white to a degree that seems somehow aggressive, and makes the Nadir's own white look more like buff or cream. The Dreamward's snout is a little more tapered and aerodynamic looking than our snout, and its trim is a kind of fluorescent peach, and the beach umbrellas around its Deck 11 pools are also peach. Our beach umbrellas are light orange, which has always seemed odd given the white and navy motif of the Nadir, and now seems to me ad hoc and shabby. On all 7NC megaships, Deck 12 forms a kind of mezzanine-ish ellipse over Deck 11, which is always about half open air, 11 is, and always has pools surrounded by plastic/plexiglass walls. The Dreamward has more pools on Deck 11 than we do, plus what looks like a whole other additional pool behind glass on Deck 6, and their pool's blue is that distinctive chlorine blue. The Nadir's two small pools are both seawater and kind of icky, even though the pools in the celebrity brochure had sneakily had that electric blue look of good old chlorine. On all its decks, all the way down, the Dreamward's cabins have little white balconies for private open-air sea-gazing. Its Deck 12 has a full-court basketball setup with color-coordinated nets and backboards as white as communion wafers. I notice that each of the myriad towel carts on the Dreamward's Deck 12 is manned by its very own towel guy, and that their towel guys are ruddily Nordic and non-spectral, and have nothing resembling withering neutrality or boredom about their mien. The point is that, standing here, next to Captain Video, looking, I start to feel a covetous and almost prurient envy of the Dreamward. I imagine its interior to be cleaner than ours, larger, more lavishly appointed. I imagine the Dreamward's food being even more varied and punctiliously prepared, the ship's gift shop less expensive, and its casino less depressing, and its stage entertainment less cheesy, and its pillow mints bigger. The little private balconies outside the Dreamward's cabins, in particular, seem just way superior to a porthole of bank teller glass, and suddenly private balconies seem absolutely crucial to the whole 7NC mega experience I'm expected to try to convey. I spend several minutes fantasizing about what the bathrooms might be like on the good old Dreamward. I imagine its crew quarters being open for anybody at all to come down and moss out and shoot the shit, and the Dreamward's crew being open and genuinely friendly, with MAs in English and whole leather-bound and neatly printed diaries full of nautical lore and wry, engaging 7NC observations. I imagine the Dreamward's hotel manager to be an avuncular Norwegian, with a rag sweater and a soothing odor of Borkum Riff about him. A guy without sunglasses or hauteur, who throws open the pressurized doors to the Dreamward's bridge and galley and vacuum sewage system and personally takes me through, offering pithy and quotable answers to questions before I've even asked them. I experience a sudden rush of grievance against Harper's Magazine for booking me on the MV Nadir instead of the Dreamward. I calculate by eye the breadth of the gap I'd have to jump or rappel to switch to the Dreamward, and I mentally sketch out the paragraphs that would detail such a bold and William T. Vollmannish bit of journalistic daring-do as literally jumping from one 7NC megaship to another. This saturnine line of thinking proceeds as the clouds overhead start to coalesce, and the sky takes on its regular, clothy PM weight. I am suffering here from a delusion, and I know it's a delusion, this envy of another ship, and still it's painful. It's also representative of a psychological syndrome that I notice has gotten steadily worse as the cruise wears on, a mental list of dissatisfactions and grievances that started picayune but has quickly become nearly despair grade. I know that the syndrome's cause is not simply the contempt bred of a week's familiarity with the poor old Nadir, and that the source of all the dissatisfactions isn't the Nadir at all, but rather plain old humanly conscious me, or, more precisely, that American part of me that craves and responds to pampering and passive pleasure. The dissatisfied infant part of me, the part that always and indiscriminately wants. Hence this syndrome by which, for example, just 4 days ago I experienced such embarrassment over the perceived self-indulgence of ordering even more gratis food from cabin service that I littered the bed with fake evidence of hard work and missed meals, whereas by last night I find myself looking at my watch in real annoyance after 15 minutes and wondering where the fuck is that cabin service guy with the tray already. And by now I notice how the tray's sandwiches are kind of small, and how the wedge of dill pickle always soaks into the starboard crust of the bread, and how the damn port hallway is too narrow to really let me put the used cabin service tray outside 1009's door at night when I'm done eating, so that the tray sits in the cabin all night and in the AM adulterates the olfactory sterility of 1009 with a smell of rancid horseradish, and how this seems, by the luxury cruise's 5th day, deeply dissatisfying. I hate dill pickles, and cabin service churlishly refuses to substitute gherkins or butter chips. Death and Conroy notwithstanding, we're maybe now in a position to appreciate the lie at the dark heart of Celebrity's brochure. For this, the promise to sate the part of me that always and only wants, is the central fantasy the brochure is selling. The thing to notice is that the real fantasy here isn't that this promise will be kept, but that such a promise is keepable at all. This is a big one, this lie. It may well be the big one, come to think of it. And of course I want to believe it. Fuck the Buddha. I want to believe that maybe this ultimate fantasy vacation will be enough pampering, that this time the luxury and pleasure will be so completely and faultlessly administered that my infantile part will be sated. The fantasy they're selling is the whole reason why all the subjects in all the brochure's photos have facial expressions that are at once orgasmic and oddly slack. These expressions are the facial equivalent of going, ah. And the sound is not just that of somebody's infantile part exulting in finally getting the total pampering it's always wanted, but also that of the relief all the other parts of that person feel when the infantile part finally shuts up. But the infantile part of me is insatiable. In fact, its whole essence or Dasein or whatever lies in its a priori insatiability. In response to any environment of extraordinary gratification and pampering, the insatiable infant part of me will simply adjust its desires upward until it once again levels out at its homeostasis of terrible dissatisfaction. And sure enough, on the nadir itself, after a few days of delight and then adjustment, the pamper-swaddled part of me that wants is now back, and with a vengeance. By Ides Wednesday, I'm acutely conscious of the fact that the AC vent in my cabin hisses loudly, and that though I can turn off the reggae music coming out of the speaker in the cabin, I cannot turn off the even louder ceiling speaker out in the 10-port hall. By now I notice that when Table 64's towering busboy uses his crumb scoop to clear crumbs off the tablecloth between courses, he never seems to get quite all the crumbs. By now the nighttime rattle of my wonder closet's one-off plum drawer sounds like a jackhammer. Mavernine of the high seas or no, when Petra makes my bed, not all the hospital corners are at exactly the same angle. My desk/vanity has a small but uncannily labial-looking hairline crack in the bevel of its top's right side, which crack I've come to hate because I can't help looking right at it when I open my eyes in bed in the morning. Most of the nightly Celebrity Showtime live entertainment in the Celebrity Show Lounge is so bad it's embarrassing, and there's a repellent hotel art-type seascape on the aft wall of 1009 that's bolted to the wall and can't be removed or turned around, and Caswell Massey conditioning shampoo turns out to be harder to rinse all the way out than most other shampoos, and the ice sculptures at the midnight buffet sometimes look hurriedly carved, and the vegetable that comes with my entree is continually overcooked, and it's impossible to get really numbingly cold water out of 1009's bathroom tap. I'm standing here on deck 12, looking at a dream word that I bet has cold water that'd turn your knuckles blue, and, like Frank Conroy, part of me realizes that I haven't washed a dish or tapped my foot in line behind somebody with multiple coupons at a supermarket checkout in a week. And yet instead of feeling refreshed and renewed, I'm anticipating just how totally stressful and demanding and unpleasurable, regular, landlocked adult life is going to be, now that even just the premature removal of a towel by a sepulchral crewman seems like an assault on my basic rights, and plus now the sluggishness of the aft elevator is an outrage, and the absence of 22.5-pound dumbbells in the Olympic Health Club's dumbbell rack is a personal affront. And now, as I'm getting ready to go down to lunch, I'm mentally drafting a really mordant footnote on my single biggest peeve about the nadir. Soda pop is not free. Not even at dinner. You have to order a Mr. Pibb from the 5-star Caravel restaurant's maddeningly English as second language hampered cocktail waitress, just like it was a fucking slippery nipple, and then you have to sign for it right there at the table, and they charge you. And they don't even have Mr. Pibb. They foist Dr. Pepper on you with a maddeningly unapologetic shrug when any fool knows Dr. Pepper is no substitute for Mr. Pibb, and it's an absolute goddamned travesty, or at any rate extremely dissatisfying indeed. This right here is not the mordant footnote projected supra, but the soda pop issue bears directly on what was, for me, one of the true mysteries of this cruise, namely, how celebrity makes a profit on luxury 7NCs. If you accept Fielding's Worldwide Cruises 1995's per diem on the nadir of about $275 a head, then you consider that the MV Nadir itself cost Celebrity Cruises $250 million to build in 1992, and that it's got 600 employees, of whom at least the upper echelons have got to be making serious money. The whole Greek contingent had the unmistakable set of mouth that goes with salaries in 6 figures, plus simply hellacious fuel costs, plus port taxes and insurance and safety equipment and space-age navigational and communications gear and a computerized tiller and state-of-the-art maritime sewage, and then start factoring in the luxury stuff, the top-shelf decor and brass ceiling tile, chandeliers, a good 3 dozen people aboard as nothing more than twice-a-week stage entertainers, plus then the professional head chef and the lobster and Etruscan truffles and the cornucopic fresh fruit and the imported pillow mints. Then, even playing it very conservative, you cannot get the math to add up. There doesn't look to be any way Celebrity can be coming out ahead financially, and yet the sheer number of different megalines offering 7NCs constitutes reliable evidence that luxury cruises must be very profitable indeed. Again, Celebrity's PR lady, Miss Wyson, was, notwithstanding a phone voice that was a total pleasure to listen to, not particularly helpful with this mystery. The answer to their affordability, how they offer such a great product, is really based on their management. They really are in touch with all the details of what's important to the public, and they pay a lot of attention to those details. Libation revenues provide part of the real answer, it turns out. It's a little bit like the microeconomics of movie theaters. When you hear how much of the gate they have to kick back to film's distributors, you can't figure out how theaters stay in business. But of course, you can't go just by ticket revenues, because where movie theaters really make their money is at the concession stand. The nadir sells a shitload of drinks. Full-time beverage waitresses in khaki shorts and celebrity visors are unobtrusively everywhere. Poolside, on deck 12, at meals, entertainments, bingo. Soda pop is $2 for a very skinny glass. You don't pay cash right there. You sign for it, and then they sock you with a printed statement of charges on the final night. And exotic cocktails like wallbangers and fuzzy navels go as high as $5.50. The nadir doesn't do tacky stuff like oversalt the soup or put bowls of pretzels all over the place, but a 7NC Luxury Cruise's crafted atmosphere of indulgence and endless partying. Go on, you deserve it. More than conduces to free-flowing wine. Let's not forget the cost of a fine wine with supper, the ever-present sommeliers. Of the different passengers I asked, more than half estimated their party's total beverage tab at over $500, and if you know even a little about the beverage markups in any restaurant bar operation, you know a lot of that 500's going to end up as net profit. Other keys to profitability: a lot of the ship's service staff's income isn't figured into the price of the cruise ticket. You have to tip them at week's end, or they're screwed. Another peeve is that the celebrity brochure neglects to mention this. And it turns out that a lot of the paid entertainment on the nadir is vended out. Agencies contract with celebrity cruises to supply teams like the Matrix dancers for all the stage shows, the electric slide lessons, etc. Another contracted vendor is Deck 8's Mayfair Casino, whose corporate proprietor pays a flat weekly rate plus an unspecified percentage to the nadir for the privilege of sending their gorgeous dealers and four-deck shoes against passengers who've learned the rules of 21 and Caribbean stud poker from an educational video that plays continuously on one of the ATSI TV's channels. I didn't spend all that much time in the Mayfair Casino. The eyes of 74-year-old Cleveland grandmothers pumping quarters into the slots of twittering machines are not much fun to spend time looking at. But I was in there long enough to see that if the nadir gets even a 10% vig on the Mayfair's weekly net, then celebrity is making a killing. 13. Every night, the 10-port cabin steward Petra, when she turns down your bed, leaves on your pillow, along with the day's last mint and celebrity's printed card wishing you sweet dreams in 6 languages, the next day's Nadir Daily, a phatic little 4-page ersatz newspaper printed on white vellum in a navy blue font. The ND has historical nuggets on upcoming ports, pitches for organized shore excursions, and specials in the gift shop, and stern stuff in boxes with malaprop headlines like Quarantines on Transit of Food and Misuse of Drug Acts, 1972. Snippet of latter item. All persons entering each island are warned that it is a criminal offense to import or have possession of narcotics and other controlled drugs, including marijuana. Penalties for drug offenders are severe. Half of the port lecture before we hit Jamaica consisted of advice about stuff like two-timing street dealers who will sell you a 1/4 ounce of crummy pot and then trot down to a constable and collect a bounty for fingering you. Conditions in the local jails are described just enough to engage the grimmer parts of the imagination. Celebrity Cruises' own onboard drug policy remains obscure. Although there are always a half-dozen humorless security guys standing burlily around the nadir's gangway in port, you never get searched when you reboard. I never saw or smelled evidence of drug use on the nadir. As with concupiscence, it just doesn't seem like that kind of crowd. But there must be colorful incidents in the nadir's past, because the cruise staff became almost operatic in their cautions to us as we headed back to Fort Lauderdale on Friday, though every warning was preceded by an acknowledgement that the exhortation to flush/toss anything controlled surely couldn't apply to anyone on this particular cruise. Apparently, Fort Lauderdale's customs guys regard homebound 7NC passengers sort of the way small-town cops regard out-of-state speeders in Saab turbos. An old veteran of many 7NC LCs told one of the Texas kids ahead of me in the customs line the last day, "Kiddo, if one of those dogs stops at your bag, you better hope he lifts his leg." Right now it's Thursday, 16 March, 0710 hours. And I'm alone at the 5-star Caravel restaurant's early seating breakfast, Table 64's waiter and towering busboy hovering nearby. It's a total mystery when these waiters sleep. They serve at the midnight buffet every night, and then help clean up after, and then they appear in the 5-star Caravel restaurant in clean tuxes all over again at 0630 hours. The next day, always so fresh and alert, they look slapped. We've rounded the final turn and are on our return trajectory toward Key West, and today is one of the week's 2 at-sea days when shipboard activities are at their densest and most organized, and this is the day I've picked to use the nadir daily as a Baedeker, as I leave cabin 1009 for a period well in excess of half an hour, and plunge headfirst into the recreational fray, and keep a precise and detailed log of some really representative experiences as together now we go in quest of managed fun. So everything that follows from here on out is from this day's P&D experiential log. 0645 hours. A triple ding from the speakers in cabin and halls, and then a cool female voice says, "Good morning," the date, the weather, etc. She says it in a gentle, accented English, repeats it in an Alsatian-sounding French, then again in German. She can make even German sound lush and post-coital. Hers is not the same PA voice as at Pier 21, but it's got the exact same quality of sounding the way expensive perfume smells. 0650 to 0705 hours. Shower. Play with Alizeo Scirocco hairdryer and exhaust fan and hair in bathroom mirror. Read from Daily Meditations for the Semi-Phobically Challenged. Go over Nadir Daily with yellow highlighter pen. 0708 to 0730 hours. Early seating breakfast at Table 64 in 5-star Caravel restaurant. Last night everybody announced intentions to sleep through breakfast and grab some scones or something at the Windsurf Cafe later. So I'm alone at Table 64, which is large and round and right up next to a starboard window. Table 64's waiter's name is, as mentioned before, Tibor. Mentally I refer to him as the Teebster, but never out loud. Tibor has dismantled my artichokes and my lobsters, and taught me that extra well done is not the only way meat can be palatable. We have sort of bonded, I feel. He is 35 and about 5'4" and plump, and his movements have the bird-like economy characteristic of small, plump, graceful men. Menu-wise, Tibor advises and recommends, but without the hauteur that's always made me hate the gastro-pedantic waiters in classy restaurants. Tibor is omnipresent without being unctuous or oppressive. He is kind and warm and fun. I sort of love him. His hometown is Budapest, and he has a postgraduate degree in restaurant management from an unpronounceable Hungarian college. His wife back home is expecting their first child. He is the head waiter for tables 64 through 67 at all 3 meals. He can carry 3 trays without precarity and never looks harried or on the edge the way most multi-table waiters do. He seems like he cares. His face is at once round and pointy and rosy. His tux never wrinkles. His hands are soft and pink, and his thumb joint's skin is unwrinkled, like the thumb joint of a small child. Tibor's cuteness has been compared by the women at Table 64 to that of a button, but I have learned not to let his cuteness fool me. Tibor is a pro. His commitment to personally instantiating the nadir's fanatical commitment to excellence is the one thing about which he shows no sense of humor. If you fuck with him in this area, he will feel pain and will make no effort to conceal it. See, for example, the second night, Sunday, at supper. Tibor was circling the table and asking each of us how our entree was, and we all regarded this as just one of those perfunctory waiter questions, and all perfunctorily smiled and cleared our mouths and said, "Fine, fine." And Tibor finally stopped and looked down at us all with a pained expression, and changed his timbre slightly so it was clear he was addressing the whole table. "Please, I ask each, is excellent? Please, if excellent you say, and I am happy. If not excellent, please, do not say excellent. Let me fix, please." There was no hauteur or pedantry as he addressed us. He just meant what he said. His expression was babe naked, and we heard him, and nothing was perfunctory again. Good old Wojtek, the towering, bespectacled Pole, aged 22 and at least 6'8", table 64's busboy, in charge of water, bread supply, crumb removal, and using a big tower of a mill to put pepper on pretty much anything you don't lean forward and cover with your upper body. Good old Wojtek works exclusively with Tibor, and they have an involved minuet of service that's choreographed down to the last pivot, and they speak quietly to each other in a Slavicized German pidgin. You can tell they've evolved through countless quiet professional exchanges, and you can tell Wojtek reveres Tibor as much as the rest of us do. This morning, the Teebster wears a red bow tie and smells faintly of sandalwood. Early seating breakfast is the best time to be around him, because he's not very busy and can be initiated into chit-chat without looking pained at neglecting his duties. He doesn't know I'm on the nadir as a pseudo-journalist. I'm not sure why I haven't told him. Somehow I think it might make things hard for him. During early seating breakfast chit-chat, I never ask him anything about celebrity cruises or the nadir, except for precise descriptions of whatever dorsal fins he's seen. Not out of deference to Mr. Dermatitis's pissy injunctions, but because I feel like I'd just about die if Tibor got into trouble on my account. Tibor's ambition is someday to return to Budapest. He pronounces the pest part of Budapest Pest, for good, and with his nadir savings, open a sort of newspaper and beret-type sidewalk cafe that specializes in something called cherry soup. With this in mind, 2 days from now in Fort Lauderdale, I'm going to tip the Teebster way more than the suggested $3 US per diem. The last night's Nader Daily breaks the news about tipping and gives tactful suggestions on going rates, balancing out total expenses by radically under-tipping both the liplessly sinister maitre d' and our sommelier, an unctuously creepy Ceylonese guy the whole table has christened the Velvet Vulture. 08:15 hours. Catholic Mass is celebrated with Father de Sandra. Location, Rainbow Room, Deck 8. These headlines are verbatim and as written from today's Nadir Daily. There's no chapel per se on the Nadir. The father sets up a kind of folding credence table in the Rainbow Room, the most aftward of the fantasy deck lounges, done in salmon and sear yellow with dados of polished bronze. Genuflecting at sea turns out to be a tricky business. There are about a dozen people here. The father's backlit by a big port window, and his homily is mercifully free of nautical puns or references to life being a voyage. The communal beverage is a choice of either wine or Welch's brand unsweetened grape juice. Even the Nadir's Daily Mass's communion wafers are unusually yummy, biscuitier than your normal host, and with a sweet tinge to the pulp it becomes in your teeth. If Pepperidge Farm made communion wafers, these would be them. Cynical observations about how appropriate it is that a 7NC Luxury Cruises daily worship is held in an over-decorated bar seem too easy to take up space on. Just how a diocesan priest gets a 7NC megacruiser as a parish, whether celebrity maybe has clerics on retainer, sort of like the army, and they get assigned to different ships in rotation, and whether the Roman Catholic Church gets paid just like the other vendors who provide service and entertainment personnel, etc., will, I'm afraid, be forever unclear. Father Desandra explains he has no time after the recessional for professional queries because of 0900 hours. Wedding vow renewal with Father Desandra. Same venue, same porta-altar setup. No married couple show up to renew their wedding vows, though. There's me and Captain Video and maybe a dozen other Naderites sitting around in salmon chairs, and a beverage waitress makes a couple circuits with her visor and pad. And Father Desandra stands patiently in his cassock and white cope till 0920 hours. But no older type couples appear or step forward to renew. A few of the people in the Rainbow Room sit in proximities and attitudes that show they're couples, but they sort of apologetically tell the father they're not even married. The surprisingly cool and laid-back Father Desandra's invitation to make use of the setup and twin candles and priest with sacramentary Book of Rites opened to just the right page produces some shy laughter from the couples, but no takers. I don't know what to make of the wedding vow renewals, no-shows in terms of death, despair, pampering, insatiability issues. 0930 hours. The library is open for checkout of games, cards, and books. Location, library. Duh. Deck 7. The Nadier's library is a little glassed-in salon set obliquely off Deck 7's rendezvous lounge. The library's all good wood and leather and three-way lamping, an extremely pleasant place, but it's open only at weird and inconvenient times. Only one wall is even shelved, and most of the books are the sorts of books you see on the coffee tables of older people who live in condominiums near unchallenging golf courses. Folio-sized, color-plated, with titles like Great Villas of Italy and Famous Tea Sets of the Modern World, etc. But it's a great place to just hang around and moss out, the library. Plus, this is where the chess sets are. This week also features an unbelievably large and involved jigsaw puzzle that sits about half done on an oak table in the corner, which all sorts of different old people come in and work on in shifts. There's also a seemingly endless game of contract bridge, always going on in the card room right next door, and the bridge players' motionless silhouettes are always there through the frosted glass, between library and card room, when I'm mossing out and playing with the chess sets. The Nadier's library's got cheapo Parker Brothers chess sets with hollow plastic pieces, which any good chess player has got to like. Heavy, expensive, art-carved sets are for dorks. I'm not nearly as good at chess as I am at ping-pong, but I'm pretty good. Most of the time on the Nadier I play chess with myself, not as dull as it may sound. For I have determined that, no offense, the sorts of people who go on 7NC megacruises tend not to be very good chess players. Today, however, is the day I am mated in 23 moves by a 9-year-old girl. Let's not spend a lot of time on this. The girl's name is Deirdre. She's one of the very few little kids on board, not tucked out of sight in Deck 4's daycare grotto. This is something else Mr. Dermatitis declined to let me see. But by all reports, the daycare on these megaships is phenomenal, with squads of nurturing and hyperkinetic young daycare ladies keeping the kids manically stimulated for up to 10-hour stretches via an endless number of incredibly well-structured activities, so tuckering the kids out that they collapse mutely into bed at 2000 hours and leave their parents free to plunge into the ship's nightlife and do it all. Deirdre's mom never leaves her in the grotto, but also never leaves her side, and has the lipless and flinty-eyed look of a parent whose kid is preternaturally good at something. I probably should have seen this and certain other signs of impending humiliation, as the kid first comes over, as I'm sitting there, trying a scenario where both sides of the board deploy a Queen's Indian, and tugs on my sleeve, and asks if I'd maybe like to play. She really does tug on my sleeve and calls me Mr., and her eyes are roughly the size of sandwich plates. In retrospect, it occurs to me that this girl was a little tall for 9, and worn-looking, slump-shouldered, the way usually only much older girls get, a kind of poor psychic posture. However good she may be at chess, this is not a happy little girl. I don't suppose that's germane. Deirdre pulls up a chair and says she usually likes to be black, and informs me that in lots of cultures, black isn't thanatotic or morbid, but is the spiritual equivalent of what white is in the U.S., and that in these other cultures, it's white that's morbid. I tell her I already know all that. We start. I push some pawns, and Deirdre develops a knight. Deirdre's mom watches the whole game from a standing position behind the kid's seat, motionless except for her eyes. The only chairs in the library are leather wing chairs with low seats, so only Deirdre's eyes and nose clear the board's table as she sits across from me, adding a Kilroyishly surreal quality to the humiliation. I know within seconds that I despise this mom. She's like some kind of stage mother of chess. Deirdre seems like an okay type, though. I've played precocious kids before, and at least Deirdre doesn't hoot or smirk. If anything, she seems a little sad that I don't turn out to be more of a stretch for her. My first inkling of trouble is on the 4th move, when I fianchetto, and Deirdre knows what I'm doing is fianchettoing, and uses the term correctly, again calling me Mr. The second ominous clue is the way her little hand keeps flailing out to the side of the board after she moves, a sign that she's used to a speed clock. She swoops in with her developed QK, and forks my queen on the 12th move, and after that, it's only a matter of time. It doesn't really matter. I didn't even start playing chess until my late 20s. On move 17, 3 desperately old and related-looking people at the jigsaw puzzle table kind of totter over and watch as I hang my rook, and the serious carnage starts. It doesn't really matter. Neither Deirdre nor the hideous mom smiles when it's over. I smile enough for everybody. None of us says anything about maybe playing again tomorrow. 0945 to 1000 hours. Back briefly for psychic recharging in good old 1009 EP. I eat 4 pieces of some type of fruit that's like a tiny, oversweetened tangerine, and watch, for the 5th time this week, the velociraptors stalk precocious children in gleaming institutional kitchen part of Jurassic Park, noting an unprecedented sympathy for the velociraptors this time around. 1000 to 1100 hours. 3 simultaneous venues of managed fun, all aft on deck 9. Darts tournament, take aim and hit the bullseye. Shuffleboard shuffle, join your fellow guests for a morning game. Ping-pong tournament, meet the cruise staff at the tables. Prizes to the winners. Organized shuffleboard has always filled me with dread. Everything about it suggests infirm senescence and death. It's like it's a game played on the skin of a void, and the rasp of the sliding puck is the sound of that skin getting abraded away bit by bit. I also have a morbid but wholly justified fear of darts, stemming from a childhood trauma too involved and hair-raising to discuss here. And as an adult, I avoid darts like cholera. What I'm here for is the ping-pong. I am an exceptionally good ping-pong player. The Nadir Daily's use of tournament is euphemistic, though, because there are never any draw sheets or trophies in sight, and no other Nadirites are ever playing. The constant high winds on 9 aft may account for ping-pong's light turnout. Today 3 tables are set up, well off to the side of the darts tournament, which, given the level of darts play over there, seems judicious. And the MV Nadir's very own ping-pong pro, or 3P, as he calls himself, stands cockily by the center table, amusing himself by bouncing a ball off the paddle between his legs and behind his back. He turns when I crack my knuckles. I've come to ping-pong 3 different times already this week, and nobody's ever here except the good old 3P, whose real first name is Winston. He and I are now at the point where we greet each other with the curt nods of old and mutually respected foes. Below the center table is an enormous box of fresh ping-pong balls, and apparently several more of these boxes are in the storage locker behind the golf drive net, which again seems judicious given the number of balls in each game that get smashed or blown out to sea. I imagine it would be pretty interesting to trail a megaship through a 7NC cruise and just catalog the trail of stuff that bobs in its wake. They also have a big peg-studded board on the bulkhead's wall with over a dozen different paddles. Both the plain wooden grip and head with thin skin of cheap pebbly rubber kind, and the fancy wrapped grip and head with thick mushy skin of unpebbled rubber kind, all in celebrity's snazzy white/navy motif. Only the fear of an impromptu Fort Lauderdale customs search and discovery keeps me from stealing one of these paddles. I confess that I did end up stealing the chamois eyeglass cleaners from 1009's bathroom. Though, maybe you're meant to take those home anyway. I couldn't tell whether they fell into the Kleenex category or the towel category. I am, as I believe I may have already stated, an extraordinarily fine ping-pong player. I've sure never lost to any prepubescent females in fucking ping-pong, I can tell you. And it turns out that I am an even finer ping-pong player outdoors in tricky tropical winds, and although Winston is certainly a good enough player to qualify as a 3P on a ship where interest in ping-pong is, shall we say, less than keen, my record against him thus far is 8 wins and only 1 loss, with that 1 loss being not only a very close loss, but also consequent to a number of freakish gusts, and a net that Winston himself admitted later may not have been regulation ITTF, height, and tension. Winston is under the curious and false impression that we've got some kind of tacit wager going on whereby if the 3P ever beats me 3 games out of 5, he gets my full-color Spider-Man hat. Which hat he covets, and which hat I wouldn't dream ever of playing serious ping-pong without. Winston only moonlights as a 3P. His primary duty on the Nadir is serving as official cruise DJ in Deck 8's Scorpio Disco, where every night he stands behind an incredible array of equipment, wearing horn-rimmed sunglasses and working both the CD player and the strobes frantically till well after 0200 hours, which may account for a sluggish and slightly dazed quality to his AM ping-pong. He is 26 years old and, like much of the Nadir's cruise and guest relations staff, is good-looking in the vaguely unreal way soap opera actors and models in Sears catalogs are good-looking. He has big brown help-me eyes and a black fade that's styled into the exact shape of a 19th-century blacksmith's anvil, and he plays ping-pong with his thick-skinned paddle's head down in the chopsticky way of people who've received professional instruction. Outside and aft, the Nadier's engine's throb is loud and always sounds weirdly lopsided. 3P Winston and I have both reached that level of almost Zen-like ping-pong mastery where the game kind of plays us. The lunges and pirouettes and smashes and recoveries are automatic outer instantiations of a kind of intuitive harmony between hand and eye and primal urge to kill, in a way that leaves our forebrains unoccupied and capable of idle chit-chat as we play. Wicked hat. I want that hat. Boss hat. Can't have it. Wicked motherfucking hat. Spider-Man be dope. Winston also sometimes seemed to suffer from the verbal delusion that he was an urban black male. I have no idea what the story is on this or what conclusions to draw from it. Sentimental value. Long story behind this hat. Insipidness notwithstanding, I've probably exchanged more total words with 3P Winston on this 7NC luxury cruise than I have with anybody else. This is not counting my interfaces with Petra, which, though lengthy and verbose, tended, of course, to be one-sided except for, "You are a funny thing, you." As with good old Tibor, I don't probe Winston in any serious journalistic way, although in this case it's not so much because I fear getting the 3P in trouble, as because, nothing against good old Winston personally, he's not exactly the brightest bulb in the ship's intellectual chandelier, if you get my drift. For example, Winston's favorite witticism when DJing in the Scorpio disco is to muff or spoonerize some simple expression and then laugh and slap himself in the head and go, "Easy for me to say." According to Mona and Alice, he's also unpopular with the younger crowd at the Scorpio disco because he always wants to play top 40-ish homogenized rap instead of real vintage disco. The single most confounding thing about the young and hip cruisers on the Nadir is that they seem truly to love the exact same cheesy disco music that we, who were young and hip in the late 70s, loathed and made fun of, boycotting prom when Donna Summer's MacArthur Park was chosen official prom theme, etc. It's also not necessary to ask Winston much of anything at all because he's an incredible chatterbox when he's losing. He's been a student at the University of South Florida for a rather mysterious 7 years, and has taken this year off to get fucking paid for a change for a while on the Nadir. He claims to have seen all manner of sharks in these waters, but his descriptions don't inspire much real confidence or dread. We're in the middle of our second game and on our 5th ball. Winston says he's had the chance to do some serious ocean gazing and soul-searching during his off hours these last few months, and has decided to return to USF in fall '95 and start college more or less all over, this time majoring not in business administration, but in something he claims is called multi-mediated production. They have a department in that? It's this interdisciplinarian thing. It's going to be fucking fat, Holmes. You know, CD-ROM and shit, smart chips, digital film and shit. I'm up 1812. Sport of the future, Winston agrees. It's where it's all going to be at. The highway, interactive TV and shit, virtual reality, interactive virtual reality. I can see it now, I say. The game's almost over. The cruise of the future. The home cruise. The Caribbean luxury cruise you don't have to leave home for. Strap on the old goggles and electrodes, and off you go. Word up. No passports, no seasickness, no wind or sunburn or insipid cruise staff. Total virtual motionless stay-at-home simulated pampering. Word. Interfacing with Winston could be kind of depressing in that the urge to make cruel sport of him was always irresistible, and he never acted offended or even indicated he knew he was being made sport of, and you went away afterward feeling like you'd just stolen coins from a blind man's cup or something. 11:05 hours. Navigation lecture. Join Captain Nico and learn about the ship's engine room, the bridge, and the basic nuts and bolts of the ship's operation. The MV Nader can carry 460,000 gallons of nautical-grade diesel fuel. It burns between 40 and 70 tons of this fuel a day, depending on how hard it's traveling. The ship has 2 turbine engines on each side, one big Papa, and one comparatively little Sun. Choosing from among 2 to the 4th power options, they can run on all 4, or one Papa and one Sun, or 2 Suns, etc. My sense is that running on Suns instead of Papas is kind of like switching from warp drive to impulse power. Each engine has a propeller that's 17 feet in diameter and is adjustable through a lateral rotation of 23.5 degrees for maximum torque. It takes the Nadir 0.9 nautical miles to come to a complete stop from its standard speed of 18 knots. The ship can go slightly faster in certain kinds of rough seas than it can go in calm seas. This is for technical reasons that won't fit on the napkin I'm taking notes on. The ship has a rudder, and the rudder has 2 complex alloy flaps that somehow interconfigure to allow a 90-degree turn. Captain Nico's English is not going to win any elocution ribbons, but he is a veritable blowhole of hard data. The Nadir has a captain, a staff captain, and 4 chief officers. Captain Nico is actually one of these chief officers. I do not know why he's called Captain Nico. He's about my age and height, but is just ridiculously good-looking, like an extremely fit and tan Paul Auster. Something else I've learned on this luxury cruise is that no man can ever look any better than he looks in the white, full-dressed uniform of a naval officer. Women of all ages and estrogen levels swooned, sighed, wobbled, lash-batted, growled, and hubbed when one of these navally resplendent Greek officers went by, a phenomenon that I don't imagine helped the Greeks' humility one bit. The venue here is Deck 11's Fleet Bar, all blue and white and trimmed in stainless steel, and so abundantly fenestrated that the sunlight makes Captain Nico's illustrative slides look ghostly and vague. Captain Nico wears Ray-Bans but without a fluorescent cord. The Fleet Bar was also the site of elegant tea time later that same day, where elderly female passengers wore long white stripper gloves and pinkies protruded from cups, and where among my breaches of elegant tea-time etiquette apparently were A. Imagining people would be amused by the tuxedo-designed T-shirt I wore because I hadn't taken seriously the celebrity brochure's instruction to bring a real tux on the cruise. B. Imagining the elderly ladies at my table would be charmed by the off-color Rorschach jokes I made about the rather obscene shapes the linen napkins at each place were origami folded into. C. Imagining these same ladies might be interested to learn what sorts of things have to be done to a goose over its lifetime in order to produce pâté-grade liver. D. Putting a 3-ounce mass of what looked like glossy black buckshot on a big white cracker and then putting the whole cracker in my mouth. E. Assuming 1 second thereafter a facial expression I'm told was, under even the most charitable interpretation, inelegant. F. Trying to respond with a full mouth when an elderly lady across the table with a pince-nez and buff-colored gloves and lipstick on her right incisor told me this was beluga caviar, resulting in F1, the expulsion of several crumbs and what appeared to be a large black bubble, and F2, the distorted production of a word that I was told sounded to the entire table like a genital expletive. G. trying to spit the whole indescribable nauseous glob into a flimsy paper napkin instead of one of the plentiful and sturdier linen napkins, with results I'd prefer not to describe in any more detail than as unfortunate. And H, concurring when the little kid, in a bow tie and, no kidding, tuxedo shorts, seated next to me, pronounced beluga caviar blacky, with a spontaneous and unconsidered expression that was, indeed and unmistakably, a genital expletive. Let us draw the curtain of charity over the rest of that particular bit of managed fun. This will at any rate explain the 1,600 hours to 1,700 hours lacuna in today's P&D log. Thursday, 16 March, is also the day my paranoia about Mr. Dermatitis' contriving somehow to jettison me from the nadir via cabin 1009's vacuum toilet is at its emotional zenith, and I've decided in advance to keep a real low journalistic profile at this event. I ask a total of just one little innocuous question, right at the start, and Captain Nico responds with a witticism. How do we start engines? Not with a key of ignition, I can tell you. That gets a large and rather unkind laugh from the crowd. It turns out that the long, mysterious MV in MV Nadir stands for Motorized Vessel. The MV Nadir cost $250,310,000 US to build. It was christened in Papenburg, Federal Republic of Germany in 1092 with a bottle of ouzo instead of champagne. The Nadir's 3 onboard generators produce 9.9 megawatts of power. The ship's bridge turns out to be what lies behind the very intriguing triple-locked bulkhead near the aft towel cart on Deck 11. The bridge is where the equipments are. Radars, indication of weathers, and all these things. 2 years of sedulous postgraduate study is required of officer wannabes just to get a handle on the navigational math involved. Also, there is much learning for the computers. Of the 40 or so Naderites at this lecture, the total number of women is 0. Captain Video is here, of course, celebrating the moment from a camcorded crouch on the Fleet Bar's steel bar top. He's wearing a nylon warm-up suit of fluorescent maroon and purple that makes him look like a huge macaw, and his knees crackle whenever he shifts position and rehunches. By this time, Captain Video's really getting on my nerves. A deeply sunburned man next to me is taking notes with a Mont Blanc pen, in a leather-bound notebook with Angler embossed on it. All week, the Anglerites have been a fascinating subcultural study in their own right, moving only in herds and having their own special organized shore excursions, and constantly reserving big party rooms with velveteen ropes and burly guys standing by them with their arms crossed, checking credentials. But there hasn't been room in this essay to go into any serious anglerology. Just one moment of foresight on the way from ping-pong to Fleet Bar would have prevented my sitting here trying to take notes on paper napkins with a big felt-tip highlighter. The Nadir's officers have their quarters, mess, and a private bar on Deck 3, it turns out. In the bridge, also we have different compass to see where we are going. The ship's 4 patrofilial turbines cannot ever be turned off except in dry dock. What they do to deactivate an engine is simply disengage its propeller. It turns out that parallel parking a semi on LSD doesn't even come close to what Captain G. Panagiotakis experiences when he docks the MV Nadir. The angler man next to me is drinking a $5.50 slippery nipple, which comes with not 1, but 2 umbrellas in it. The rest of the Nadir's crew's quarters are on Deck 2, which also houses the ship's laundry and the areas of processing of garbage and wastes. Like all megacruisers, the Nadir needs no tugboat in port. This is because it's got the sternal thrusters and bow thrusters, not, mercifully, bowel thrusters. The lecture's audience consists of bald, solid, thick-wristed men over 50, who all look like the kind of guy who rises to CEO a company out of that company's engineering department instead of some fancy MBA program. In other words, the self-made, brass-balled, no-bullshit type of older U.S. male whom you least want the dad to turn out to be when you go over to a girl's house to take her to a movie or something, with dishonorable intentions rattling around in the back of your mind. An authority figure. A number of them are clearly Navy veterans or yachtsmen or something. They all compose a very knowledgeable audience and ask involved questions about the bore and stroke of the engines, the management of multi-radial torque, the precise distinctions between a C-class captain and a B-class captain. My attempts at technical notes are bleeding out into the paper napkins until the yellow letters are all ballooned and goofy like subway graffiti. The male 7NC cruisers all want to know stuff about the hydrodynamics of midship stabilizers. They're all the kind of men who look like they're smoking cigars even when they're not smoking cigars. Everybody's complexion is hectic, from sun and salt spray and a surfeit of slippery nipples. 21.4 knots is a 7NC megaship's maximum possible cruising speed. There's no way I'm going to raise my hand in this kind of crowd and ask what a knot is. Several unreproducible questions concern the ship's system of satellite navigation. Captain Nico explains that the Nadir subscribes to something called GPS. This global positioning system is using the satellites above to know the position at all times, which gives this data to the computer. It emerges that when we're not negotiating ports and piers, a kind of computerized auto-captain pilots the ship. This helps explain why Captain G. Panagiotakis usually seems so phenomenally unbusy, why his real job seems to be to stand in various parts of the Nadir and try to look vaguely presidential, which he would look presidential, except for the business of wearing sunglasses inside, which makes him look more like a third-world strongman. All the ship's officers wore sunglasses inside, it turned out, and always stood off to the side of everything with their hands behind their backs, usually in groups of 3, conferring hieratically in technical Greek. There's no actual tiller or con anymore, is the sense I get. There's certainly no protrusive spoked wooden captain's wheel like these that line the walls of the jaunty fleet bar, each captain's wheel centered with thole pins that hold up a small and verdant fern. 11:50 hours. There's never a chance to feel actual physical hunger on a luxury cruise, but when you've gotten accustomed to feeding 7 or 8 times a day, a certain foamy emptiness in the gut always lets you know when it's time to feed again. Among the Nadirites, only the radically old and formal filiacal hit luncheon at the 5-star Caravel restaurant, where you can't wear swim trunks or a floppy hat. The really happening place for lunch is the buffet at the Windsurf Cafe off the pools and Plasticine Grotto on Deck 11. Just inside both sets of the Windsurf's automatic doors, in 2 big bins whose sides are decorated to look like coconut skin, are cornucopiae of fresh fruit presided over by ice sculptures of a Madonna and a whale. As God is my witness, no more fruit ever again in my whole life. The crowd's flow is skillfully directed along several different vectors so that delays are minimal and the experience of waiting to feed in the Windsurf Cafe is not as bovine as lots of other 7NC experiences. Eating in the Windsurf Cafe, where things are out in the open and not brought in from behind a mysterious swinging door, makes it even clearer that everything ingestible on the nadir is designed to be absolutely top of the line. The tea isn't Lipton, but Sir Thomas Lipton in a classy individual vacuum packet of buff-colored foil. The lunch meat is the really good, fat and gristle-free kind that Gentiles usually have to crash kosher delis to get. The mustard is something even fancier tasting than Grey Poupon that I keep forgetting to write down the brand of. And the Windsurf Cafe's coffee, which burbles merrily from spigots in big brushed steel dispensers, the coffee is, quite simply, the kind of coffee you marry somebody for being able to make. I normally have a firm and neurologically imperative 1-cup limit on coffee, but the Windsurf's coffee is so good, and the job of deciphering the big yellow Rorschachian blobs of my navigation lecture notes so taxing that on this day I exceed my limit by rather a lot, which may help explain why the next few hours of this log get kind of kaleidoscopic and unfocused. And it's just coffee qua coffee. It's not Blue Mountain hazelnut, half-calf, or Sudanese vanilla with special chicory enzymes or any of that bourgeois. The nadir's is a level-headed approach to coffee that I hereby salute. 12:40 hours. I seem to be out on 9 aft, hitting golf balls off an AstroTurf square into a dense mesh nylon net that balloons impressively out toward the sea when a golf ball hits it. Thanatotic shuffleboard continues over to starboard. No sign of 3P or any ping-pong players or any paddles left behind. Ominous little holes in deck, bulkhead, railing, and even the AstroTurf square testify to my wisdom in having steered way clear of the AM darts tourney. 13:14 hours. I am now seated back in Deck 8's Rainbow Room, watching Ernst, the nadir's mysterious and ubiquitous art auctioneer, mediate spirited bidding for a signed Leroy Neiman print. Let me iterate this. Bidding is spirited and fast approaching 4 figures for a signed Leroy Neiman print. Not a signed Leroy Neiman. A signed Leroy Neiman print. One of very few human beings I've ever seen who is both blonde and murine-looking. Ernst today is wearing white loafers, green slacks, and a flared sport coat whose pink I swear can be described only as menstrual. 13:30 hours. Poolside shenanigans. Join cruise director Scott Peterson and staff for some crazy antics and the men's best legs contest, judged by all the ladies at poolside. Starting to feel the first unpleasant symptoms of caffeine toxicity. Hair tucked at staff suggestion into a complimentary Celebrity Cruises swim cap, I take full and active part in the prenominate shenanigans, which consist mostly of a tourney-style contest where gals in the gal division and then guys in the guy division have to slide out on a plastic telephone pole slathered with Vaseline, the pole, and face off against another gal/guy, and try to knock each other off the pole and into the pool's nauseous brine by hitting each other with pillowcases filled with balloons. I make it through 2 rounds and then am knocked off by a hulking and hairy-shouldered Milwaukee newlywed who actually hits me with his fist, which, as people start to lose their balance and compensate by leaning far forward, can happen, knocking my swim cap almost clear off my head and toppling me over hard to starboard into a pool that's not only got a really high NA content, but is also now covered with a shiny and full-spectrum scum of Vaseline, and I emerge so icky and befouled and cross-eyed from the guy's right hook that I blow what should have been a very legitimate shot at the title in the men's best legs contest, in which I end up placing 3rd, but am told later I would have won the whole thing except for the scowl. Swollen and strabismic left eye and askew swim cap that formed a contextual backdrop too downright goofy to let the full force of my gam's shapeliness come through to the judges. This is what I did, leaned too far forward and into the guy's fist that was clutching the hem of his pillowcase, which is why I didn't cry foul, even though the vision in my right eye still drifts in and out of focus, even back here on land a week later. 1410 hours. I seem now to be at the Daily Arts and Crafts seminar in some sort of back room of the Windsurf Cafe, and aside from noting that I seem to be the only male here under 70, and that the project under construction on the table before me involves popsicle sticks and crepe, and a type of glue too runny and instant adhesive to get my trembling, over-caffeinated hands anywhere near. I have absolutely no fucking idea what's going on. 15 hours in the public loo off the elevators on deck 11-4, which has 4 urinals and 3 commodes, all vacuum suction, which, if activated one after the other in rapid succession, produce a cumulative sound that is exactly like the climactic D-flat G-sharp melisma at the end of the 1983 Vienna Boys Choir seminal recording of the medievally lugubrious Tenebrae Factae Sunt. 1420 hours, and now I'm in Deck 12's Olympic Health Club in the back area, the part that's owned by Steiner of London. Also in the nadir daily known as Steiner Salons and Spas at Sea, where the same creamy-faced Frenchwoman who'd worked 311's crowd at Pier 21 now all hang out, and I'm asking to be allowed to watch one of the phytomer ionothermy combination treatment detoxifying inch-loss treatments that some of the heftier ladies on board have been raving about, and I'm being told that it's not really a spectator-type thing, that there's nakedness involved, and that if I want to see a PICTD-TILT, it's going to have to be as the subject of one. And between the quoted price of the treatment and the sensuous recall of the smell of my own singed nostril hair in Chem 205 in 1983, I opt to forfeit this bit of managed pampering. So you can see why nobody with a nervous system would want to miss watching one of these, some hard data from the Steiner brochure. Ionothermy. How does it work? Firstly, you will be measured in selected areas. The skin is marked and the readings are recorded on your program. Different creams, gels, and ampules are applied. These contain extracts effective in breaking down and emulsifying fat. Electrodes using ferridism and galvanism are placed in position, and a warm blue clay covers the full area. We are now ready to start your treatment. The galvanism accelerates the products into your skin, and the ferridism exercises your muscles. And as somebody who once brushed up against a college chemistry lab's live induction coil and had subsequently to be pried off the thing with a wooden mop handle, I can personally vouch for the convulsive exercise benefit of ferratic current. The cellulite or lumpy fat, which is so common amongst women, is emulsified by the treatment, making it easier to drain the toxins from the body and disperse them, giving your skin a smoother appearance. If you back off from something really big, the creamy ladies then try to sell you on a facial, which they say a great large number of male naderites have pampered themselves with this week, but I also decline the facial, figuring that at this point in the week, the procedure for me would consist mostly in exfoliating half-peeled skin. 1425 hours. Now I'm in the small public loo of the Olympic Health Club. A one-holer notable only because Olivia Newton-John's Let's Get Physical plays on an apparently unending loop out of the overhead speaker. I'll go ahead and admit that I have, this week, come in a couple times between UV bombardments and pumped a little iron here in the Nadir's Olympic Health Club. Except in the Olympic Health Club, it's more like pumping ultra-refined titanium alloy. All the weights are polished stainless steel, and the place is one of these clubs with mirrors on all four walls that force you into displays of public self-scrutiny that are as excruciating as they are irresistible, and there are huge and insectile-looking pieces of machinery that mimic the aerobic demands of staircases and rowboats and racing bikes and improperly waxed cross-country skis, etc., complete with heart monitor electrodes and radio headphones. And on these machines there are people in spandex whom you really want to take aside and advise in the most tactful and loving way not to wear spandex. 14:30 hours. We're back down in the good old Rainbow Room for behind the scenes. Meet your cruise director, Scott Peterson, and find out what it's really like to work on a cruise ship. Scott Peterson is a deeply tan 39-year-old male with tall, rigid hair, a constant high-watt smile, an escargot mustache, and a gleaming Rolex. Basically the sort of guy who looks entirely at home in sockless white loafers and a mint green knit shirt from Lacoste. He is also one of my least favorite Celebrity Cruises employees, though with Scott Peterson it's a case of mildly enjoyable annoyance rather than the terrified loathing I feel for Mr. Dermatitis. The very best way to describe Scott Peterson's demeanor is that it looks like he's constantly posing for a photograph nobody is taking. He's also a bit like those small-town politicians and police chiefs who go to shameless lengths to get mentioned in the local newspaper. Scott Peterson's name appears in each day's Nadir Daily over a dozen times. Backgammon tournament with your cruise director, Scott Peterson. The World Goes Round with Jane McDonald, Michael Mullane, and the Matrix Dancers, and your host, cruise director Scott Peterson. Fort Lauderdale Disembarkation Talk. Your cruise director, Scott Peterson, explains everything you need to know about your transfer from the ship in Fort Lauderdale, etc., ad nauseum. He mounts the Rainbow Room's low brass dais and reverses his chair and sits like a cabaret singer and begins to hold forth. There are maybe 50 people attending, and I have to admit that some of them seem to like Scott Peterson a lot, and really do enjoy his talk. A talk that, not surprisingly, turns out to be more about what it's like to be Scott Peterson than what it's like to work on the good old Nadir. Topics covered include where and under what circumstances Scott Peterson grew up, how Scott Peterson got interested in cruise ships, how Scott Peterson and his college roommate got their first jobs together on a cruise ship, some hilarious boo-boos in Scott Peterson's first months on the job, every celebrity Scott Peterson has personally met and shaken the hand of, how much Scott Peterson loves the people he gets to meet working on a cruise ship, how much Scott Peterson loves just working on a cruise ship in general, how Scott Peterson met the future Mrs. Scott Peterson working on a cruise ship, and how Mrs. Scott Peterson now works on a different cruise ship, and how challenging it is to sustain an intimate relation as warm and in all respects wonderful as that of Mr. and Mrs. Scott Peterson when you, that is, Mr. and Mrs. Scott Peterson, work on different cruise ships and lay eyes on each other only about every 6th week, except how but now Scott Peterson's tickled to be able to announce that Mrs. Scott Peterson happens to be on a well-earned vacation and is, as a rare treat, here this week cruising on the MV Nadir with him, Scott Peterson, and is, as a matter of fact, right here with us in the audience today. And wouldn't Mrs. Scott Peterson like to stand up and take a bow? I swear I'm not exaggerating. This occasion is a real two-handed head-clutcher. Awesome in its ickiness. But now, just as I need to leave in order not to be late for 1,500 hours much-anticipated skeet shooting, Scott Peterson starts to relate an anecdote that engages my various onboard dreads and fascinations enough for me to stay and try to write down. Scott Peterson tells us how his wife, Mrs. Scott Peterson, was in the shower in the Mr. and Mrs. Scott Peterson suite on deck 3 of the Nadir the other night when one hand goes up in the gesture of someone searching for just the right delicate term, when nature called. So Mrs. Scott Peterson apparently gets out of the shower, still wet, and sits down on Scott Peterson's stateroom's bathroom's commode. Scott Peterson, in a narrative aside, says how perhaps we've all noticed that the commodes on the MV Nadir are linked to a state-of-the-art vacuum sewage system that happens to generate not a weak or incidental flush suction. Other Nadirites, besides just me, must fear their toilet because this gets a big, jagged, tension-related laugh. Mrs. Scott Peterson is sinking lower and lower in her salmon-colored chair. Mrs. Scott Peterson is an ectomorphic and sort of leather-complected British lady in a big-brimmed sombrero, which sombrero I observe her now taking off and stowing under her brass table as she loses altitude in the chair. Scott Peterson says, but so Mrs. Scott Peterson sits down on the commode, still naked and wet from the shower, and attends to nature's summons. And when she's done, she reaches over and hits the commode's flush mechanism, and Scott Peterson says that, in Mrs. Scott Peterson's wet, slick condition, the incredible suction of the Nadir's state-of-the-art vacuum sewage system starts actually pulling her down through the seat's central hole. At this point in the anecdote, I'm absolutely rigid with interest and empathic terror, which will help explain why it's such a huge letdown when this whole anecdote turns out to be nothing but a cheesy Catskills-type joke, one that Scott Peterson has clearly been telling once a week for eons, although maybe not with poor Mrs. Scott Peterson actually sitting right there in the audience. And I find myself hopefully imagining all sorts of nuptial vengeance being wreaked on Scott Peterson for embarrassing Mrs. Scott Peterson like that, the dweeb. And apparently Mrs. Scott Peterson is just a bit too broad a beam to get sucked down all the way and hurled into some abstract excremental void, but rather sticks, wedged, halfway down in the seat's hole, and can't get out. And is, of course, stark naked, and starts screeching for help. By now, the live Mrs. Scott Peterson seems very interested in something going on down underneath her table, and mostly only her left shoulder, leather brown and stippled with freckles, is visible from where I'm sitting. And Scott Peterson tells us that he, Scott Peterson, hears her and comes rushing into the bathroom from the stateroom, where he'd been practicing his professional smile in the bedside table's enormous vanity mirror, authorial postulate. Comes rushing in and sees what's happened to Mrs. Scott Peterson and tries to pull her out, her feet kicking pathetically and buttocks and popliteals purpling from the seat's adhesive pressure, but he can't pull her out. She's been wedged in too tight by the horrific vacuum sewage system suction, and so thanks to some quick-thinking Scott Peterson gets on the phone and calls one of the Nadir's staff plumbers, and the staff plumber says, "Yes, sir, Mr. Scott Peterson, sir, I'm on my way," and Scott Peterson runs back into the bathroom and reports to Mrs. Scott Peterson that professional help is on the way, at which point it only then occurs to Mrs. Scott Peterson that she's starkers, and that not only are her ectomorphic breasts exposed to full Eurofluorescent view, but a portion of her own personal pudendum is clearly visible above the rim of the occlusive seat that holds her fast. Again, an authorial postulate, but it's the only way to make sense of the remedy she's about to resort to. At this point, I still don't know this is all just a corny joke. I'm rigid and bug-eyed with empathic horror for both the intra- and extra-narrative Mrs. Scott Peterson. And she screeches Britishly at Scott Peterson to, for the bloody love of Christ, do something to cover her legally betrothed nethers against the swart blue-collar gaze of the impending staff plumber. And so Scott Peterson goes and gets Mrs. Scott Peterson's favorite sun hat, a huge sombrero, in fact, the very same huge sombrero Scott Peterson's beloved wife is wearing just a couple seconds ago was wearing right here in this very Rainbow Room. And but so via the quick and resourceful thinking of Scott Peterson, the sombrero is brought from the stateroom into the bathroom and placed over Mrs. Scott Peterson's inbent, concave, naked thorax to cover her private parts. And the nadir staff plumber knocks and comes in all over large and machine oil redolent, with tool belt a jingle, and badly out of breath, and sure enough, swart. And he comes into the bathroom and appraises the situation and takes certain complex measurements and performs some calculations and finally tells Mr. Scott Peterson that he thinks he, the staff plumber, can indeed get Mrs. Scott Peterson out of the toilet seat, but that extracting that there Mexican fellow in there with Mrs. Scott Peterson is going to be a whole nother story. 13:05 hours. I've darted just for a second into Deck 7's Celebrity Show Lounge to catch some of the rehearsals for tomorrow night's climactic passenger talent show. Two crew-cut and badly burned University of Texas guys are doing a minimally choreographed dance number to a recording of Shake Your Groove Thing. Assistant Cruise Director Dave the Bingo Boy is coordinating activities from a canvas director's chair at stage left. A septuagenarian from Halifax, Virginia, tells 4 ethnic jokes and sings "One Day at a Time, Sweet Jesus." A retired Century 21 realtor from Idaho does a long drum solo to Caravan. The climactic passenger talent show is apparently a 7NC tradition, as was Tuesday night's special costume party. It was this kind of stuff that combined with the micromanagement of activities to make the nadir weirdly reminiscent of the summer camp I attended for 3 straight Julys in early childhood. Another venue where the food was great and everyone was sunburned, and I spent as much time as possible in my cabin avoiding micromanaged activities. Some of the nadirites are deeply into this stuff and have brought their own costumes, music, props. A lithe Canadian couple does a tango complete with pointy black shoes and in interdental rows. Then the finale of the passenger talent show is apparently going to be 4 consecutive stand-up comedy routines delivered by very old men. These men totter on, one after the other. One has one of those 3-footed canes, another a necktie that looks uncannily like a Denver omelet, another an excruciating stutter. What follow are 4 successive, interchangeable routines where the manner and humor are like exhumed time capsules of the 1950s, jokes about how impossible it is to understand women, about how very much men want to play golf, and how their wives try to keep them from playing golf, etc. The routines have the same kind of flamboyant unhipness that makes my own grandparents objects of my pity, awe, and embarrassment all at once. One of the senescent quartet refers to his appearance tomorrow night as a gig. The one with the tridential cane stops suddenly in the middle of a long joke about skipping his wife's funeral to play golf and, pointing the cane's tips at Dave the Bingo Boy, demands an immediate and accurate estimate of what the attendance will be for tomorrow night's passenger talent show. Dave the Bingo Boy sort of shrugs and looks at his emery board and says that it's hard to say, that it varies week to week, whereupon the old guy kind of brandishes his cane and says, well, it better be substantial because he goddamn well hates playing to an empty house. 1320 hours. The Nadir Daily neglects to mention that the skeet shooting is a competitive, organized activity. The charge is $1 a shot, but you have to purchase your shots in sets of 10, and there's a large and vaguely gun-shaped plaque for the best X out of 10 score. I arrive at 8 aft late. A male Nadirite is already shooting skeet, and several other men have formed a line and are waiting to shoot skeet. The Nadir's wake is a big, fizzy V way below the aft rail. 2 sullen Greek NCOs run the show, and between their English and their earmuffs and the background noise of shotguns, plus the fact that I've never touched any kind of gun before and have only the vaguest idea of which end even to point, negotiations over my late entry and the forwarding of the skeet-shooting bill to Harper's are lengthy and involved. I am 7th and last in line. The other contestants in line refer to the skeet as traps or pigeons, but what they really look like is tiny discuses painted the day-glow orange of high-cost hunting wear. The orange, I posit, is for ease of visual tracking, and the color must really help, because the trim-bearded guy in aviator glasses currently shooting is perpetrating absolute skeeticide in the air over the ship. I assume you already know the basic skeet-shooting conventions from movies and TV. The lackey at the weird little catapultish device, the bracing and pointing and order to pull, the combination thud and kertwang of the catapult, the brisk crack of the weapon, and the mid-air disintegration of the luckless skeet. Everybody in line with me is male, though there are a number of females in the crowd that's watching the competition from the 9 aft balcony above and behind us. From the line watching, 3 things are striking. A. What on TV is a brisk crack is here a whooming roar that apparently is what a shotgun really sounds like. B. Skeet shooting looks comparatively easy, because now the stocky older guy who's replaced the trim-bearded guy at the rail is also blowing these fluorescent skeet away, one after the other, so that a steady rain of lumpy orange crud is falling into the Nadir's wake. C. A flying skeet, when shot, undergoes a frighteningly familiar-looking mid-flight peripeteia, erupting material, changing vector and plummeting seaward in a distinctive, corkscrewy way that all eerily recalls footage of the 1986 Challenger disaster. These skeet made, I posit, from some kind of extra brittle clay for maximum frag. Striking thing B turns out to be an illusion, one not unlike the illusion I'd had about the comparative easiness of golf from watching golf on TV before I'd actually ever tried to play golf. The shooters who precede me do all seem to fire with a kind of casual scorn, and they all get 8 out of 10 or above. But it turns out that, of these 6 guys, 3 have military combat backgrounds. Another 2 are insufferable East Coast retro yuppie brothers who spend weeks every year hunting various fast-flying species with their papa in southern Canada. And the last has not only his own earmuffs, plus his own shotgun in a special crushed velvet-lined case, but also his own skeet-shooting range in his backyard in North Carolina. When it's finally my turn, the earmuffs they give me have somebody else's ear oil on them and don't fit my head. The gun itself is shockingly heavy and stinks of what I'm told is cordite, small pubic spirals of which are still exiting the barrel from the Korea vet who preceded me and is tied for first with 10 of 10. The 2 yuppie brothers are the only entrants even near my age. Both got scores of 9 of 10, and are now appraising me coolly from identical prep school slouch positions against the starboard rail. The Greek non-coms seem extremely bored. I am handed the heavy gun and told to be bracing a hip against the aft rail, and then to place the stock of the weapon against not the shoulder of my hold the gun arm, but the shoulder of my pull the trigger arm. My initial error in this latter regard results in a severely distorted aim that makes the Greek by the catapult do a rather neat drop and roll. Okay, let's not spend a lot of time drawing this whole incident out. Let me simply say that, yes, my own skeet shooting score was noticeably lower than the other entrance scores. Then simply make a few disinterested observations for the benefit of any novice contemplating shooting skeet from the rolling stern of a 7NC megaship, and then we'll move on. 1. A certain level of displayed ineptitude with firearm will cause everyone in the vicinity who knows anything about firearms to converge on you all at the same time with cautions and advice and handy tips passed down from Papa. 2. A lot of the advice in 1 boils down to exhortations to lead the launched skeet. But nobody explains whether this means that the gun's barrel should move across the sky with the skeet, or should instead lie in a sort of static ambush along some point in the skeet's projected path. 3. TV skeet shooting is not totally unrealistic in that you really are supposed to say pull, and the weird little catapultish thing really does produce a kertwanging thud. 4. Whatever a hair trigger is, a shotgun does not have one. 5. If you've never fired a gun before, the urge to close your eyes at the precise moment of concussion is, for all practical purposes, irresistible. 6. The well-known kick of a fired shotgun is no misnomer. It does indeed feel like being kicked, and hurts, and sends you back several steps with your arms pinwheeling wildly for balance, which, when you're holding a gun, results in mass screaming and ducking, and then on the next shot a conspicuous thinning of the crowd in the 9-aft gallery above. Finally, 7. Know that an unshot skeet's movement against the vast lapis lazuli dome of the open ocean sky is sun-like. That is, orange and parabolic and right to left, and that its disappearance into the sea is edge-first and splashless and sad. 1600 hours to 1700 hours. Lacuna. 1700 hours to 1815 hours. Shower, personal grooming, third viewing of the heart-tweaking last act of André, attempted shower steam rehabilitation of wool slacks, and funereal sport coat for tonight's 5-star Caravel restaurant supper, which in the Nadir Daily is designated sartorially formal. Look, I'm not going to spend a lot of your time or my emotional energy on this, but if you are male, and you ever do decide to undertake a 7NC luxury cruise, be smart, and take a piece of advice I did not take. Bring formal wear. And I do not mean just a coat and tie. A coat and tie are appropriate for the 2 7NC suppers designated informal, which term apparently comprises some purgatorial category between casual and formal. But for formal supper, you're supposed to wear either a tuxedo or something called a dinner jacket, that as far as I can see is basically the same as a tuxedo. I, dickhead that I am, decided in advance that the idea of formal wear on a tropical vacation was absurd, and I steadfastly refused to buy or rent a tux and go through the hassle of trying to figure out how even to pack it. I was both right and wrong. Yes, the formal wear thing is absurd, but since every Naderite except me went ahead and dressed up in absurd formal wear on formal nights, I, having of course, ironically enough, spurned a tux precisely because of absurdity considerations, was the one who ends up looking absurd at formal five-star Caravel restaurant suppers, painfully absurd in the tuxedo motif t-shirt I wore on the first formal night, and then even more painfully absurd on Thursday in the funereal sport coat and slacks I'd gotten all sweaty and rumpled on the plane and at Pier 21. No one at Table 64 said anything about the absurd informality of my formal supper dress, but it was the sort of deeply tense absence of comment which attends only the grossest and most absurd breaches of social convention, and which, after the elegant tea-time debacle, pushed me right to the very edge of ship-jumping. Please, let my dick-headedness and humiliation have served some purpose. Take my advice, and bring formal wear, no matter how absurd it seems if you go. 1815 hours. The cast and general atmospherics of the five-star Caravel restaurant's Table 64 have already been covered. Tonight's supper is exceptional only in its tension. The hideous Mona has, recall, opted to represent today as her birthday to Tibor and the maitre d', resulting tonight in bunting and a tall cake and a chair balloon, plus in Wojtek leading a squad of Slavic busboys in a ceremonial happy birthday mazurka around Table 64. And in an overall smug glow of satisfaction from Mona, who, when the teamster sets her cake down before her, claps her hands once before her face like a small depraved child, and in an expression of blank tolerance from Mona's grandparents that's impossible to read or figure. Additionally, Trudy's daughter Alice, whose birthday, recall, really is today, has, in silent protest against Mona's fraud, said nothing all week to Tibor about it. That is, her own birthday, and sits tonight across from Mona wearing just the sort of face you would expect from one privileged child watching another privileged child receive natal treats and attentions that are by all rights her own. The result of all this is that stony-faced Alice and I have tonight established a deep and high-voltage bond across the table, united in our total disapproval and hatred of Mona, are engaging in a veritable ballet of coded little stab, strangle, and slap Mona pantomimes for each other's amusement, Alice and I are, which I've got to say is for me a fun and therapeutic anger outlet after the day's tribulations. And I, who recall, am reeling from the triple whammy of first ballistic humiliation and then elegant tea-time disgrace, and now being the only person anywhere in sight in a sweat-crusted wool sport coat instead of a glossy tux, and am having to order and chug 3 Dr. Peppers in a row to void my mouth of the intransigent aftertaste of beluga caviar. But the supper's tensest development is that Alice's mother and my own new friend Trudy, whose purslane and endive salad, rice pilaf, and tender medallions of braised veal are simply too perfect tonight to engage any of her critical attention, and who I should mention has, all week, made little secret of the fact that she's not exactly crazy about Alice's serious boyfriend Patrick, or about his and Alice's serious relationship. Which serious relationship apparently includes living together on Alice's money and co-owning Alice's 1992 Saab. That Trudy notices and misconstrues my and Alice's coded gestures and stifled giggles as signs of some kind of burgeoning romantic connection between us, and Trudy begins yet once again extracting and spreading out her purse's 4x5s of Alice and relating little tales of Alice's childhood designed to make Alice appear adorable, and talking Patrick down, and in general, I have to say, acting like a procuress. And this would be bad enough, tension-wise, especially when Esther gets into the act, but now poor Alice, who, even though deeply preoccupied with birthday deprivation and Mona hatred, is by no means dim or unperceptive, quickly sees what Trudy's doing, and apparently terrified that I might possibly share her mother's misperception of my connection with her, as anything more than an anti-Mona alliance, begins directing my way a kind of Ophelia-type mad monologue of unconnected Patrick references and Patrick anecdotes, all of which causes Trudy to start making her weird, dentally asymmetric grimace at the same time she begins cutting at her tender medallions of braised veal so hard that the sound of her knife against the five-star Caravel restaurant's bone china gives everybody at the table tooth shivers, and the mounting tension causes fresh sweat stains to appear in the underarms of my funereal sport coat and spread nearly to the perimeter of the faded, salty remains of Pier 21's original sweat stains. And when Tibor makes his customary post-entree circuit of the table and asks how is all of everything, I am, for the first time since the educational second night, unable to say anything other than fine. 20:45 hours. Celebrity Showtime. Celebrity Cruises proudly presents Hypnotist, Nigel Ellery, hosted by your cruise director, Scott Peterson. Please note, video and audio taping of all shows is strictly prohibited. Children, please remain seated with your parents during shows. No children in the front row. Celebrity Show Lounge. Other Celebrity Showtime headline entertainments this week have included a Vietnamese comedian who juggles chainsaws, a husband and wife team that specializes in Broadway love medleys, and, most notably, a singing impressionist named Paul Tanner, who made simply an enormous impression on Table 64's Trudy and Esther, and whose impressions of Engelbert Humperdinck, Tom Jones, and particularly Perry Como were apparently so stirring that a second popular demand encore performance by Paul Tanner has been hastily scheduled to follow tomorrow night's climactic passenger talent show, at least guaranteeing the old Naderite comedian with Kane a full house, I guess. Stage hypnotist Nigel Ellery is British and looks uncannily like 1950s B-movie villain Kevin McCarthy. His accent indicates origins in London's East End. Introducing him, cruise director Scott Peterson informs us that Nigel Ellery has had the honor of hypnotizing both Queen Elizabeth II and the Dalai Lama. Not, one would presume, at the same time. Nigel Ellery's act combines hypnotic hijinks with a lot of rather standard borscht belt patter and audience abuse. And it ends up being such a ridiculously apposite, symbolic microcosm of the week's whole 7NC luxury cruise experience that it's almost like a setup, some weird form of journalistic pampering. First off, we learn that not everyone is susceptible to serious hypnosis. Nigel Ellery puts the Celebrity Show Lounge's whole 300-plus crowd through some simple in-your-seat tests to determine who in the Celebrity Show Lounge's crowd is suggestively gifted enough to participate in the fun to come. One is, lace your fingers together and put them in front of your face, and then unlace just your index fingers and have them sort of face each other and imagine an irresistible magnetic force drawing them together, and see whether the two fingers do indeed, as if by magic, move slowly and inexorably together until they're pressed together, whorl to whorl. From a really scary and unpleasant experience in 7th grade, I already know I'm excessively suggestible, and I skip all the little tests, since no force on earth could ever get me up on a hypnotist's stage in front of over 300 entertainment-hungry strangers. Namely, when at a school assembly a local psychologist put us all under a supposedly light state of hypnosis for some creative visualization, and 10 minutes later everybody in the auditorium came out of the hypnosis except, unfortunately, yours truly, and I ended up spending 4 irreversibly entranced and pupil-dilated hours in the school nurse's office, with the increasingly panicked shrink trying more and more drastic devices for bringing me out of it, and my parents very nearly litigated over the whole episode, and I calmly and matter-of-factly decided to steer well clear of all hypnosis thereafter. Second, when the 6 most suitable subjects, all still locked in complex contortions from the in-your-seat tests, are assembled on stage, Nigel Ellery spends a long time reassuring them and us that absolutely nothing will happen that they do not wish to have happen and voluntarily submit to. He then persuades a young lady from Akron that a loud male Hispanic voice is issuing from the left cup of her brassiere. Another lady is induced to smell a horrific odor coming off the man in the chair next to her, a man who himself believes that the seat of his chair periodically heats to 100 degrees Celsius. The other 3 subjects, respectively flamenco, believe they are not just nude but woefully ill-endowed, and are made to shout, "Mommy, I want a wee-wee," whenever Nigel Ellery utters a certain word. The audience laughs very hard at all the right times, and there is something genuinely funny, not to mention symbolically microcosmic, about watching these well-dressed adult cruisers behave strangely for no reason they understand. It is as if the hypnosis enables them to construct fantasies so vivid that the subjects do not even know they are fantasies, as if their heads were no longer their own, which is, of course, funny. Maybe the single most strikingly comprehensive 7NC symbol, though, is Nigel Ellery himself. The hypnotist's boredom and hostility are not only undisguised, they are incorporated kind of ingeniously into the entertainment itself. Ellery's boredom gives him the same air of weary expertise that makes us trust doctors and policemen. And his hostility, via the same kind of phenomenon that makes Don Rickles a big star in Las Vegas, I guess, is what gets the biggest roars of laughter from the lounge's crowd. The guy's stage persona is extremely hostile and mean. He does unkind imitations of people's U.S. accents. He ridicules questions from both the subjects and the audience. He makes his eyes burn Rasputinishly and tells people they're going to wet the bed at exactly 3 a.m. or drop trow at the office in exactly 2 weeks. The spectators, mostly middle-aged, it looks like, rock back and forth with mirth and slap their knee and dab at their eyes with hankies. Each moment of naked ill will from Ellery is followed by an enormous circumoral constriction and a palms-out assurance that he's just kidding, and that he loves us, and that we are a simply marvelous bunch of human beings who are clearly having a very good time indeed. For me, at the end of a full day of managed fun, Nigel Ellery's act is not particularly astounding or side-splitting or entertaining. But neither is it depressing or offensive or despair-fraught. What it is weird. It's the same sort of weird feeling that having an elusive word on the tip of your tongue evokes. There's something crucially key about luxury cruises in evidence here. Being entertained by someone who clearly dislikes you, and feeling that you deserve the dislike at the same time that you resent it. All 6 subjects are now lined up doing syncopated rocket kicks, and the show is approaching its climax. Nigel Ellery at the microphone getting us ready for something that will apparently involve furiously flapping arms and the astounding mesmeric illusion of flight. Because my own dangerous susceptibility makes it important that I not follow Ellery's hypnotic suggestions too closely, or get too deeply involved, I find myself in my comfortable navy blue seat, going farther and farther away inside my head, sort of creatively visualizing a kind of epiphanic Frank Conroy-type moment of my own, pulling mentally back, seeing the hypnotist and subjects and audience and celebrity show lounge and deck, and then whole motorized vessel itself, with the eyes of someone not aboard, visualizing the MV Nadir at night, right at this moment, steaming north at 21.4 knots, with a strong warm west wind, pulling the moon backwards through a skein of clouds, hearing muffled laughter, and music, and Papa's throb, and the hiss of receding wake, and seeing, from the perspective of this nighttime sea, the good old Nadir complexly aglow, angelically white, lit up from within, festive, imperial, palatial. Yes, this, like a palace, it would look like a kind of floating palace, majestic and terrible to any poor soul out here on the ocean at night, alone in a dinghy, or not even in a dinghy, but simply and terribly floating. A man overboard, treading water, out of sight of all land. This deep and creative visual trance, Nigel Ellery's true and accidental gift to me, lasted all through the next day and night, which period I spent entirely in cabin 1009, in bed, mostly looking out the spotless porthole, with trays and various rinds all around me, feeling maybe a little bit glassy-eyed, but mostly good. Good to be on the Nadir, and good soon to be off. Good that I had survived, in a way, being pampered to death, in a way. And so I stayed in bed. And even though the tranced stasis caused me to miss the final night's climactic passenger talent show and the farewell midnight buffet, and then Saturday's docking and a chance to have my after photo taken with Captain G. Panagiatakis, subsequent re-entry into the adult demands of landlocked real-world life wasn't nearly as bad as a week of absolutely nothing had led me to fear. 1995. This has been an Oshit audio production of A Supposedly Fun Thing I'll Never Do Again, Essays and Arguments, written by David Foster Wallace, read by Paul Michael Garcia, produced by Josh Stanton and Brian Barney, engineered by Aaron Garcia, post-production by Blackstone Audio Inc. A Supposedly Fun Thing I'll Never Do Again is also available in print and as an ebook from Back Bay Books and Little Brown and Company, divisions of Oshit Book Group. Text copyright 1997 by David Foster Wallace. Audio production copyright 2012. Oshit Audio. All rights reserved. In accordance with the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, the duplicating, uploading, and electronic sharing of any part of this audiobook without the permission of the publisher is unlawful piracy and theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, prior written permission must be obtained by contacting the publisher at permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.